Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, or good morning. It's about just after 3 o'clock in the morning here, Natal time. Um, Big Tone. I've set mine for overcast. Um, the weather for about 800 miles is going to be a bit sort of tricksy. So there's going to be cloud around about 5 or 7,000 feet. We're going to be flying around 5,500 feet. The wind is going to be a headwind at 46 degrees, and we're going to be leaving from runway 16. Someone spawned on me, I'm sure. But how are we doing, everyone? You all right? It's good to see everybody. So nice to see Big Tone, Dangerous Brian, Floydrix, Adventure 494, Gibbo Island, Captain Butters. Thank you for the follow, and of course, we've got a long flight ahead of us today. I reckon it's going to be around 10 to 12 hours, give or take some sim problems. So the route today is pretty simple. It's leave Natal and fly across the Atlantic. Anyway, Stairway to Bacon. You'll probably notice that all the things say here we're heading for Dakar, but we're actually going to end up in St. Louis in Senegal, because Fred couldn't navigate this leg very well. So they ended up missing their target. So we will miss our target and we'll end up at St. Louis. So I'll tell him, I've put all the notes in and commands in for runways when we get there. So, if you take, I think it's runway. So the wind will be 17 at 46 once we get up into the air. So it's around, it averaged around 20 mile an hour headwind all the way. So, and when we get the other side, we're going to go straight in runway 36 because it's all going to calm down by the time we get there at dusk. So that's the route today. Obviously, Amelia and Fred arrived in Natal. And when they did, they were planning to literally go the same night. And Air France had a big presence here. Before World War II, this airport that we're at was known as Panamerican. And it was the biggest sort of trade route between Africa and South America. Predominantly Air France, but there were also Italian airlines flights and some Germans. During World War II, the Italians used it as a base, and the British stopped that pretty soon into the war to stop them using it as a base for the South American air flights. So this airport today is not active as a civilian airport. It's actually a naval airbase. It was in active use up until 2014, and then they wanted to do some expansions. The government didn't allow them, and they built another airport, which we crossed over last week at São Gonçalo. So this is the airport we'll be going out of today. As I say, we're going to be flying around 5,500 feet today rather than the normal 8,000. Around about 800 miles in, it's going to piddle down. We're going to actually absolutely lash the weather down. So I'm probably going to use heavy rain at that point. And then after we've had the heavy rain, we're going to have some doldrums where it's just clear skies. And then it's pretty much clear skies until we get to Dakar. And then I'll change it again to sort of low level-ish clouds. So that's what we're going to do today. So we're here on the ground at Natal Airport, and we've got a few of the fireflies already. I've seen a technical hours down here. I've seen Floydrix, I've seen Dangerous Brian, and a few others. Stairway to Bacon, Big Tone. Hope you've got your cushions ready for your bottoms if you're flying all the way. So let's get this puppy started up. I did do a little bit of pre-prep beforehand. So hey, Evac. No problem at all. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm hoping the sim will hold up. It may not. I've had a few problems, as you know. So obviously there they were, Fred and Amelia. And then just to let you know, this is sort of roughly, this is Fred's navigation chart for the South Atlantic, where obviously he's got a 060 degree course. Couldn't do his celestial navigation, so he was using dead reckoning, DED reckoning, not DEAD. So it actually means deductive reckoning. Normally, you're trained this now as a GA pilot, PPL pilot. You have to do this type of navigation. You can't not do it. And basically, you normally work out your route, speed, drift angles, and everything using an E6B or a flight calculator, using which basically a glorified flight rule. And then you match your course to distance and speed and time, and then you work out your air triangle, which is the air height, altitude, and wind speeds, and it roughly works out where you're going. Normally, you do that every half an hour. Fred did it every hour, and I wonder whether that. Hey Draco, hey Kazaki Flyer, Super Typhon, War Hamster, Draco, good morning. And so he flat this, and so the dark marks or the black writing is the writing for how far they've gone, the red is how far they've got to go, and he did it every hour across the Atlantic and mapped out where they were and still missed. So this will be interesting. I mean, we shouldn't have any troubles ourselves, but unless the Mooney's autopilot cuts out, which I have been warned it might. So just make sure we're tracking to a 46. Well, so this is the thing. Back then, no transponder codes. So I would just do a standard VFR for this, because it's not IFR, Brian. So just do a standard traditional Squawk code. I mean, it's really not that it's not that big a deal, really, because they had no navigation that we have today. So we're going to set our altitude to 5,500 feet. It's probably going to be quite a boring visual flight, I'm afraid, because it's early in the morning, it's dark, it's going to be cloudy, it's going to rain. so let's hope we've got some things to chat about on the way. So we are good to pretty much go, checking everything now. So make sure we're all full fueled. We want to be absolutely full fueled for this. We are going to have to refuel in flight. So we'll do probably down to about 20 gallons, then fill back up again. So we don't go too much lower than that. And that's the thing, Super Typhon. I don't know if it will handle such a long haul. So after every hour or so, I'm going to try the old escape and save menu. I'm probably going to try something like this. And see if then anything goes wrong with that and I can load in on it. I don't know if it's going to work. Hey, Mr. Said Rider, thank you very much. I've had problems with the sim this week, so I imagine I'm going to fall into some problems. So in terms of where we're going to runway 16 left. So 16 left is behind me. So we'll turn around here, follow the apron all the way up to taxiway Alpha, and then we'll join runway 16 left and we'll take up from there. Thanks, Steve. You don't have the Mooney installed. My word, Warhamster, that is sacrilege. I see you on the ground. Okay, let's wander. So we've got taxi lights on, avionics are on, everything's good. I did a run up before this. Thanks, Steve. And let's I know I should do another one, but hey, Amelia risked a lot of stuff, so let's get up and move off towards 16. Thank you for following, Captain Sitbag. How are you doing? So how's everyone doing today? You all doing good? I have been ultra lazy this morning. I really couldn't sleep very well last night, so I woke up feeling a little bit tired, so I've doodled about today. Hey Dennis, lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good day. So we're going to trundle up here. Goes to the right a little bit. And it swings round. And then taxiway Alpha should just be up here. This should be Alpha. Who knows? No marking. Bravo should be coming up on the left. That's Bravo. And here's runway 16. So let's just hold short. Get prepared for takeoff. Doors are locked. Mixture's full. Rich. Fuel is on fullest tank. Fred's briefed in the back. No getting out on while we're taking off. Seatbelts are secure. We'll get one notch of flaps in. We will change landing lights, take off the taxi lights, put on our strobe lights. And just because I always forget, let's have I got my recognites on, turn on my recognites, get some air in here. Right, we are probably good to go. See, we're all nicely lined up. Okay, so let's get onto the runway and get into the sky. I've been doing a lot of VR flying recently, so 2D is quite weird. Yeah, sandwiches are on the ground. Yeah, 4 hours, 4 minutes, right? So let's give us some gentle maneuvering as we take up. We'll do a quick lap of the airport once we're up, and then we'll head out because we've got a long way to go. Okay, so we have power, airspeed's alive. Just watch the wind. Okay, 60 knots. 80 knots rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. I know I should do it when there's no usable runway left, but we're away. Okay, let's trim it out a little bit as we take off. Over 300 feet, so we can bring up the flaps. And we are on our way. Crikey, there's a load of us with me today. Thank you guys, I really appreciate you coming along. It's hard to say, Captain Spitbag. I mean, my performance wasn't bad beforehand, but it's certainly... I had a CTD last night afterwards, after the patch, so... Come the guys, winter band's up, Floyd Drinks is up, down front, Technicals down there, Big Tone. Thanks Technical, you take care. So this airport supposedly was a main nexus for both land and sea-based aircraft, but it's not actually right on the coast, so I don't know how the sea bit worked. Okay, so coming over 3,000 feet, just trying to keep the EGT into the green. Obviously I'm throwing the throttles open a little bit as we climb. Okay, so it looks like everybody is up, so we can actually turn on to course. So we'll bring ourselves out. Overshot just a little bit. Okay, that's good. Here we go. We're leaving our second continent. Our third one is ahead of us. I'll tell you what I didn't do, which was very naughty. Ooh, are you not working? Let's get one of those on the go. Oh, and the other thing I haven't done is it's got the wrong temperature. How am I going to change that? It doesn't let me. Oh well. It'll have to do. So just in case. Let's keep everything in the green as we climb out. I'm glad to hear your performance is way better, guys. Yeah, I'm going to be here a long time. We've got, I reckon it'll be over probably 1 o'clock in the morning by the time we probably get there. As I say, it's going to be a dark, cold flight across the Atlantic. So there we go. We're leaving our second continent now. We've just got tons of water now between us, and well, I had one right last night after about half an hour, super typhon. So I've tried some things that other people have recommended, so we can only hope. I mean, if I do crash, then I'll just have to make the most of it. I'm trying to keep notes of everything. So 45 on the tank, change to right. Starting to come up on my cruise altitude. Tons of sharks. Well, so the Air France and Standard Oil loaded the aircraft with extra fuel, with extra food, which Amelia and Fred were quite worried about, because they were both really quite slim, and they'd worked out that extra fuel, extra poundage that they would put on in weight could basically mean that they would have to dump, have less fuel because of the weight on board. Yeah, I know, right, Hammy? And the fact that you could probably hardly see it at the time, because the lights behind us weren't there. This was pitch black that she flew into. So 3:15 a.m. in the morning, we took off at Panamerico Airport at Natal. It was total darkness. The longer runway that did have lights was unavailable, so we had to use a secondary runway whose service was grass. Well, I don't know which one that was, so I did have a look at all the I did have a look at the airport maps and tried to see which one would have been the grass one, but I couldn't find it. So they said that they tramped the length of the field with flashlights so that they could see if there was anything they needed to avoid, you know, and try to make markers, even however shadowy, so that they knew where they were on the takeoff. But in the end, they actually took off really easily. And she wrote, once off the ground, a true pitch black encompassed us. The blackness of the night outside was made more cheering by the subdued lights of my cockpits glowing on the instruments, which showed the way through space as we headed east over the ocean. The night is long that never finds the day. So that was the first thing she wrote. So we might have. So I've got my armbands. I think that will help if we crash into the sea. That should see us for a little bit of a swim. So they did actually have a life raft for this leg. They did not have a life raft for their last leg. They ditched pretty much everything. They ditched their parachutes, they ditched their life rafts, because they were going so far, every ounce of weight counted. Okay, so we're at cruise, so let's bring this all down. Got to try and eke out as much as we can. Just keep ourselves in the green. And we're on our way. Bye, Brazil. Can hardly see a thing, can we? Oh, there's someone. That must be Hammy. That must be Hammy right there. Yep. Bye, America. So at the start of today, we had 18,800 nautical miles to go. That will go up as we go on some of the legs, because she did a circle back on 2 legs. So we had 1,800 nautical miles to go from Natal. Yeah, I shall probably pop into CD if there's still people around to say hi. So I say, it's going to be a very dark flight, I'm afraid. And I've had to pull my blinds down because my screen is getting... It was really dull and miserable here this morning, and it's brightened up this afternoon, so I couldn't actually see anything out of my window. You guys can see it more clearly than I can. Yeah, it'd be nice when the sun comes up. Because the sun will come up slightly north of us, or should, but... So I have set the game time to June, so the sun should come up north of us. No problem, Super Typhoon. I don't expect anyone to stay for the whole stream, to be honest. It's a long flight, and you know, I'm doing this as an achievement thing to do, and I'm just glad that people come along at any time. So, you know, I totally anticipate people dropping in and dropping out and saying hi and going off. You know, it's a long time to sit and watch someone do something like this. But I shall be here if you want to say hello. Hey Kingsman, lovely to see you. How are you doing? So another thing that they did on this, I mentioned on several streams ago that they called this the flying laboratory, and they had tried on several of the flights before they took off on this one of how they were going to capture basically microbes flying or insects flying through the air at different altitudes. And they used to have to they used to put basically slabs of glass out of the little the window, or nets. But what they designed for this one was like a cylinder tube with glass slides on that you put under microscopes, and you would load it up into the tube, and then the tube would be rolled out of a little opening in the side of the aircraft, and it would catch all the stuff that was flowing in the wind. And on this particular leg of the flight, as Fred was putting the slide out, Amelia heard a cough and oh my god, that's ruined. And she looked back and he'd coughed all over the slide, and she said, no, don't throw it away, put it in there, it'll give them something interesting to look at when they get to that one. So they must have been really they would have been really confused when they saw some really strange microbes or bacteria or whatever was coughed over it by Fred. I hope I don't. So I've got coffees, I've got tea in beverages mugs, I've got Red Bulls, I've got I haven't quite put it into the vein yet, but I might have to have coffee in the vein later. So 45 and 45 on the nose, changing to left tank. Go. Yeah, I'm good. A little bit tired already, which isn't going to bode very well, is it? And then we seeing the continent disappearing into the distance, just slivers of light left now. So we've got Captain Butters, lovely to see you along here down front, Dangerous Brian, Draco, Stairway to Bacon, Winterband, War Hamster, Big Tone, Kazaki Flyer, and Dangerous Brian. Thank you guys. No, I'm not going to be finishing my journey on Nicaragua. We are going to land on Howland. We've had a special scenery done for Howland Island. As it was in 1939 where they built the Earhart light. So we've had that, and it's done as it was on the day. So we're going to land there and pay our respects. But we will then carry on and complete the flight. So all of the memorial flights that have taken place since her flight have only ever dropped wreaths or flowers. Yeah, so there is a version of it for P3D, and there is a version of it for FSX. You can import the FSX one in, but the propellers don't work. So I reached out to the people who made the Electras for the others, because one's Just Flight and one's historical. And I've asked them if they're looking at adding the Electra. They've said no plans, but never say never. So I hope that they would, and then I would definitely do it again in the Electra. Wing 42 are bringing out the Vega 5B later this year. I'm hoping to get my hands on an early copy of that, and I will then do all of Amelia's flights that she did and all the records she broke using the Vega 5B. But in the meantime, while that's waiting, I shall once I've done this one, I'm probably going to have a crack at Amy Johnson's flight from Croydon to Australia. She did it in a Gypsy Moth. Again, that's not in the game, so we might do that in the Waco. Doing my research on that now. But so the Electra 10 is in other sims, just not this one. Wing 42 did. Wing 42 did. No, it was Just Flight did the Electra 10. Okay, Warhamster, catch you later. Yeah, the Valerio is incredible, isn't it? That is some plane. Our very own Scotland 73, or is it Scotland Comet Project now? He's flown loads of flights in the Valerio. I think he did a sort of a comparison. He did a leg a day from Tronagroats to Land's End. Did one leg in the Valerio, and then he did another leg in the Typhoon, and compared the times it took to take each one. You know, one would take several hours, the other was like 4 minutes. So from leg to leg, it was really funny. They've done such a good job on that. Yeah, so it's a bug with the Mooney that everybody's Moonies look like they're flying along with their door open, which is interesting because if you actually open if you open the door in game, it crashes the sim. So yeah, looks like we're nearly there now. Brazil's gone. Take care, Stairway to Bacon. Thank you for joining me on the start of the flight. Hey Jay Winokur, how are you doing? Greetings to you in Michigan. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Yeah, I know I'm cheating a little bit on this one. Trying to fly it and talk and manage all the sim stuff's a little bit harder, but Amelia used her Sperry Auto Gyro pilot a lot on this flight because she was writing her logs all the way, so I don't feel too bad. And obviously Fred never used to go and sit in her cubby hole when she had to go to the loo, so she would crawl out and leave Sperry to do the flying, so I don't feel too bad that I'm using a, you know, we're tracking at 61 degrees, which is approximately what Fred was tracking, which was really nice. So Fred's navigation chart here, I don't know if you can see that very clearly, but the track is 060 magnetic. So nice. Take care, Gibbo. Catch you later. And now it's dark. A little bit of sunlight in the north, which bodes well for when the sun comes up, because I did think we were going to see it from the north, or we should see it from the north. Yeah, so doors open. Cessnas have their legs dangling out of the aircraft, but not only do they have them dangling, they have them backwards. So the pilot's facing that way, but the feet go that way. So it'd be good one day for them to fix that, wouldn't it? We really are just fireflies tonight, guys. Just lights in the sky. It could well be the sun, but we're not going to see that for a while. Yeah, so I did warn people, it was a black sky. So checking my timer, so I've got notes written down on my phone as well, so So they actually didn't thrash the engines on this leg. They left it gentle. Oh my god, Bograx. Good luck. 150 knot crosswind, crikey. Green Samoa 1, nice to see you. Yeah, they probably will do. I mean, in Natal, Amelia actually played for more fuel than she could actually carry. She said that the French and Standard Oil people were very careful about wiping their oil cans. No ground wire was used in the US. In refueling in Natal, that they spilt so much gas, it was funny. I'm charged with 165 gallons out of 100 in a tank that can only hold 149. So instead of having a gas line, they were filling it up with basically cans and funnels, and spilt so much they charged her extra. Oh no, Jay Winnick, you've got to re-download it. Oh crikey. I think several people have had some issues where it's not very clear and ended up having to redo stuff. So 43, 45, 2 gallons till change. Let's just make sure we're all on 60, 60. Well, we want 60 because that's roughly where we're going. So if you're in a Mooney, I've been warned that the autopilot can forget where it's going. I will look it up, yeah. Yeah, she had quite a lot of extras on this trip, even though everything had been done up in advance. The Arabian leg was very problematic. They weren't given originally permission to fly across it at all, which meant that they were going to have to make quite a big detour. Finally got a bit of clearance for it, but still had to fly along the edge of the coast, and they were quite worried about every now and again they'd cut over the coast, and they were worried that if they ever had a problem and they landed there, they would run into all sorts of issues. I'm hoping at the moment that Senegal won't really know what they want to do with us if we land on the wrong. I think we've only got one way to land in. So. I'm actually just going to webcam me off and just go and pull my blinds down. Much better. Now I can actually see what's going on for a bit. So we have clouds. We're in a bit of a cloud layer. Clouds are above us. So Amelia, every half hour, would make radio calls. Air France, or the French, had situated 2 ships along the route for her to use as navigation aids. but in a bit of a foreboding of what was to come, all she got on her radio was static. Hey, see you later. No problem at all. As I mentioned to everyone else, it's a long old flight for me, and don't expect everyone to be able to join in for 13 hours, that's for sure. But I shall be here. I shall chat away if anyone comes in. I have been to the Liverpool War Museum. It's very good. Can't turn my light off completely. No one can see me. Yeah, aviation really came on in leaps and bounds. You know, Amelia, when she first saw her aircraft when she was 10 years old, at a fair with her father, and he offered, you know, he said he'd pay for her to have a flight in it, and she was like, no, it's just rusty old wire and sheet. And then to this plane that she's flying in, obviously we can't fly in the one she had, but even today, I think if she could get into this moon, you should know, you know, without the autopilot, she would be able to fly this, because her instruments were pretty much the same. I mean, you know, not a lot as so much innovation in a very short period of time, and the six-pack's a six-pack. You know, she had the Sperry auto gyro pilot, which was, you know, only had been demonstrated a few years earlier. You know, where Lawrence Sperry flew along the Seine with his assistants Emil Cachan. Demonstrated the first leg with his hands in the air off of the controls. Second leg they flew back, he had his hands off the controls, and Emil Cachan stepped onto the wing so that it auto leveled. And then on the third leg, it came back with Emil on one wing and Lawrence Sperry on the other, and no one on the controls. And she has that in this aircraft. I've never actually seen one of it, and it is at the Seattle Museum of Flight. I'd love to have a look at that. But it would basically set a heading, and it would keep your altitude and keep your wings level. And that was, you know, 1927. So came on leaps and bounds. Bit cloudy out here. Bit of a glow on the side. There's Dangerous Brian out there on the wing. I've got Captain Butters slightly ahead of me. Big Tone on the left. Winter Band, Draco, Floyd Drake-san, Kozaki Flyer. Yeah, once this COVID thing's done, I think we will absolutely have to do some get-togethers with the old Fireflies. Thank you for following Hypertext the Hero. Thero? Oh, I'm terrible. Forgive me for butchering your name. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. You know, I've only ever flown Cessnas 152, 172 and the odd Piper in my time, so I don't have any experience of flying older aircraft in the real world. I'd love to go in one though and see how they handle. So we're now out over the Atlantic. Yeah, that would be good, Kingston. I know my way around Liverpool. Well, so the map looks like that. So we're outside of Brazil waters now, nearly. That's the last hope we've got of an airport if anything goes wrong. And then it's a long way. So we were meant to land, they were meant to land here, but they missed and they ended up north. So they would have turned south and flown back, but it was all misty. So they're going to flow, they flow to the north instead. I'm literally flying it when she flew them. So it was, she took wheels up at 03:15 a.m. Local Natal time on the 7th of June 1937, as advised by the Air France crews, who said that the worst weather would be for the first 800 miles. So we're going to throw in some of the bad weather she had over this journey, which comes a little bit later on. But yeah, we're trying to do it as much as we can to the same airports, to the same runways, to the same weather, but not a lot of that is documented. I've got quite a bit written down for Africa. This one was an unextraordinary flight for them. But basically Air France recommended that you fly in the morning, early morning, and when they mean early morning, it was after midnight. So Amelia set off at silly o'clock in the morning on that day. I think out of all the flights we've done, she started pretty early. This is still the earliest one. So we're all hoping to see a nice sunrise when it comes up, which is going to be north of us. I know, and it sort of spoils the sort of visual senses of something to look at. But even if it was day, it would be thick cloud. It's going to absolutely teem down with rain. So we're not going to see very much. We're only going to really see something when we get to the doldrums, which was north of the equator on this particular flight. So yeah, we're trying to keep it the same where known. So if we have diary evidence, newspaper evidence, museum records evidence, we will fly that. She was American. She was born in Atchison, Kansas. And her former home is the Amelia Earhart Museum today, and it's maintained by members of the 99s. And the 99s was the organisation that she became the first president of, and consisted of the first 99 female aviators that had pilot's licenses, and they still look after her stuff today. Fodagara, hey, hello, how are you doing? Hey, Rad Pilot Randy. We're underway. It's dark. Change tanks. We've left the coast of Brazil. We've left America behind us, and we're on our way across the Atlantic now, South Atlantic, heading of course the 060, heading towards the equator. Thank you for following Grumpy Pirate and Greensmower1. Lovely to have you along with us. You've caught us on a very long flight today. We're flying from Natal in Brazil to St. Louis in Senegal. It's a single hop flight. We're flying in the Mooney M20R. We can't fly in the Electra because it's not in the game, but the 80th anniversary flight of Amelia Earhart's Round the World flight was also done in a Mooney, It was done in a Mooney M20K, so we're relatively similar, and it was specially adapted and held 200 gallons of fuel, which gave it a 300-mile range. Thank you for the follow. Coffee House. I saw you last night on your stream. Thank you so much. Hey, Mrs. Two-Tone. I hope it's going to... I mean, it's not going to be a sensational view stream because it's pretty black. We have a slither of the sun in the north. And it's only coming up at 4 a.m. Natal time. So, lovely to see you. I hope you've enjoyed watching the rugby. That's a good way of doing it, Vograx. I tend to do it every 5 gallons. There's not too much of a disparity in weight alignment at that point. Thank you for following Fatakara. So it's either every 15 minutes or 5 gallons. No, because there's nothing to shout at, is there? Look, it's like, look at the state of the fireflies, shining brightly in the distance. Nice. It'll be, look at the state of that sunrise for sure. We waxed lyrical about that last week, didn't we? I actually ran out of different words to try and explain how beautiful the weather was. I think I repeated myself several million times. So keeping everything in the green, which is good. You're cheating already, okay. I have been having problems with the sim. I am imagining it will clonk out at me at some point. So when I come up on 1 hour, I'll do a quick hop out and save and see if that works. Mr. Two-Tone is at work today. But he did say he would pop in at some point. So we're at 5,500 feet, which is roughly what she did. She flew between 5,500 and 5,850. We'll see what the weather is when we cross the equator, or what time of day it is, and match it all up. He certainly pulled a big community together. Yeah, very, very thankful for Mr. Murphy and all he's done for us. You know, so I wouldn't be doing this without his encouragement. I was actually just going to stream them on Discord, but here we are 10 flights later and going quite nicely. I don't sleep terribly well, and when I do wake up early mornings or whatever, I jump off and see. I sat and watched Arctic Tern this morning as he was flying across the Mediterranean to Cyprus. So I've managed to catch a whole load of new streamers that I never would have thought about dropping in if we hadn't come back to Flight Sim. They're not looking for me, Kingsman. Just don't tell them where I live, all right? Can't even show off the lovely livery we have. So we're flying a custom livery that's been made especially for the stream, based on the Electra 10. So Amelia's Electra was an aluminium skin with red highlights on the leading edges of the wing and between the cross rudder, the twin cross tail. So this one's also an aluminium skin and with red highlights on the leading edges of the wings and stabilizers, and you can get a copy of that on Two Tone Murphy's website. So if you ever want a copy of the Electra-inspired Mooney livery, designed by Gibbo Ireland, especially for these streams, you can get a copy of it. Yeah, the Electra is lovely, isn't it? Let me see if this works. Try again, Greensmower. That should have allowed you to post a link. Crikey. That made me jump. Captain Arash, how kind of you. Thank you so much for the raid, Captain. How did your raid, did you, lovely to have you all here. How did your rest of your flight go? Did you make it? Did you have enough fuel? Can we throw some hype at Captain Arash in chat for his raid with 19 people? Welcome everybody. I'm Alison. I'm currently reenacting Amelia Earhart's epic flight around the globe. You catch us on probably not the best looking stream that I'm ever going to produce in my life. We are currently out across the Atlantic, where we left Brazil, Natal, Brazil at 3:15 in the morning, and we're headed for St. Louis in Senegal, which was French Occidental Française. And we're going to be at this for a good few hours now. We've been going 42 minutes, and there's probably another 10 or 11 hours to go. So, okay, I'll have a look, Greensmower. But yeah, so we're on our way, but it's pretty pitch black. I'm accompanied by several of the fireflies of the Two Tone Murphy flying circus. We've got Floydrix, Winterband, Draco, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, Big Tone 66, Captain Butters. We've had a few others on the way, but obviously it's a very long day, so people can't always fly with me all the time. Thank you, Green Smo. That's really useful. That's really helpful. But yeah, it's pretty black. It's pretty black here today. We're going to have this for a while. The sun will eventually rise on us from the north. But we are somewhere across the Atlantic now. We're not far out, so yeah, that's roughly where we are. We've got a long way to go. She flew this leg at early morning because the French aviators that used to fly across the route between Dakar and Natal often said that the worst weather was within the first 800 miles. So they always took off in the early morning, which they meant after midnight. Depending on the weather on the day of the 7th of June 1937, she was either going to take off when she did, or she was going to fly in the afternoon and then leave late afternoon, so fly across at night. So, but she left early morning. Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great day at work. 2 months, thank you so much. It's really, really lovely of you. Can we have some hype in the chat for Mr. Murphy? I'll give you some hype. How's your day going? So in about, I reckon we're going to be doing about 5:30 this evening. I will be doing a little giveaway to the chat. All followers and everyone else is available to join in, and it will be for an Amelia Earhart Memorial branded flight mug for some tasty beverages. There will be, I'll give two away, one halfway through and one towards the end. So I hope my giveaway is going to work. So it's at about 2 hours 20 minutes time I'll do the first giveaway. It's 50 now. And then if whoever wins, we'll arrange on the Two Tone Murphy, if you can contact me on Two Tone Murphy or through my chat whisper and send me your name and address, I will get a Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug out to you. So yeah, so cheers for some tasty beverages. And the design of the merchandise is designed by our own community's John E, and he's done some fabulous work for everybody. Excellent, Two Tone, excellent. Yeah, you take care, Captain Arash. Thank you so much for coming along. All my best to you and Emma. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I will catch you probably on, if you pop back at any point, or on Monday when you're streaming. So have a great weekend if I don't see you again. Take care, and thank you for raiding my channel today. I really appreciated it. And I'm sorry that they've not got much more to look at than some clouds, some lights, fireflies, and some sun in the distance. So, but we're doing what she did. You know, she flew in this darkness. She said that it was just the subtle lights of her instruments that pierced through space as they flew towards Africa. So we're doing exactly what she did, except in a simulator. Thank you for following 757 Spy. Lovely to have you here with us. I hope you're having a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the stream and the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight, Leg 10. We have a way to go. There is going to be very much nummage bummage, I imagine, on this flight. I hope that I don't fall asleep. I'm probably going to have intravenous Red Bull, not sponsored, TM. John Wren 1012, thank you so much for the follow. We have to be careful these days. People think you're promoting stuff through up. You're not. So in total, there were, if you were planning the route and you would fly each route 1-to-1, there are 29 legs. There will be more, because she didn't just go from one leg to the other. There were a couple of legs where she went to one place and back because of illness or problems with the aircraft. We will do that. We will double back on ourselves like she did. So I'm going to have around 30 legs. So I've got about 20 odd more to go. We've got, at Wheels Up today, we had 18,800 miles to go before doing the double backs. So we have a long way to go. I'm quite fast with 2 legs. How fast I would be with 20? Trying to do it so accurately. Obviously, the diaries, the museum entries, the newspaper articles don't give everything away. But I've tried to where I can. So, you know, we've flown in sandstorms, we've flown in rain, we've flown in lovely, beautiful skies. So we are going to have rain, really heavy rain on this journey as we approach the equator. So probably about an hour and a half. We're going to go into some pretty yucky rain. So we'll be using the WPP heavy rain setting. So the flight's around, 28,600 miles approx, yeah. In a Mooney. Okay, 1 gallon on the tank to change. So yeah, it's reckoning us about 9 hours 50. Yeah, when people disappear on us. Yeah. I am anticipating a problem today at some point, just because. So it's probably actually pulling a little bit more than it should, actually. She's about one. Yeah, she's pulling way too much. Perhaps I'll change it. Can I change the weather and chuck it? Because where's that headwind gone? Let's give us some broken clouds then. Oh, and it's not March, it's June. The 7th. And we want a headwind. So, cloud coverage. Actually, we want cloud coverage to about 6,000. Because we're just below that. And we want a wind layer. And we want the wind layer to come from 46, and we want it to be at about 17.3. I don't know what the gusts were. Whoa, they weren't that bad. Let's bring that down. Let's try that. Let's see if that slows us down. Come on, you should slow me down now. Nope, you're not slowing me down. It's 17 knots. 17.3 knots is around 20 miles an hour, which is what she had. Yeah, I know I'm pressing buttons. I shouldn't. Buttons are bad. No one sees anything. Let's try this. Whoa, what is going on? I have a very unsettled autopilot. Change tanks. Right, so what are we doing now? We're doing below 150. So she would have been about 148. So that's probably okay. Shouldn't have been playing with buttons, should I? So I'm using a honeycomb alpha. Something's gone horribly wrong with my controls. Honeycomb alpha. I'm using currently the Cytec throttle quadrant and the Cytec rudder pedals. I do have. Let's just change this again. Because big and bold was horrible the other day. Let's try. Back to overcast. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to get it straight now, but I have messed about with everything. I should have left it be. Let's get my manifold pressure back to where I want it to be. Let's get the let's lean out that mixture a bit, bring back my fuel to where it was. So I've been waiting for my Bravo since pre-orders came out. Whoa, she is not happy. Very not happy. What's going on here? Trying to kill myself now. This is going to go horribly wrong. Trying to get my attitude right. Come on. I'm going up. Come on. Aircraft. Oh no. Right, I'm not going to mess with it anymore. So I ordered the Bravo a long time ago, and when they first started pre-ordering, some people I know have ordered it February last year and still don't have it. Mine apparently is going to ship the beginning of April. There's something not right now. Something's gone horribly wrong with my controls. Well, that's the thing, because they haven't. Copy it out. So they've been putting orders on their website for people, and they haven't been sending them to their distributors. So Amazon in Europe aren't getting any, but they're meant to be coming through Aerosoft. So I have 2 orders in now. I've got one with Amazon and one with Aerosoft, and see which one comes first. So, yeah, I was very lucky with the GPU. Yeah, it's leaning me in at an angle. And the trouble I've got is if I apply rudder, it's not sticking. I can't play football. The rudder control is either flying full right or full left. Yeah, so it's not right here at all. I am about 99 minutes out over the Atlantic, and I'm having some control problems, which is really strange because I've turned everything off because she didn't break down. But I'm having tremendous problems right now. So it's not that. Flaps are all up. But my rudder control is like stuck off to the left. Yeah, that's another thing, rudder trim. So rudder trim's pretty much centered. And my lights are going on and off without me touching them. that'll get me for... Hey, Sim Aviation, lovely to see you. You've caught me having problems. I'm going to try something cheaty, I'm afraid. I'm going to see if I can... Yeah, something's broken. Something's gone horribly wrong. And I can't control my rudder. You're very welcome, Arctic Turn. No, it was lovely to sit and watch your flight. You know, when I wake up early. I had this a long time ago. Right, so let's take that off. Take that off. Just make sure. I'm just gonna change that off. Turn it off. Turn it off. So, just for the moment, let's altitude hold that. Go on to heading mode. Oh, I'm sorry, Draco, to hear that. Oh, crikey, I must do something. Oh, thank you, Coffee House. That's really kind of you. Thank you. That's really kind. Thank you. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Okay, 39 on the right, 39 on, so change to left. It's not ideal, but we're tracking 059 now, which is roughly the approach course for Amelia. Speed's a little bit higher than I would want it to be. Fuel flow's better than I want it to be, so which is good. Let's bring down that there, change the manifold to 20. Cool down the engine a bit, get it down to around 1400. Okay, right. Pray the gods that we're going the right way now. Reaper Levier is there. We've got... so you guys are all ahead of me now, so I'll try and catch you up. How did your flight go, Arctic Turn? How was the flight to Cyprus? VC runtime and .NET. Oh, crikey. Right, so some fiddling around here with more buttons. Everything seems to have settled down again. That was a bit scary. Oh, yeah. Turkey is superb, isn't it? Okay, well, I'll catch the fireflies up in a bit. If you need to post me a link, Draco, you might need to send it as a text message. I'll try a permit, but it didn't work earlier. So the so Amelia had the full. She had the whole lot. She was fully maxed out. And the Mooney that did this jump had 200 gallons of fuel, which would give it a 3,000 nautical mile range. Yeah, I keep deleting my rolling cache as well. Do I dare put it back on cloudy now? Can I put it back on cloudy? Please be nice. What's it gonna do if I press this button? Okay. Right, we're back to clouds. I'm not going to press any more buttons. I'm going to leave it now. I will change it to heavy rain and we'll just put up with whatever she gives me. But we're now tracking 060. Let's have a quick look at the nav map. Yeah, so we're doing okay. I don't know if you guys, if you weren't here earlier, this is the navigation chart that Fred Noonan used across the Atlantic, where they tracked a 060 degree course as well. Because it was cloudy, they couldn't. He couldn't do any celestial navigation. They were aiming to get to Colonel Fort, good morning to you. Thank you for subscribing for 2 months. And you're on your 2-month string. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Here's Johnny. Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're having problems. We've, in about 2 hours, we're going to be doing a giveaway for a John E. designed Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug. So we will be doing that for everyone who's in chat. And yes, you missed. Well, I hope you missed my faffing about with buttons, but I nearly killed myself. My controls really went all out of whack. My rudders didn't work. I couldn't play football. I was like moving stuff around, trying to get the ball in the middle so that it wasn't, but it just wouldn't play. It was just swifting from left to right. The avionics just went crazy, and would have probably pulled my wings off. So we've got 1,500 miles to go, 8 hours 53 minutes. Just after sun comes up, we are going to be... Oh, Kazaki Flyer, that's very kind of you. Thank you. We're going to be in some very bad rain. So as soon as the sun comes up, we're going to put that heavy rain in and see if I can crash again. So I hope you're all having a good day today. And thank you for joining us on the leg 10 of the Amelia Earhart Round the World flight. We've got Floydrix, we've got Winterband, Big Tone 66, Captain Butters, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, Reaper LeVaye, all crazily flying across. Ailerons into the wind, how are you doing? Yeah, 1,200 nautical miles to go. It's dark, we're wearing sunglasses. Let's hit it. Absolutely. Oh, and I've still got my map up. So, and as Amelia was flying, she kept notes, so we're not ready to read some of these yet, but in the left-hand column here it says St. Louis or Dakar, so she was making some notes here, but we'll read some of these notes out as we go along. She wrote, so this one here at 6:50 a.m. when they were just crossing the equator, and then she's got some more notes about the rain and everything, so we'll get there. So yeah, we had some control issues. Hopefully it's not going to kill us again. I hope you had a good week, Sim Aviation. I've seen you've been doing some flying around today. As I mentioned, she was trying to do radio comms at some points during this flight, but she couldn't actually raise anybody, which really sort of brings some bad forebodings in. Yeah, so it's over there on the website, ready for everyone. So I'm flying a specially designed Electra-inspired livery for the Mooney, which is aluminium based. It's got red highlights on the wings and tail, and it's available for download over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. And it was designed by Gibbo Ireland of the Two Tone Murphy Flying Circus community, especially for these series of streams. Now, sadly, this part of the stream's not showing it off, but I absolutely love it, and it really suits the Mooney. Seamus McNeil, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well today and that you had a good sleep. Still pretty dark, and so with 2 gallons till change tanks, everything's starting to come back into the green now after my trying to kill the aircraft. So it's a long flight, guys, so if you are flying with us today, make sure you get up and stretch your legs. On this journey, I mentioned that the Air France loaded up the aircraft with food, lots of turkey sandwiches apparently. And one of the things that surprised Amelia when she was in Natal was that for her evening meal, it was very much it was things like corn on the cob, homemade apple pies, and things like that. So she was feeling quite at home. And all the music we play on the stream is licensed and used through Epidemic Sound, so it's all DMCA free. And we're out over the Atlantic. Not very much to see now. Some fireflies in the distance. Nearly a dead Mooney. So, for those of you that have been with me for the last few legs, we started off in Oakland. We flew down to Burbank. Burbank was the home of Lockheed back in 1930s, where the Electra was built. The first few legs across North America were the shakedown, where they tried to see if there was any problems with the aircraft. We flew from Burbank to Tucson. When we landed at Tucson, Amelia's aircraft had a left engine fire, so they had to stay there and overnight for repairs. Luckily, the automatic extinguisher on the engine put most of it out, so it was basically rubber caps that burnt. And then from Tucson, we flew down to New Orleans, And then New Orleans, we flew out over the Gulf, so our first water flight all the way down to Miami, where at Miami we spent a rest day, and from the rest day we then started the round the world trip proper. She hadn't announced it really until then. And then we flew down through the Caribbean to San Juan in Puerto Rico. And if Arctic Turn's still watching, he's going to murder me for the next bits because my pronunciation is rubbish. And we flew from San Juan in Puerto Rico down to Mataran in Venezuela. And then from Mataran, we flew down to Paramaribo in Guyana. And then from Paramaribo, we flew down to Fortaleza in Brazil. And then we did a little short leg on Monday night from Fortaleza to Natal to set up this flight today. And then it's across the Atlantic to Dakar. And then from there we'll go across Africa to Gao, Khartoum, the Red Sea, and from Red Sea we'll complete another one of Amelia's achievements, which is the first single-legged flight from the Red Sea to Karachi, and then from Karachi to Calcutta down through the Philippines, on our way to Darwin in Australia. From Darwin to Australia we'll fly to Lae in Papua New Guinea, and Papua New Guinea is the last leg that Amelia attempted, where she flew to Howland Island, some 2,255 miles, very thin sliver of land, and never arrived. So this is the journey we have ahead of us. Once we get here, it's Africa next. So we've done North America, South America, and now it'll be Africa. Then it will be Asia, Australia, and then back on en route to North America, where she was headed to arrive at San Francisco on the 4th of July, 1937. Well, it's funny you should say that, but it's not today. But I have ordered a checker shirt and neckerchief. So soon.tm, soon.tm. And I still have my map up, so that's photos. And for those of you who have just joined us, I don't know if you know, but the Electra was heavily tested by Clarence Kelly Johnson, and he designed all of the mathematics around the flight, the fuel loads, the climb speeds, the descent speeds, how much they needed to, all the manifold pressures, and Clarence Kelly Johnson went on to head up the Skunk Works division, which and famously worked on the SR-71. And he was involved in Amelia's project to adapt the Electra for this round the world flight. Welcome back, Gibbo. Oh, nice, Colonel Falk. I hope you enjoyed the livery. So we're at 35 and 39, so changing to right tank. Okay, Draco. See you when we see you. I guess it's still some time till we see sunrise. We still on the same time zone? I haven't. Have I changed anything? 40. I've probably changed it, haven't I? How long have we been going? We're going 90 minutes. 99 minutes from there. 3:15. 60 minutes. Yeah, about an hour and a half. Okay. Yeah, I probably crashed that as well, right? Because it was all on the wrong day. Let's watch some of the guys flying around in the dark. What time do you guys have? Did you have it also at 3:15 when we took off? (4:41). Okay, so I'm not too far out from you guys, so. Okay, so I'm not too far off my actual game clock as well, so. Come on, sun, bring us. Come bring us some lovely views of rain clouds. Because that's what we're going to get as soon as the sun comes up. Thank you, Seamus. Well, I'm trying to. I mean, it's not super hard. It's not super easy to get all of the weather right, as you saw earlier. There's something not right with some of these weather settings. And I'm probably going a little bit faster than she did because I can't get the sim to do the headwind, which would slow us down to where I want to be, but that's fine. But I'm trying to do it in the night and everything, and she literally had nothing to see. I think you missed out on my notes that I wrote earlier, which I said earlier. What did she say? She said, the takeoff was in darkness. The longer runway, which had lights, was unavailable. So we used the secondary runway whose surface was grass. It was in the dark. It was even difficult to find it. So Fred and I tramped the length with flashlights to learn what we could, establish some things like guiding landmarks, however shadowy they were. However, we got into the air easily, and once off the ground, a truly pitch dark encompassed us. The blackness of the night outside made all more cheering the subdued lights of my cockpit glowing on the instruments, which showed the way through space as we headed east over the ocean. The night is long that never finds the day. And our night soon enough was day. I remembered then that this was my third dawn in the flight over the Atlantic. So her first one was when she was a passenger across the Atlantic, where she said that she felt like she was a pack of potatoes rather than an aviator. The second flight across the Atlantic was when she flew it herself, and this is the third time. Yeah, she has, lots of things. She said the weather was exactly as predicted by the efficient meteorologists. We did have a headwind all the way. I dare say they even averaged 20 miles for the first half of the distance. Then we had a stretch of doldrums, period of clear skies, and the next area, low, ragged clouds strewn about, and then the heaviest rain you've ever seen. The heavens fairly opened, tons of water descended, buffeting weight bearing heavily on the ship. Remember, she called this a ship. Fortunately, it was long after daylight. The water splashed brown against the glass of the cockpit, a soiled emulsion mixed with the oil sputtering from the propellers. Flight speed was about time. Calculations were about time, based on a rough speed of 150, and we're not too much more than that. I did not open the engines, as we have plenty of work ahead of them, and I wanted to treat them as gently as I could, so that if we needed more than an extra 20 miles an hour, we could use it. We can't see it, but halfway across she passed a mail plane, and but it had telegraphic communication, so she couldn't contact it. She did try and broadcast her voice, but she never ever found out whether anyone heard it. Super Typhon, hi, how are you doing? Welcome back. You missed the craziness of me trying to kill myself in my aircraft. So 35 on the right, 30, 30 on the, yeah, 38. It's 1,477 miles to go, 8 hours 37 minutes to go. We're out across the Atlantic. We're tracking 060. We're doing approximately 160 indicated, 171 across the ground. We're tracking a little bit high. I tried to change the wind to be the headwind that she had, and it nearly killed my aircraft. So I'm not going to fiddle around too much now with buttons. I will change the weather so it's like it was. It was. My controls all went crazy. Yeah, my turn coordinator, the ball shoved to right, shoved to left, shoved to. Have they? Oh, that's brilliant. Because they think it's going to be stuck there a while, don't they? So once as before, I kept a little diary on flying over the Atlantic. The first time that route, some 4,000 miles further north. Some of those scribblings later appeared in a book of mine. Here, then, are some extracts penciled at a random set-down logbook, which was a stenographer's book with loose leaf. So we'll be reading some of those as we get towards halfway. Yes. The guys are behind. Are you behind me? Have I overtaken you all? Dangerous Brian's out on my wing. Floyd Drix is out there. And then we've got Reaper Levier, Captain Butters, Big Tone 66, Winterband, Captain Butters, Kazaki Flyer, Big Tone 66, and Floyd Drix flying along with us. No, I have not got custom scenery for Goss. I am using out of the box, Brian. No, I'm using standard. So going in runway 36. Because they flew in when they crossed the coast. They were going to turn south towards Dakar, but it was a bit misty and they thought it would probably be safer to take it a little further out of the mist and land at another airport, and they came across St. Louis, so they landed there. So the time right now in the game, it's around about coming up to 5 o'clock. So it's 4:56 a.m. in game. We are 99 minutes into the flight. And 1,467 miles to go. Excuse me. So we're headed towards the equator again. So we only crossed the equator 2 flights ago. We're now going to cross it again, going northbound this time. Just keeping a track that time is moving. It's probably because of my cloud leather. I think in real weather, it's lightning. Yeah, it's bizarre. As I say, I mess around with the weather and cause myself big problems. So I'm trying to avoid it at the moment. Shouldn't be too far ahead, probably within must be within an hour or so. Well, she didn't have lightning, so I'm not putting lightning on. We will have some lightning on the flight, but not today. Let's have a see. What is more buttons? Hard to say. Probably within the next hour or so. I think we are getting some light over the horizon, so oh God. Did your cat leave you something to walk into? If it did, they're little beggars, aren't they? we should be starting to come into the light now, really. Is it just the clouds? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's the clouds. So what? Hey, Papa Chopi, I'm good, thank you. No, I'm really good. Oh, let's give us all something to look at, cheat a little bit. Now we can all say, look at the state of that. You've started something there, Murphy, with that saying, but look at that. I know I cheated a little bit, but I was just looking at my chart and we should have been seeing some sunrise. Can't. I would upset a lot of Irish people if I tried to do an Irish accent. Would you look at the state of that? See, rubbish. $33. See, I can sort of get there, but not really. And I will not do a Welsh accent. Oh man, look at that sunrise! Look at that! Look at that! Oh my word, guys, look at that! That is sublime. Yeah, I've got a nice shot of that. And it's Reaper Livier. Dangerous Brian. So we're all coming out of the clouds. Lloyd Drakes, Big 1066, Winter Band 54341, Kazaki Flyer, Captain Butters. I haven't, Jay Winokur. No, my other half's probably watching it now. So we're closing in on the equator, ladies and gentlemen. We're about, I guess I say that we're closing in. It's about 170 miles to the equator. And then it's going to be nice for a bit, for about 40 minutes, and then it's going to piddle down with rain. But at least now we can see the water that the sharks are in. We've all not picked up life rafts. We've all got armbands, and we've got our turkey sandwiches that we can use to give to the sharks while we paddle towards Africa. And so far, my aircraft's not tried to kill me a second time. Look at that, though. It does make you forgive it, Colonel Fork. I must confess, last night I was incredibly frustrated, and I will probably get frustrated if it crashes on me today. Latjor, thank you so much for the follow, and Torhack01, thank you so much for the follow. I missed it earlier. All my other stuff is bingling, but not my follows, so apologies if I didn't catch you. But thank you for following us and joining us on our crazy flight around the world. Following the 1937. Thank you for following insert random username here. And thanks for coming along and joining us on our flight. Feed them on the co-pilot. Fred, you swim that way, I'll go that way. Isn't that lovely? And you can start to see the aluminium skin of the Electra shining the light off it, changing in the colours as we go. Now I'm getting, so 34, 35, change to the left, Hank. I'm getting overawed by the sun. Electro Mooney, yeah. Like I say, the livery is available to download on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. Designed by Gibbo Ireland, especially for these streams. So, if you're flying along in a Mooney and you want to look like an Electra, I think it's perfect. Makes it look very swish. Okay, so 1,428 miles to go. 8 hours 15 ETE. Everything seems to have gone back to normal now, so... Seeing that a bit over peak. Get that fuel down to some decent usage. It is a great plane. I love it, and I think it was so great actually that it was in the game and they used it on the 80th anniversary flight, which means that we're sort of following in the footsteps and not too far out of what has been done before. I mean, I'd love to have done it in Electra, but it just isn't available. But I am looking forward to Wing 42's Vega 5B. That was, I mean, they did the Vega 5B that they did for other sims was fantastic. The sense of, hey Scotland 73, oh Scotland Comet Project, how are you doing? Not a problem, mate. Real life comes first. So I hope you didn't have a too bad day at work today, and welcome home, and hope you're looking forward to a great evening. You've caught us some. Two hours into the flight now, nearly. We've got 1,400 miles to go, just over 8 hours left. We will be having to refuel because the Mooney couldn't, our Mooney can't hold 200 gallons of fuel. So we're going to get down to about 20 gallons, fill it back up to full. We're not going to ever go over the full 200 gallons the modified Mooney had. But we should get there fine. The Vega's an incredible aircraft. the Wing 42 one they did in the other sims, certainly P3D's one, if you did a barrel roll and flew inverted, so the passengers held onto handhold, the sort of leather straps that came out the ceiling, they actually all move independently of each other. And so if you fly upside down, they all flop onto the ceiling and things like that. So I'm hoping that they will bring the craftsmanship that they brought to the Blériot to the Vega. And then that will be incredible to do her transatlantic flight in, and her California, the Mexico flight, flight across to Honolulu, and then the Grand Circle navigation east to west, west to east. And of course the Atlantic flight. So here we are. Clouds still above us now. Heading towards the equator. Crossing the southern Atlantic Ocean with the Fireflies. They've kindly been with me since we took off. Got a long way to go. Sadly, we're going to have a little bit of bright lights for now, but mainly pretty much just sea. That's all we've got to see. I'm quite looking forward to the Africa trip. A lot of it's across the desert and parts of Africa that I've not flown across yet, so that's going to be great. Yeah, so yeah, it was nice. It was a nice touch. Oh, and the other thing was that if you didn't lock so there were two ways of getting into the cockpit in the Vega B. One was through a top hatch where you'd climb into it. The second one was that the backrest of the pilot's seat actually opened out into the passenger area of the aircraft. And if you didn't lock that down and you leant against it or had too much force, the pilot could roll backwards out into the fuselage with the passengers. And they had that all modelled as well. So if you did a very steep climb, the door would fly open and everything like that. So very well simulated. And of course, it had the wobble lever to bring up the pressure in the aircraft, and it also had a fuse box. And the fuse box, when you had to unscrew it to open it, and in it you had all of the fuses, and some of them would blow if you didn't start the aircraft properly, and then you'd have to go through it all again, change the fuses from a spare box, lock it all up, pressurize the fuel all again, and then start the aircraft. So I'm hoping that they're going to do all of that with the Vega B, and I will be one happy bunny, that's for sure. There you can see for the first time today the lovely red highlights on the wings and the stabilizers. So doing an homage to the Electra 10E. Brian did a beautiful job. Bad Dog Muncher, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, we're doing grand. We're just about 2 hours into the flight. We've got about 8 hours to go. 34, 34. Let's just run that one down to 30 and then change. We've got about 8 hours to go till our first, where we cross the shore, and then we'll turn north to St. Louis in Senegal. So we're doing really well. Apart from a little bit earlier where I messed about with the weather and nearly killed the aircraft. So Amelia didn't do that, so if anyone was watching, I'm sorry. It was totally unintended and everything went to pot. But certainly couldn't get it stabilised, that was for sure. Yeah, it's good. This is going to be this is I think the second longest trip we've got on the flight. Obviously, the Howland Island trip is the longest. So there's a very short trip from St. Louis to Dakar, and then it's 1,000 miles from Dakar to Gao, and then it's from Gao all the way over to Khartoum. Knuckles were definitely whitened. I was struggling, but I tried to aviate, then worry about the navigating, and then try to communicate. So aviate, navigate, communicate. Just trying to make sure I didn't go into a spin, which I nearly did. You know, and you can see why, you know, I'm not night rated. So you can see how quickly it can go wrong when you don't know when you just completely become disorientated. You know, the first thing I did was focus on my instruments at that point, just to make sure that, you know, try and control them. I was having trouble controlling them, getting them up and down and moving them, and certainly my rudder pedals weren't cooperating. But it was to try and get it into a point where at least we weren't going too badly. I mean, it was out of control, but we rescued it. But you could say, you know, famous people like Kennedy Jr., that's what happened to him. He got disorientated, wasn't night rated. Yeah, I was only ever day rated. So. And we're seeing some change in the colours now, so the sea's becoming a little bit bluer. The sun's now above the clouds and showing very mistily through, and we've got nice sort of slivers of silver at the edges of the horizon. As we cross the equator, we'll go into some nice clear skies for a little bit. Well, Kazaki Flyer, that's going to be the challenge, right? Can I land it? When I get there, it does seem stabilized at the moment. I'm not going to mess it up. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to take it off of autopilot at the moment. I'm just going to leave it because it's stable. As we close in on St. Louis, I will take everything off and I'll hand fly it. I'll hand fly once we get over the coast, because then I can make a decision if it's bad or not. Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, you know, if I can get it down on the ground at least once we're across the coast in a safe-ish area, then we can at least turn it around, if you like, reset it and get up in the air, and then fly hand fly it back into Senegal. But yeah, I'm hoping that it'll behave now. How's everyone doing? Guys that are flying along, how you coping? You know, 2 hours and oh look, prettiness. We've got a gap in the clouds like an eye of the hurricane. You see the aircraft much better now. Yeah, I've got a nice screenshot of that. Get rid of me while we got some nice stuff. Beautiful, isn't it? And as you say, Colonel Ford, it really does make you forgive it at times. You watch now, it'll do something silly and I'll swear at it. So we've got about an hour till our first giveaway, and I hope it's bloody going to work. So I have it all set up, ready to go. Slightly different looks of the clouds today after last week, which was just, you know, we had purples and pinks and peaches and blues. And today it's more silvers and greys and reds and oranges. Hope so. Right, what are we doing? So 32 and 34, 2 gallons on the left till change tanks. Numbers are all in the green. CHT is a lot happier now. Oil pressure, a little bit high, but not more than normal. Oil temperature is okay. Everything else is nice and stable. Taking screenshots of the guys flying behind. So we've got Torhak is with us as well now. Lovely to see you. Thank you for joining in and keeping me company. My wingman out there on the right, Dangerous Brian. He's also sporting the Amelia Earhart livery. I can open my windows a little bit now, get a bit of light in. So I now have a channel on the Two-Tone Murphy Discord where my streams are announced. So if you ever want to keep track of what we're doing and announcing them, you can join us over on Two-Tone Murphy's Discord, and where we've got a great community of helpful, friendly people. We're joined over there by Colonel Fork, and he's flying along with us today, and he streams on Sundays, Tuesdays and Thursdays. And of course we've got the great Two-Tone Murphy himself, who, without whom I wouldn't be here doing this. He streams on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. We've had a raid today by Captain Arash and his crew. Captain Arash is also on a mad epic journey. He's flying around the world in a Cessna 172 and predominantly streams on UK morning times. Normally on Monday, Wednesday, I think it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. Started doing a new thing on Friday, which was quite fun to watch at work. And obviously we've got Fabio, who does a great lot of stuff, raids me regularly, which is always keeps making me heart in mouth moments, because he has so many great people with him and he's such a good flyer. Tonight, later on, we'll probably jump in and see CD, because we'll probably still be flying when he starts. Tomorrow night he's running his quiz show. Colonel Fort, were you taking part in that, or is someone taking part in that from the Two-Tone Murphy community this week? Do we know? And then some shameless plugging. We have some great merchandise designed at the moment to support this flight. If you want a mug, a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, I do need to speak to Mr. John E. nicely for the black designs, but we're going to see if we can work on some black designs. But I will be giving away 2 giveaways today. 2 mugs with the design on. So we'll be giving that away at 5:30 today, and probably towards the end of the stream. And No worries, Colonel Falk. Obviously, sadly, I won't be able to join yours tonight, but I will quickly pop in on my browser to say hi as you're going along. I won't be finished until way after yours, I'm afraid. So 31 on the left, getting ready now to change tanks. It's starting to get a lot brighter out there now. We're still not quite at the equator. Bit of a mammoth journey, this one. Oh gosh, yes, it's tomorrow, isn't it? I keep forgetting. Yeah, and I've just said, haven't I? Sunday, Tuesdays and Thursdays, or Tuesdays, Thursdays and Sundays. Going mad in my old age. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Kazaki Flyer. I think it's really cool to be doing something like this. You know, I want to do. I'm gonna try and focus on lady aviators or female aviatrix, and their journeys and their achievements in their firsts. A lot of people focus on, you know, male pilots and everything, but I think it'd be nice to do some focus on the ladies. One of my challenges is to try and get more ladies flying with Two-Tone Murphys, flying Circus, flying with Colonel 4, flying with everybody. So hopefully we'll have Mrs. Two-Tone at some point. I still have hopes for Annalisa joining us. Once I get my Bravo, I'm going to work on my housemate. Are you listening, Pork Panda? Because I reckon you could fly along with us as well. She's probably going, There'll probably be V's in chat any moment now. Down front, welcome. Thank you so much. Oh, I just absolutely have to do it. She was an idol of mine when I was younger. You know, what she achieved, how she achieved it, how she stood up for women's rights, how she, you know, there's a very poignant thing that we'll do right at the last, and I won't do it now because I'm not going to ruin it, but there's something that I'm going to put up on screen from her last letter. And, you know, incredible lady. And she did it in a time when this was all new. You know, as people were saying earlier on, you know, we went from string, wires and paper to quite advanced aircraft in less than 30 years. Is this for a desktop or a laptop, Annalisa, that you need drives for? Because I might have some spare ones. Because I changed all mine when I bought my new computer. A laptop. So you need an M2, okay. Happy Saturday, Annalisa. I hope you're doing well, darling. I think he has to do it, Mrs. Two-Tone. I really think he has to do it. We want that women's flying arm of the Fireflies, right? Show them how it's all done. Or not done, in my case, after nearly crashing this morning. So, 30 on the left, 34 on the right. Let's change tanks. The lady flies. You know, as you say, yeah, we need more. It's lovely to see more lady flyers. You know, so we raided B Mint last week. She was absolutely gobsmacked, wasn't she? We've got Katie Pilot. We've got Pilot Emily. There are a few more that are popping up. Yeah. I'm nowhere near as good as any of them. You know, certainly Pilot Emily. She's a real world commercial pilot. I don't have the experience she has. You know, so. But we're trying to mix it up. Sheena, I must look her up then. A lady ATC controller stream absolutely does count. Now I know that there are quite a few ladies that do VATSIM and Pilot Edge, but I don't know if they stream it. That's really cool. Oh, me? Oh God, yeah. Well, you know. Yesterday's flight plan didn't work so well. Couldn't quite get just... That would be great, Colonel Fort. Thank you. I even had my pilot calculator out earlier. Let's see if I still got it around. So I was doing some calculations for the dead reckoning of this flight. I know I'm using an autopilot, but I wanted to try and see if I could match it to some of Fred's shots. So it's basically, it works like a slide rule, and you have you can basically do flight time, fuel calculations, wind calculations, dead reckoning, the whole works with. And as a private pilot, you have to know how to use one. And then you plot that against your maps, and then you mark up your charts as you're going, and that's what Fred had to do on this flight because the clouds couldn't let him navigate by star or anything. Splasher6, hey, good afternoon to you. It's going okay. We haven't crashed, although I nearly did. I tried to change the weather to be a headwind, and it all went crazy. Even though it wasn't really crazy speeds, it was like 17 knots, so it shouldn't have been anything terrible, but controls went to pot, everything. So yeah, I'm good. How are you doing? You doing okay? We're about, well, we've got 1,300 miles to go out of 1,730. So we've got 7 hours to go. So we're doing all right. Remember, guys, take a break. If you're flying along with us today, Amelia had a commode in the back of the aircraft. Volata Sim, welcome. Good afternoon to you, or good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world today. The colours have been amazing again today. We took off in Natal, Brazil at 3:15 a.m, so it was pretty black. And then the sunrise that we had approaching the equator was fantastic. So yeah, we've got some high level clouds. When we cross the equator, it's going to be few clouds for a bit. Then it's going to be heavy rain for about an hour and a half. And then we're going to go into clear skies, doldrums for about an hour. And then it's going to be few clouds again. So we've gone through the night part, which was pitch black. We saw, you know, obviously when we flew away from Natal today, looking back over our shoulders, we could see the lights of Brazil and Panamerium Airport, which would have been absolutely not there back in 1937. That would have been, oh, we're going to crash. It would have been pitch black as they took off. Wake turbulence. Looks like it, right? Thank you. Thanks, Colonel Falk. I favorited that. Nice. Brilliant. I shall go watch her. Keep an eye out for her. Yes, I'm always on the lookout for good lady streamers to watch. So 1,347 miles to go. 7 hours, 41 minutes. We are 33 on the right, so 3 gallons till we change. Yeah, I really wanted to get that 20-mile-an-hour headwind to bring us speed down. We're going to be there a little bit quicker than normal, but every time I touch it, it seems to want to break the sim. And it could be something to do with the Mooney. But we're at 5,500 feet, tracking 059 degrees, which is roughly... We're you know, after all the messing about with there, I mean, Fred's navigation chart had 060. A jet would already be halfway there. Yeah, absolutely. You know, 4 hours, right, door to door, and we're going to be like 10 hours. I think she did it in 10 hours, 10 minutes in the Electra. So yeah, he did 060. Insert random username is in the it's what are you flying in? Is it one of the CRJs or something? Oh, not the CRJ, the Cessna. Oops. What did you do? Oh, symbols. No, I thought I'd set that at a maximum of 25 symbols. That's really AT30, okay. But I thought it was like a fake. Oh, a fake one. Right. Okay. It's fine. The frame rates are fine. We don't like have. So I'm going to get to 50 and change this now. So we're taking a look at my stopwatch. Quickly tap that and tap the other one. 59. Reset. Reset. Okay. I changed it in the week because you got caught last week, Super Typhon, and I set it to a minimum of 25 and a maximum of 30, which I think, you know, 25 emotes is probably well enough, right? Ash and I are the fireflies behind. The moon is starting to look lovely in the sunlight. It's dangerous, Brian. It's all good, all good. So, here we go. Coming in on the equator. I don't need to do the blessing of the line this time. We did that on stream 2 weeks ago. And it needs to be done the first time. So sun's rising now in Natal where we left. So I have a little map to show us the sunrise times. So you can see the Yes, it would be cool. I mean, at the time, I think she only saw 2 ships, but she did say she flew down towards one of them, went near the equator, tried to radio it, but didn't hear anything back. And 32. No problem, Chilled Corky. Lovely to see you, and thank you for dropping in and saying hi. We're still 7 hours 36 minutes to go on this this monstrous trip across the southern Atlantic, or across the Atlantic. It's going to be southern and northern Atlantic, I guess, right? At some point. Serious rugby match. Who's playing today? Yeah, Brian. Yeah, he used. Yes, it is. Obviously, she had twin engines for reasons for redundancy. We don't have that luxury. But yeah, back in, was it 1935, 36, the American authorities banned commercial aviation aircraft from carrying passengers unless they had two engines. Atlantico Centre. Oh, there's a very serious rugby match. We've got Mrs. Two-Tone versus Chilled Corky. So it's Leinster and Munster. Oh, right. That is quite... Yeah, I mean, we're breaking all the rules. Even Amelia broke all the rules here, right? There's no E-tops here. Hey, GN Lou. Thank you so much. It was designed for me by Gibbo Ireland on the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus, and is free to download if you want a copy for your Mooney over on twotonemurphy.com. So, oh, that's not it. So, if you go to that page there, you'll be able to download it. It's right at the top, and you can download it for free and fly along and honour the Electra. It doesn't matter. Insert random username. You know, I'm doing the experimentation in the Mooney. You're very welcome, Gian Loon. You know, if anyone else wants it, tell them where to get it. Yeah, I'm flying the Journey in the Mooney. It's sort of like what Brian Lloyd did. His was an M20K, mine's an M20R. But unlike Brian, we are going to have to refuel, so we will not make the journey in this one. The in-game one has a range of 1350 nautical. Just under 60 miles to the equator. .31 on the right, nearly time to change tanks. Still got the guys flying along. Gonna be a long old flight, isn't it? Is this a cup match or is it just a league match? Oh. Hello, Tax679. Nice to see you. I hope you're having a good day, morning, afternoon, evening. London Controller. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Jamie. How are you doing? Thanks for popping by. You've caught us on our leg 10 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial flight. We're flying between Natal in Brazil and heading to St. Louis in Senegal. We have another 7 hours 30 to go. We've been in the air for about 2 hours 30. So I'm in a Mooney M20R Ovation. Obviously there's no Electra 10E in game, so it's 10 hours in total, I reckon, 10 to 12. So we've been going for a couple of hours already. So I reckon we'll finish just after midnight, near 1 o'clock in the morning UK time. Sadly, we can't have the 200 gallons of fuel the M20K had in it when it did the 2017 80th anniversary flight. So we will have to refuel in the air, but I won't use any more than that 200 hours. So, but yeah, it's a long flight across water. It's a bit cloudy. Once we get to the equator, it's going to be sunny for about an hour, and then it's going to be torrential rain for about an hour and a half, and then it'll be the doldrums for a couple of hours, and then we should be closing in on the coast. By that time, it's a little bit misty. We're trying to do it to time, real time. Can't be real weather because it's not 7th of June 1937, but from her diaries, we're trying to recreate it so that it's like it. I tried it earlier, changed tanks. I tried to change it and put the headwind in as she had on the day, and the sim went crazy. So I've had to turn it off. So I'm going about 15 nautical miles faster than she would have done that day. But the Mooney, with its 200 gallons, and the Electra with its huge fuelage, flew roughly the same speed at the same height. So pretty good. Oh, the Lancaster would be lovely. I think someone's working on one. So I think that they're working on it. Oh, Jamie, thank you. Thank you, London Controller, for subscribing. Thank you. It's really generous of you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting this crazy epic flight of ours. We've got another 20 odd legs to go. Thank you. We had 18,800 miles to go this morning when we were wheels up at Natal in the pitch black at 03:15 AM, Natal time. I'm doing it once a week because they're work. I can't do it during the week because my work, but because they're so long, once on a Saturday is absolutely fine. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the Lancasters. I am from the UK, yeah. I'm based up in Newcastle upon Tyne, so my accent doesn't tell you where I'm from, but this flight in total, Amelia Earhart did it in 10 hours 10 minutes. We're looking at YI Reek Canny Champion Gantan Tun Aveneb. I reckon we'll be doing about 10 hours 28 to 11 hours 28 tux. So I have snackage, and I had drinks, and Amelia was very well provided for by Air France when she stocked her aircraft up at Natal with turkey sandwiches and all sorts of fresh fruits. So, but in my case, I've got coffees, Red Bulls, Jaffa cakes, and jumbo cashews with jumbo raisins. Did I change my tank? I did. Did I change my tank? I can't remember. I was 30 on 30, that's fine. Yeah. These are not just Jaffa cakes. These are M&S Jaffa cakes. So I would share them. I don't know quite how. Do you know what did you do then? Sorry, London Controller. What did you do? Do you know I'm going to turn him off? He's such a pain in the bottom. Give me a second. I might go back to Nightbot. Cloudbot, you are naughty. Do that. Alright. Hopefully no one will come in and be naughty and upset the stream. No, you're not. Well, I've turned them all off now. So. Oh, I'm sorry about that. This is only my 10th ever stream, so I tried to fix it during the week to be nice, and it's not being nice. That should stop you now. So we should be able to do a nice. People can do links, but if people put naughty ones in, I'll have to end them. Yeah, that's probably a naughty word. I've allowed it for them. I told the stream it's not too family friendly, but we try to keep it family friendly. But I have said the odd B word myself today. So, oh, Gibbo, hey! There's Gibbo doing some avionics, aerobatics there. Thank you for the follow, Jay Winoker. Gibbo Island actually made this livery for us. So it's an Electra 10E inspired aluminium and red livery. With nice red highlights and lots of aluminium shininess. So that it looks something like the Electra. So I'm very proud of it. Take care, Jamie. Lovely to see, and thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I'll catch you in the week. See you later. Enjoy Mrs. Mrs. Two. I was going to say Mrs. Leinster. Mrs. Two. Enjoy the rugby. I hope whoever's team wins. Was that diplomatic enough? So we're coming up on the equator now, where we'll be changing from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer. Still in the tropics. I think she said it was about 60 degrees when they crossed the Atlantic. Downfront, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to our Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight. We're on leg 10 and headed to Senegal. On the day that they flew, the weather was rubbish, so Fred couldn't do any celestial navigation. As you can see, there's not really much you can navigate here apart from the sun. They had worse than that for a lot of the time, and they actually did not arrive at Dakar, where they were trying to get to. They actually ended up north of Dakar, and Amelia, so about 3:36 p.m. He passed a note to her and said change to 36 degrees, estimate 79 miles to Dakar, and she scribbled underneath this what put us north. So she was absolutely writing here to query why they missed. This flight was full of lots of little things that all didn't add up and all went wrong in the end. So number one, neither of them could do communications with Morse code. Relying on UDF radio telephony back in 1937 was a huge mistake. They really should have they should have tried to get someone like Muntz, who was their original navigator, who could do telegraphic communication, and I think they'd have had much more luck. Fred was a great navigator, but it's reported that he used to drink, so that might have affected him. John Wren 1012, enjoy your foodage, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you for popping along and seeing us. Really appreciate you joining us in this little fight of ours. So 29 on the left, 4 to go till we change tanks. Okay, right, we are now crossing the equator. If you've never crossed the equator before, now's the time to baptize yourself in the initiation of the court of King Neptune by pouring some water on your head. I did it live on stream when we flew north to south. CDL, good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us in. This is when they wear their business socks. But if they had the business, I mean, they only had a few pairs of trousers and tops. I hate to think how many pairs of socks they didn't have. But, you know, literally Amelia and Fred turned up to people's, they turned up to evening dinners in slacks and shirts because they didn't have any evening wear. So they looked rather underdressed. So here's the King Neptune. I'm not pouring orange over my head, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm going to give it about 15 minutes and then we'll get some nice skies. And then in half an hour's time we'll be doing, I'm going to try and do my first giveaway here on stream, and hopefully it's going to work and not kill everything. But I'm going to be giving away an Amelia Earhart memorial flight mug with the John E design, and so I'll be giving that away to one lucky viewer. So that will run between 5:30 UK time and 6 PM tonight, and I'll do another one around about 11 o'clock. So everything's stabilised now, thank crikey. I tried to set the weather to have a headwind of 20 miles an hour and it just completely went crazy. Not playing ball, so we'll just have to be careful when I change the weather shortly. So we're going to go to few clouds for about an hour and a half, and then we're into the heavy rain for about another hour and a half. Hey Dennis, nice to see you. Oh, you caught up with us? Yeah, we've got quite a few fireflies with us today, and some other new flyers. So there's Reaper Olivier, Dangerous Brian, and then we've got Gibbo Ireland, Foydrix B, Torhack 01, Big Tone 66, Winterband 5431, Captain Butters, and Kazaki Flyer. So we've got quite a few of us here flying along, and all we have around us is water everywhere. We've got our armbands in case we need to ditch, and turkey sandwiches to fend off the sharks with. I mentioned earlier that Amelia called this her flying laboratory, and at several times across this leg, Fred would pop out some silver tubes with slides on that you put under microscopes, and they would capture air, microbes, bacteria, or whatever was flying, or bugs that were flying along. At one point, they did get a bug in the cabin, and he had to try and chase it around, trying to catch it. But this earlier on, when they put the first one in today, he coughed and spluttered all over it and was going to throw it away. But Amelia said, no, put it in there and keep it in there, because it will give them something to look at and worry and wonder what the hell happened when they look at this one under the microscope. So he did. So I haven't actually been able to find out what they did with the microbial research and everything. That was going to be done at Purdue University, who pumped up $80,000 for the cost of the Electra that they flew in. Absolutely. Let's look at this gross stuff, or give someone something gross to look at. Yeah, she was very much a tomboy. She grew up with her grandmother, and her grandmother really didn't want or force them to grow up as ladies. So she and her sister were both pretty much tomboys. And obviously, Amelia used to have long hair, which she cut really short into a bob when she started taking flying lessons with Netta. And she didn't want to stand out from the male pilots at the time, so she cut it really short, and she kept it that way all the time. Getting close to beer o'clock. So we finished all of our beer, Brian. We bought a pint a little while ago, and we made our first American pale ale in it, and it came out wonderful. It did, didn't it? I mean, she really did have. I liked her short hair. I think I took that one out, but got so many pictures of Amelia Earhart. 27 on the left. Yes, I'll find my colour pictures and post them up later. Okay, Gibbo, lovely to see you. Take care. See you soon. Okay, 1267 miles to go. 7 hours 14 minutes till we head north. After we cross the coast at Senegal. Everything's still all good in the green. The controls are starting to finally behave themselves. That was really strange earlier. Yeah, it probably would, Floydrix. The trouble was, on this particular leg, she pretty much had everything, other than lightning, darkness, clouds, doldrums, clear skies, few clouds, heavy clouds with rain. I don't have the capability to do it, but I would love there to be a weather tool in game that if you're flying a long flight, especially, you could say, right, for so long I want this, and then I want that, and then it changes it over time automatically for you. That would be really cool. user points just in case anything goes wrong. Getting my longitude and latitudes so that I can always just post those in and rejoin. Cheese and Walker's cheese and onion crisps. Annalisa, crisps are on the go, look. They're Walkers, but cheese and onion. I've also got some crisps. What the hell are these? Oh, knickknacks. I haven't had knickknacks in years. Ribbon saucy, apparently. I'll share them when I open them, Annalisa. Crisp packet. 26 and 30, getting ready to change. Try not to press too many buttonages and everything. So as we cross the equator, a little bit of so we're a little bit ahead of her time because we're going a lot faster. So to match like for like, just after the equator, she flew up to 6,000 feet. So we'll just gently jaunt up to 6,000 feet. SJ Fly 2, hey, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are today. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. We've got 1,250 nautical miles to go. Another 7 hours 39. We've been going for about 3 hours 10 now. Well, about 3 hours. So on track for a 10 hours, nearly 11 hour flight. So Amelia did it in 10 hours 10 minutes. I reckon we're going to be closer to 10 hours 30. Maybe 11, after all my faffing about early on when I tried to kill us. Hey, War Hamster, welcome back. I've got another 7 hours 31 till the first waypoint, and then about 20 minutes from there. So it's going to be about 10 to 12 hours of flying. So we'll be ready to come and see you after we finish flying CD. So we will definitely come and see you after I finish. If it takes you 7 hours to hoover the stairs, Warhamster, you're doing it wrong, mate. Unless you're doing one step at a time, go and have a sit down and try it again. Yeah, I should be very well practiced for that. I'm going to do a range test tomorrow. for the across the Atlantic, across the wing race across Australia. The many levels of hammy. Right, 25 and 30 change tanks. Okay, we're coming up on time. I mean, we're not going to be able to do what the weather did, which was just change into brilliant sun, but we're going to change it into brilliant sun in a bit because that's what she saw. She had brilliant sun at 6,000 feet. Sorry, Annalisa. Yeah, I mean, we don't have such super scenery like we had last week, which was stunning. We've just got water everywhere, and lots of cloud at the moment. I'd like to think that she would use the weathers panel if she could. Yeah. So about this sort of time, she'd have been crossing the equator at 6,000 feet. The sun was brilliant, and she said little lamb clouds, which we're not going to really have them below us because we're only at 6,000 feet. But hey, let's change it to something nice. Let's pick a few clouds. Woof! And there, instantly, we have some new sunnage. She had turkey sandwiches and fruit on this leg. That were provided by Air France at Natal. And she often flew with a flask of hot chocolate as well as lots of water. So here we are. We've got some little lamb clouds floating below, which is about right. Just crossing equator, 6,000 feet, sun brilliant, little lamb clouds below. Can't do the dark ones ahead, but there are some dark ones ahead. In a little bit, she would have seen a ship, and she'd descend to see them, to get a report, but she couldn't do any of the comms on him because she didn't have any telegraphy. So, in a bit, we're going to have just clear clouds completely, clear skies, and then we'll go into heavy rain. So we've got happy little clouds. Oh. And she didn't avoid them. We're going to go straight through them. Oh, good to hear, Jay Winnaker. Oh, they parted for me. I didn't actually have to go through them. It's the second time they've done that. Okay, so we're 25, 30 on the right. 6,000 feet. 1,236 miles to go. How far from that is it? So so it's not far from that. It was about a gigabyte of download. Some people had problems. Some people had to re-download. So it doesn't in-game SJ fly. So the 80th anniversary flight of the Amelia Earhart around the world was done in a Mooney M20K that was heavily modified and flew with an NR number, so North America restricted, and it had additional fuel capacity that extended it to 200 gallons, which pretty much took up most of the back of the aircraft, and it had a range of 3,003 nautical miles. So we're doing that because we don't have the Electra's range, and she had a significant amount extra fuel on that one as well. So I thought that the Mooney, because it flies at an appropriate speed similar to the Electra, and that they've done a round the world flight as an 80th anniversary homage to her, that the Mooney would be great. and it's in game. So it's been done before. I don't think it's too unfitting to do it again in a Mooney. If the Electra was in game, I totally would do that. Yeah, I mean, so even on this part of the journey, we're mentioning fuel. So ragged clouds are, around us. There's some giants here. They're throwing, the sea's throwing a liner about. Gas fumes in plane from fueling made me sick. Sick again this morning after starting. Stomach getting weaker, I guess. So she suffered quite a bit from gas fumes on this flight. The left engine started knocking just after they crossed the equator as well, but she thought that was probably to be due to too much oil, because she said that whilst they were very careful about wiping oil cans, they weren't so very careful about filling her aircraft up. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Slasher. If the Electra comes out, I absolutely will do it again in an Electra. I have reached out to aircraft sim makers, sim aircraft designers, who have already done an Electra to see if they're going to be doing some. They've said not at the moment, but never say never. So I'm just hoping someone will, because the thing was, it was quickly outpaced and outdated by the Boeing. So, it was ripe in its position back in 1935 for the twin engine, but it just didn't have the same everything that the Boeing did, so lost out quite heavily to that. So it's not quite it's an iconic aircraft for Amelia Earhart, but it isn't necessarily an iconic aircraft that everybody would think about. So, but I'd hope that someone would do it. Because I'd love to fly it. I don't know if anyone's seen the film Amelia, but they have the Electra that I keep showing off here, which is now based at the Seattle Museum of Flight. This aircraft was featured in the film, and so you can hear those Wasps engines in real, and it's pretty cool. It does have historical significance, it absolutely does. But I just wonder how many people would do that over the DCs. Do you know what I mean? But the Vega, I am definitely going to be doing stuff with the Vega. I'm hoping to do some other series as well, until the Vega comes, because the Vega's not going to be out until Q3, Q4 potentially this year. So I will probably do, while that's not out, I will probably do Amy Johnson's flight from Croydon to Australia. But again, no Gypsy Moth. So yeah, absolutely. So the flights I would do in the Vega are her Atlantic crossing. I would do her flight from California through Mexico, her flight to Honolulu, and also her Grand Circle navigations from east-west, west-east. And if they ever bring out a gyrocopter, I'll recreate her flights in the pet can. Try and kill myself at 18,000 feet in the air, as she reached the altitude record for that. She flew coast to coast in a gyrocopter as well. She did a lot. She did a lot in less than 20 years. Uh, 1922, she set the women's altitude record. She received her pilot's license. She received a pilot's license in 1923 after setting an altitude record. She set the women's airspeed record of 181 miles an hour in 1930. She set the highest autogyro altitude limit in 1931 of 18,451 feet. She broke the previous woman's transcontinental record in 1933. She threw 3 solo flight records: Honolulu to Oakland, Los Angeles to Mexico City to Newark and New Jersey. And then in 1937, she of course did her round the world equator tour, and disappeared after having done 22,000 miles of them. So, you know, and that is notwithstanding all the things else she did. You know, she invested in and was part of some of the first East Coast shuttle routes, between Boston and DC, I think it was. I could be wrong on that, but she was she invested in that with Gore Vidal. She did lots of circuits. She obviously took part in wing races. You know, the First Ladies Derby, she came third. Her husband tried to bribe someone not to fly, and Amelia found out and made her fly. The person that won wasn't the person that was going to be bribed not to win. So she had a great publicist in her husband, but he tried to make her the best of everything, which she was actually, at her time, not the best of aviators. But she certainly had great publicity and did amazing things for women. So I have my fingers crossed for hopefully having my little grubby mitts on an early copy of the Senegalbbb so I can play and feedback on it. I have flown it in other sims, and it's a handful. It's definitely a handful. And I think the Spitfire's a handful. At least the Senegalbbb had a nice big set of wheels. So 1,212 miles, 7 hours and 02 minutes. We're closing in on the first giveaway. Still have, so we've got Danny's here now. Thorhack, Boydrix, Big Tone, Winterband, Captain Butters, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, and Reaper Levier. $28 and $25. Everything's in the green. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to see if I can lean this out a bit more. Get some more fuelage out of this a little bit. So she was an incredible woman, and she did, lectures, went from university to university talking about her experiences. Inspired a generations of little girls, you know, who used to send her letters after letter saying, you know, I want to be a pilot when I grow up. She wanted, you know, she worked a lot of jobs when she was younger, working towards her pilot license. You know, she brute transport, lorry driver, the works, just to make sure she had the money to be able to get her license. She had her own clothing line, her own baggage line. She appeared in Cosmo quite a lot. Yeah, there have been some reported issues with autopilot after this last patch. At least there's no ice, right? Well, it's about 60 degrees apparently, or should be at this time of year across the equator. Amelia had lots of ice on her first flight across the Atlantic. Her solo flight across the Atlantic. She iced up really badly. You know, chunks of ice sliding off the windscreen and everything. Okay, SJ Fly, go enjoy your snackages. So after the giveaway, I'm going to have a chocolate Jaffa cake. I wish I could give some away and hand them out to you guys, but sadly not. I'm going to have to eat some and suffer the eating. Send some in an envelope. Got you. hoping we'll see Dougal at some point today. I sent so I had a track IR and I'm not really using it. I've still got the track IR, but I could never use the clip that you put on your headset because it just doesn't fit mine. And Dougal couldn't get one for anywhere, so I sent him my old one. So that's it, Dennis. I'll take one for the team. That's the word. Those are the very words I was thinking. I shall have that as well. But I now have my my reverb, and I absolutely love it. So but I'm not flying this in VR because that would be really, really tough. 1201.2 nautical. We're under 7 hours to go. We've now been streaming at 3 hours 28. That's pretty good. 6,000 feet. Tracking 058. We're about 2 degrees off the magnetic that I was aiming for, but that'll do. Second packet of cheese and onion. Well, I can raise you a packet of cheese and onion and have a packet of rib and saucy, also not sponsored by Knick Knack. I haven't had these for years, since I was little. Oh, also not sponsored by HB. Very well said, Bot Panda. Also not sponsored by HB. But if you want to sponsor us, I will happily hold up the HB reverb and say how good it is. Captain Sickbag, welcome back. Good, we are under 12. We're now 1,198 miles to go. 6 hours, 57 minutes to go. You should find us. There's about 10 of us somewhere across the Atlantic. Closing in on our very first giveaway. I hope this is going to work. Please forgive me if it doesn't. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. Forgive me if it doesn't. I'm going to try starting a giveaway of an Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug, sporting the wonderful John E design. So it's going to be available for the next 30 minutes. Anyone who's a follower is welcome to join in. Just give me a moment. Oh, come on. Bear with me. It's not playing ball. Okay, so has it put everything up? I've started the giveaway. To enter the raffle, use !giveaway1. So for the next 30 minutes, this will be available. You can only buy one ticket. There is no cost to this other than being a follower. The muggage will be provided by yours truly as a gift to all you guys who are coming along and flying with me. The raffle it will do is automatically generated by Streamlabs. Basically, you buy the merch, run the giveaway, it says who's won it, and then I can arrange to get it sent out to you. So but it's sporting the fabulous John E. Amelia Earhart design. It's got Amelia in the clouds. It's got the Earhart light, which is the memorial on Howland Island. It's got the Mooney sat on the ground next to it, and obviously it's got my little signature of Alley Cats 2021, which is scrawled onto the back of the nature reserve board by the seashore. The giveaway will finish at 6 p.m. UK time, so in about 25 minutes. So 25 and 26, getting ready to change tanks. Oh, have you landed? Water landing time. So one of the things that Amelia said, obviously about, what did she say? Let me just find my notes. She talked about just trying to find the notes. Hang on. Find it. What have I done with that? But she was basically saying that she was hoping that obviously these flights across the Atlantic were quite hard, and that one day she hoped that there would be like floating runways on the water that would be used to land on and refuel at. Which obviously never ever did happen, other than we've got aircraft carrier. But obviously no one can use that except the military. Well, so far it looks like it's working, so fingers crossed. Very close to a water landing. Draco, I saw your message on Discord about the faulting runtime. See, that's a VC runtime as part of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it has to be Microsoft Flight Simulator, the VC runtimes. I mean, I've turned off everything I possibly can that uses it, but there are so many tools that use it. So Streamlabs uses it. So hopefully, so 25 and 25, change tanks. Now we're on to the left. So 5 gallons to 20, 5 gallons to 20 on the right. Then we'll refuel. Oh no! We'll throw some armbands down to you. Some nice blue skies and all the guys. Oh, Captain Sitbag has caught us up now. It does look very cold and wet down there. sun and the blue bouncing off the beautiful moony colours. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's that time again, guys. Just to remind everybody, you know, we are needing to take a break. Stretch your legs, stretch your arms. I've been pedaling. My altitude at the moment is 6,000 feet, Captain Sitbag. I am tracking at about 163 indicated and 172 ground. Oh, good luck to everyone that's entering the raffle. Oh, Christ almighty. I'm sorry, Draco. So here we are. North of the equator now, heading towards Senegal. Fireflies aloft, 6,000 feet. Going to be heading into some really horrible weather in about 45 minutes. Ah, very nice. And for anyone who's new to watching, if you want a copy of the livery designed by... designed by Gibbo Ireland. You can get a free copy over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. Flying Dutchman WA, good afternoon. Good luck with your raffle entry. Like to program, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. Lovely to see you today. We have a raffle going on at the moment. Like to program, and the winner will receive the first of 2 Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mugs with the wonderful John E design on. Yeah, it might be worth it, Draco. So if you enter !giveaway 1, you can receive a ticket, and we will announce the winner about 6 o'clock UK time today. It's just weird how it happens. (1,163 miles to go, 6 hours 44 estimated time en route. Good luck, GN Lou. Oh, poor Annalisa. Get your ticket entry in, darling. Flying along with our wondrous fireflies and friends. I'm really so honoured that you come along to fly with me, guys, on this crazy journey that we're doing. Flying 28,800 miles around the world in a flight simulator. crazy good fun. Tour Hack 01, yeah. So sim time is approximately 0743, which is 0943 UTC. We're flying few clouds at the moment. I am at 6,000 feet. Yeah, so Annalisa took part in the giveaways on the 4-streamer. Good luck, Annalisa. She won a copy of the Flight Simulator Premium Edition. Thank you, Captain Sitbag. We had 18,800 miles to go this morning when wheels up at Natal. So, you know, Amelia had completed over 22,000 miles before she disappeared. We will complete that journey. We will land at Howland Island. Cat Battage, the legend is Cat Bat. Great to see you, my friend. Yeah, Intoxicated Pilot, good to see you. Yeah, that Corsair looks nice, doesn't it? I'm definitely, you know, I'm definitely more a steam gauge type of girl. Prefer the older aircraft. I don't mind using glass cockpits, and I don't mind using the G30 because I have used them in real life, but mainly I did VOR to VOR. But sadly, Amelia didn't have those, so we can't even do those. I mean, she didn't even have the ships too. So, but I do like the older aircraft. Haven't really flown a lot of jets, but I have flown the odd one, but not very well, especially the fighters. Well, I'm cheating a little bit today, to be honest with you. I didn't cheat the other night when we were flying around Italy. I was doing VOR to VOR, which I liked, and actually I was just doing good old IFR. I follow rivers, I follow roads, and I follow railways. So when I'm in the UK, in the sim, I can navigate pretty much around the country using the roads. Oh, that's very kind, Annalisa. I'm doing it because it's actually hard to press all the buttons and talk and keep everything going. But I do enjoy taking out my map and flying the northeast of England with it. I mean, it's huge. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a proper flight mappage, but this is one of my navigation charts maps for the northeast of England. Get it right way up. So this is like Edinburgh, and this is Cumbria, and it has all of the visual reference points on it that you need to get where you're going. This is a writable one, so I can actually mark on it where I want to go. I can write my navigation chart items on it, and I use that, and yeah, because they're huge. Yeah. Oh, cloud. Oh, where did you come from? Yeah, you're sort of like, oh, and then it's because I mean, you know, the aircraft looks big, but it's not. I mean, you're literally shoulder to shoulder with your flight instructor or your passenger or your co-pilot, and trying to unfold that map. I mean, I'm only in a little area here, but the plane's actually narrower. I've never used Flight Demon. I've only ever used maps. I know it's really, really good. I only flew recreationally, so I don't fly as much as a lot of our other simmers do. You know, CD is a real world pilot. I got my license and then, you know, did all my training and everything, but I never did anything but recreational. So yeah, the tools, the EFBs like that are really good. Yeah. Oh, Catbat, you're so naughty. But thank you so much for gifting 5 gift subbages to Ozflight Simmer, Citizen 6, Sphero 1848, Naughty Gnome, and Innkeeper Rebel. Enjoy your gift subbages as given by the legendary Nummage Bummage. Sorry, I mean Catbat 9. Thank you so much, Catbat. Naughty Catbat. Can we have some hype in the channel, please, for the generosity of Catbat, who's... I must do something with that noise, right? That literally made me jump out of my skin. Thank you for following Velata Sim. That's very kind. Thank you. God, it's put me off. I had one of the... Annalisa did that on my last landing. Scared the bejesus out of me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your generosity and helping the little streamage. So, Catbat, I don't know if you've entered, but there is a giveaway ongoing. Ozflight Zone, there's a giveaway ongoing. I don't know how long it's going to take to get to you in Australia if you win it, but we've got another 10 more minutes now. It should end automatically after 30 minutes. Thank you for following Flyer 33. That's really kind of you. Welcome to our Amelia Earhart Around the World Tour. You catch me and the Fireflies crossing over the Atlantic. We've got 1,140 miles to go. So we've nearly done 600 nautical miles. We're somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic. Oh, crikey. Velata Sim has subscribed with an Amazon Prime, a Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you, Velatus. Thank you for sponsoring the channel. Thank you. Oh God, yeah. So, oh God, it's close, is it? Oh God. We had one last week, didn't we? And I ended the stream just as the hype train started. So it's the first one we've ever had. So yeah, we've got 6 hours 30 minutes to go. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God. Oh, Annalisa just resubscribed. Winterband has cheered 50 bits. Oh my word. So a hype chain is where people subscribe or donate bits, and the more you get, you unlock special emotes and everything. It's used to support the channel. They're based on time and what people do on a stream. So if you sit on a stream and people don't subscribe or don't give bits or anything like that, you never see one. But if people do choose to subscribe or do bits, you have a chance of knocking off a hype train. So basically, yes. And this is what poor old Murphy hears now. Kazaki Flyer, thank you so much for your kind shit. Oh, get ready. I've seen some more. Two-Tone Murphy has been a legendary and has gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions to my channel. Welcome Winterband, SPQR and TM, Torhack01, Kirkness, BR Low. Enjoy your new subscription to the channel. Oh, Arctic Turn. Arctic Turn has gifted some subscriptions as well. Oh my word. 10 tier 1 subscriptions. Oh my word, that is so generous. Thank you so much. Crikey, we're at level 4 already. Arctic's Turn, that is super of you. Thank you so much. It's gifted a tier 1 subscription to Viper Strike 9510, Fraser Watt, Crompton 33, Purple Kona, Vex Freeze, Colitinier. Hey darling, how are you doing? How's New Orleans today? Rod Spin, and Belbro, and Icy Miguez, Icy Liguez. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, and there's more. Oh my crikey. CDL has jumped in with a gifted tier 1 subscriptions to Rennie Trock. Here's John E of the Here's John E Designs. Fafra01, Skydive Man, Ken Gregan. Oh, lovely. Mercy, mercy. Crikey, we got to level 5. Wow. Chat pause to scroll. It's all happening. It's all happening now. It's the 2-turn mofo words now. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh my god. Boom. There needs to be lots of hypages in the channel. Oh, that's really kind. Thank you, guys. Oh, have I lost where I am? No, I've still got 2 gallons. War Hamster with the bit cheers. Annalisa with bit cheers. Thank you so much. I'm going to give out some hypes as well, because we have to absolutely have to give out some hypes to everybody. Oh, your generosity is amazing, guys. I can't, I don't know. It's amazing. Thank you. 223%. Amazing. And where am I? Thank you ever so much for everybody. Colonel Falk is gifting a tier 1 sub to Mr. Z Rider. Thank you, Colonel Falk. That's really lovely of you. Enjoy your new subscriptions, guys, and your new emotes. We've got some special Alison ones, and there's more to unlock. We have about 5 more minutes or so now on the giveaway, so if you want to take part in the giveaway, !giveaway 1, and you have a chance of winning an Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug, as designed by John E. That's some crikey. So much subbage and cheerage and bittage. Steve Solo, good luck in the giveaway. I do need to see how we're doing on that. 6 minutes 35 seconds to go. 19 people have tickets so far. Look at the vast Atlantic Ocean. I know, it's just blue and more blue. So 15 minutes after the thing will close, we'll go to clear skies for a little bit, because it's going to be doldrums. Choo choo! Wow, 18 subs and 500 bits, and we get our choo choo train. Oh, thank you, Arctic Turn. That's really, really kind of you. I will catch you on your next stream. I do try and jump in on you when you're streaming, so I enjoy your streams very much. And I must do a shout out for you. I'll set it up in a little bit. But Arctic Turn, guys, he has a non-profit that he streams for, and they do fantastic work in Venezuela, feeding and looking after children. So if you can give, I will post his link up in the chat in a minute, but I will have an ongoing shout out for Arctic Turn, because I don't know if this works. No, that's not working. He does some fantastic work over there, and his streams are really fun. Arctic Turn and I took part, we were contestants on CDL's What the Flock. Oh, I can do a shout out. Let's see if this works. that one? Or is it this one? Oh, it stopped working. But Arctic Turn's doing some great work, so go and give him a follow. He's doing some fantastic charity work. Great cause. Mark 362. We've got, she says, not really watching where she's going, 6 hours 28 minutes to go. We've been going for about nearly 4 hours, and we've got 1114.8 miles to go. Maybe it's, I'll try that. I actually had it all on a button, but it's obviously not working. No, shout-outs aren't working. I will find out why not, but...
This fucking screen filter them by the ones you own first, so you can...
Thank you, Arctic Turn. I will get it working, and I will have a proper shout out for you next time. Take care, Arctic Turn, and I'll catch you soon. And there's a link to Arctic Turn. As I say, he's doing some fantastic charity work on his streams. Someone asked me a question, do I have to send it out? No, so basically how I think it works is, because it's my store, I buy the mugs for everybody. And then it should just send it out, so they're all paid for. So hopefully it will, well, if it sends it to me, I will post it, and it'll, don't worry about that. But hopefully I will be able to put the winner in and put their address in, and it will send it to them. So we will see. But one way or another, two viewers today will get one copy of the mug each. Hey Kingsman, welcome back, darling. We're good. We are 6 hours 26 minutes to go. We've got 1,107 miles to go. Hopefully it's soon. Mine were quite quick. So you guys, how many minutes have we got left on the... We have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go on the giveaway. We've now got 20 entries. You have a chance of winning an Amelia Earhart memorial flight. Need to change my tanks. Now I'm 20. Change it to right. 14 minutes and we'll change the weather to doldrums, which will be just pretty much clear sky, nothing. And then from there we're going into rain. So you can imagine there's dark rain clouds building up in front of us. "30 seconds to go." Still got Fireflies with me. Big Tone's been here all the way. Floydrig's been here all the way. Tor Hack's with us. Catbat9's now caught us up. We've got Danis. We've got Winterbrand, who's been here all the way. Kazaki Vibe all the way. Can't quite read the one behind Captain Butters and Catbat. Is that Reaper? Reaper Livier. And we've got Dangerous Brian out there on the wing. And Captain Sitbag too now. So we've got quite a few things in here. Right, so The raffle is now closed. I am now going to press the button to pick a winnerage. Viper Strike 9510 is the first winner of the giveaway. So it's we've assigned the prize to you. How do I ship it? I will find out. But Viper Strike, congratulations on the winning your prize. So prize has been assigned. If I complete that, your giveaway has finished. So I now need to find out what it's going to do. But that's the first one. We will do another one around about 10 o'clock this evening, UK time. But congratulations, Viper Strike. I will work out how this all comes to you. It will probably come to me and then I have to arrange to send it out. So send me a DM on Discord anyway with your address and I can arrange it to get it sent out. Woohoo! First giveaway and it sort of worked. Congratulations. Let's have some hype there for Viper Strike. Oh, Viper Strike, click that link and you can claim your thingy. There's a link here in the chat. If you click that Viper Strike, it will allow you to redeem it, and I think it will probably ask you how to ship it. Let me know how it goes. Checking Discord, Brian. Here we go. This is a good thing. How about trying this for a check? How do you use or activate a sub that I got here? I'm a beginner. It should just be. You should just already be there. You've actually, if you look to your left of your name, Torhack, you'll see you've got a paper aircraft, which is your subscriber badge for a 1 month, and it shows that you're a 1 month subscriber, so it's automatically activated. I don't really use subscriber only stuff at the moment, but if we were doing subscriber only stuff, we could use it. But it helps the channel. It helps us grow. It helps us do giveaways. So it's just like it's like you get paid. You get access to emotes. If I ever did run just a members only stream flight or anything like that, we could just have it for subs and only. I don't like to do that, but anyway, congratulations, Viper Strike. You absolutely did. So, presume if you click that link, it'll ask you to put your details in because it's already paid for. Yeah, you've got your 1 month sub. It's all there. You mouse over your name. It says 1 month subscriber. So that's it. And then after a month, you can either choose to renew it or not. I mean, I'm absolutely not asking for anyone to, I would rather, if you need to spend your pennies on yourselves, absolutely do that first. It's very, very welcomed and lovely, but absolutely not needed. And Super Typhon, that's absolutely fine. This is why we don't, I don't run follower only chat. I don't run subs chats at the, I want to include everybody. And Tux679, thank you for the follow. That's really kind of you. Yeah, Flying Dutchman. Yeah, we're not halfway in yet. So 1,091 miles to go. So we have a little way to go. So Like to Program has just subscribed with a tier 1 subscription. Thank you so much, Like to Program. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Oh, wrong one. That one. So, where are we? So we're north of the equator. We're not even halfway yet. But we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. So, sort of southwest of the Cape Verde Islands. Oh my word, I haven't worked that out. I haven't worked that out, Captain Sitbag. One day I'll work that out. Oh, Kingsman. Oh, the reason that is that you're a founder. Oh no, why has that not happened? It says you're a founder and a 2-month subscriber, and it's showing you as it's showing your founder's badge. I wonder if it will just refresh at some point. It's definitely, if you mouse over your founder's badge, it definitely says that you've got 2 month. You're a 2-month subscriber. So thank you for that. I will check the settings. More buttons, more buttons. People's buttons. Buttons. Just keep an eye on my tank because I need to change it soon. TM. Subscribers. There's so many of them. Kingsman, yeah, it's definitely got you as a subscriber. It will catch up. I'm sure it's just being Twitch. Yeah, it should give you the 2. Oh, is there even a 2-month badge? Have I done it? Is it 1 month and 3 months? Oh, I might have even done that, mightn't I? Let me check. It might be you get a badge at 3 months. It might be 1, 3, 6, 9, 12. Because the next one's a kite. The one after that's a general aviation aircraft. The one after that's a commercial plane, and then the last one I think is so the next one's a jet fighter, and then the final one's a captain's headset. Yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? So Brian suggested we could do a quick countage of who's flying along with us. So if you are flying along with us today, perhaps you could pop an A and E together, AE for Amelia Earhart, in the chat, and then we'll see how many of you are flying along with us. Don't have the numbers Murphy guessed, but we've got people. We've got people flying along crazily for like 10 hours. One day, Super Typhon, you're flying with us. So far, 11, 12. Sounds very good. What type of sandwich did you have, SJ Fly? Do you know what I'm going to have in a moment? A celebratory dark chocolate Jaffa cake, ham and cheese with some dipped in a sandwich. So I take it chips are crisps. Are you in North America? And we call chips crisps. Nice. Yeah, crisp. Nice. So well, we've done our first giveaway and it seemed to work. Oh, candy. Well, I've got some. Have I got candy? No, but there is candy. I know there's candy because my Bought Panda has told me there's chocolate in the house. Would you like one, Annalisa? Here you go. Handed you it over. Approximately, I've got. I can tell you how far till we cross the border. Because we actually fly over Dakar, would you believe? So let me see. About 1,020 miles, about 1,010 miles to the shore till we reach it. So about just over 1,000 miles. So still quite some way to go. Oh, fish and chippy tea. No, VFR map's useless right now. It's been useless since we got away from the shore of Brazil. NNK Gaming. Hey, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a great day, and thank you for joining us. You've caught us surrounded by nothing but sea, and we're just about to change from some clouds to no clouds. They would have drifted away, but we can't do that in the game, so it's going to be some doldrums time. Yeah, so this flight's probably, so we're going to have loads of ocean today. Next week is going to be a skip week, because next week I am taking part in the wing race across Australia with the guys. So flying 3rd and 4th, so very long flights over there. So we'll be catching up with the next flight, which is the 1,000-miler, the following weekend. No, there is no auto speed in the Mooney, no auto throttle. It's all manually controlled. I will be streaming the wing race, yes. I'll announce what I'm doing later on in the week. I missed the first cannonball run. I wanted to have a go at that, but I wasn't very well, so I'm gonna have a go at that. So, the link should work, CD. I've turned off people being able to do links. No, I'll try and find it. It's on the forums, right? Endurance race. Just trying to find the linkage. That one. Let's try this. I turned permissions on, but let's try that. So that's the one, right? And then should have all the information in there. Yeah, that's the one. It's supporting the Flying Doctor Service in Australia, who do a tremendous amount of work, as we all know, in Australia, looking after people in remote places. So hopefully that will all be good. You're very welcome. So guys, if you want to take part and beat me in that race, you can sign up. Today's the deadline. Taking part on the 3rd and 4th of April, Saturday, Sunday. So this is a good practice for next week. I shall be rip-roaring, ready to go, biceps at the ready. We're doing good. We've just got 1,062 miles to go, 6 hours, 11 minutes. Sim aviation. So we've been going for just over 4 hours now. And it's now time to break the sim again. So imagine the clouds drifting away into some doldrums. So we now have doldrums, clear blue skies, 60-degree temperatures, fireflies, beautiful water, shiny Electras, except in our case Moonies. I've got to press buttons. I've got to put rain in yet. But all the love is holy. I know it, right? So yeah. So at 5 hours in, they had 750 miles to go. 6 hours in, sorry, they'd done 750 miles and had 1121 to go. So we are a little bit ahead of time. At 6 hours in, they had 900 nautical miles to go. Sorry, they'd done 900 nautical miles and 371. Fred, you can't write, mate. I'm trying to read his writing now. What's that? It's 871. So you've done 750 at 5. 900 at 6. That must be 907. I just can't read. Oh, it's 9. His writing is awful. So 971 miles to go at 6. So there's 1121 at 5, and we're just over 4, and we've got, yeah, about 1100. So bad. Moon lecturers. I don't have the helicopter sim aviation, so I will see you as a hovering bonanza. I don't know. I mean, if you flew the route in an airliner today, it'd take you 4 hours. So we're doing crazy well. We have our armbands ready just in case we have to ditch. Our turkey sandwiches haven't quite been munched. Ready to fend off the sharkies. I've still got my map up, sorry guys. Got the sun glinting off the lovely Moony, the moon lecturer. She is lovely. And got lovely peeps. So what's a hype train? So a hype train is just a way of really allowing the channel to be supported. When people subscribe, the streamer gets a share of that subscription. Depending on your level, I'm Kingsman 9965. It's finally caught up with you, and you've subscribed. So that took a long time to turn up. You should have your 2-month badge now. Jesus Christ. It obviously got so fed up, not fed up, but so amazed by how many subs we'd had. Anyway, so a hype train, the subscription. Yeah, I did jump almost as much as my other half mates would jump when she pokes her head round me. It's too bloody loud. So I think as an affiliate you get like 50-50. So if someone subscribes $4.99, you get 50% of it, and the same for bits. Twitch take the rest because obviously you're using their bandwidth, their servers, their it's not cheap. So if you didn't have an affiliate, still wouldn't cost you anything, but as you go up and get into different levels, you can stream at better rates. And if you're a really big community, like CDs and Two-Tone Murphys, where they have different ranks for different things, I'm not looking to branch out on my own. I'm really happy part of the Two-Tone Flying Circus, but I'm enjoying stepping out of the shadows to do stuff for women and try and promote women flyers and things like that. So when you get an affiliate, people can subscribe, and that subscription allows you, as you keep your subscription going, a steady stream of income comes into the streamer. But obviously, to keep that going, you've got to keep it interesting, do all the work, try and do something that people find interesting, and trying to find out a bit of a niche, really. So I thought focusing on famous epic flights of female aviatrix over history would be quite a nice distinguishment between other flight simmers. You know, I enjoy watching lots of others. I fly with Murph. I'd love to fly with a lot more of the others, but work gets in the way, or overnight gets in the way. But I will look forward to joining, you know, CD and his gang at some point when I'm on holiday. At some point. How much longer mileage to go? Yeah, we've got about 1,043 more nautical to go. Just over 6 hours. 6 hours and 7 minutes. We absolutely need, you know. So we'll try and get Annalisa sorted out. We'll get Two-Tone's arms twisted to try and get Mrs. Two-Tone that new rig. Bort Panda, you're next. You've got a rig, so as soon as I've got my Bravo, you can have my old stuff. You're welcome, Torhack. And it's you know, some people do this for a living. I'm not, but you know, it's I'm loving it actually. I was going to stream on Discord, and the mods and Two-Tone Murphy sort of said, "Oh, why don't you stream on Twitch? People would like that." And I've been incredibly lucky because, you know, we've got the community that I'm part of. You know, I moderate for Two-Tone, do the flight plans, try to help people on the Discord channels as much as I can. You know, turn out to be an agony aunt every now and again. So if anyone ever needs a chat, even just a shoulder, I'm only a message away. CDL, that's really kind. Thank you. Some of it's hard because some of her info is not there. But we have some in a bit. But thank you so much. That's really kind. I'm trying to keep it up. You know, we've got photos for the entire flight as much as possible. We've got you know, where I've got newspaper clippings, we'll show those. You know, obviously we've got some of her notes and everything. So you know, her logbook, which we'll read out some in a bit when it gets stormy. Obviously, when they got to the shore, they wondered why they were off course. They never answered that question. $20 and $20. Right, so Draco Sensei, look away now. $47 on the right, $48 on the left. Change tanks in 2 gallons. Oh, thank you, Two-Tone. That's really kind too. Well, I'm proud of being part of that community. It's what got me back into flight simming in the first place. You know, I caught streams of Two-Tone chasing storms. I hadn't seen your stuff for X-Plane, but when Flight Sim came out, I started seeing people do the multiplayer stuff, and I was a little bit frightened of it because I wondered if the multiplayer game was like, you know, was like a lot of multiplayer games, which is basically internet plus anonymity equals asshat. And I wondered if that was the same, and that, you know, it was just going to be lots of people screaming and shouting and, you know, saying you suck, saying you can't fly and all that good stuff. But I found Two-Tone Murphy chasing Storm Eileen, I think it was. Could be wrong, but it was certainly a storm, and it was just so funny. And then and I think you were in a DA62, I think it was a blue, and it had certainly 2 engines, and you were bouncing around all over the place, and that was really, really funny. And then I started watching for a couple of weeks, and then I think I piped up and spoke for a week, and then I was like, oh, well, perhaps I'll come along and fly one week, and then I flew. Haven't looked back. That community was there when we needed it most. It's incredible. You know, we try not to talk about the times that we have, but we have them, and they're tough. They're tough for people. I've struggled with it, you know, being locked in all this time. But everyone's really helpful. I reckon if someone needed their last penny, they'd give it to you. Or do they say give the shirt off your back? Someone would do that. We have a laugh. We have some cries, but generally we laugh. I cry when I see the flight maps Murph comes up with sometimes. Like Fridays. But everyone's lovely. I feel so... I mean, I've never streamed in my life. I'd done some odd bits and pieces for my guilds and stuff. But never really anything like this. And look what we're doing. We're on this magnificent journey following the footsteps of a magnificent lady who achieved so much in so few years. And we're able to stream it. We're able to be with people all over the world. And I'm just staggered at how inclusive and friendly it all is. It's just brilliant. I mean, I'd never have thought of going on CD's chat show. I never thought of going on any chat show because of my anxiety, but I did. And I was very pleased with myself in the end. But I was glad I got 1 point right, let alone 9. Has anyone beaten me yet, CD? Has someone got 10 yet? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have done it in a million years. And then I started watching Curl Fork. Curl Fork does a great job. You know, I love his explorations around Michigan. He's taken us on some tours, and he's doing the chasing the cup, which is good. But it's all really good, and I love it. And I can't think of not being in it now. Make me cry. How far it's all come. Nine for 1. Nice. Okay, so 4-7 on the right, 4-8 on the left. Oh, Hapes is so fast. He absolutely annihilated me on the quickfire round. Annalisa, streams aren't streams without you being here, love. I'm flying a Cessna 172. Steam gauge. Oh, 8-1 and then lost to Hapes. Is Hapes still the ultimate champion? I say he destroyed me. He was so fast. I got 5. I was quite pleased that quickfire 5 in 60 seconds. But he got, I think he got 8, I think. Or... Yeah, you're certainly making it more fun, Annalisa. Your dancing, your chattiness, your generosity, your loveliness. Yeah, you know, and I genuinely do mean the community means the world to me. I'd do anything for you guys. If I could. That's the Annalisa call sign. We don't need any bing bongs. We just need a rattling. And some dancing. Super Typhon. Just you coming along and being part of the stream and chatting along to us is fantastic. And when you get the chance, we'll come and watch you too. Six hours to go, guys. 6 hours to go. And when this COVID stuff is over, we are going to have one hell of a community get-together. Many beerages and setting the worlds to right. Eight minutes to slew. You're slewing to St. Louis. Good luck. Good luck, insert random username. 46 on rights. Everything's in the greens. Nice green skies. We've still got Catbat 9 out here. Dangerous Brian. We've got Big Tone 66. Torhack. We have Winterband. Floydrix B. Colonel Fork has joined us now. Yay! Two-Tone Murphy's with us too. Hey guys. Dennis. Kazaki Flyer. welcome guys to the middle of the Atlantic. Sorry that the scenery is just blue. That route last night through northern Italy was beautiful. I loved hand flying that in the Piper. You know what I found from my student days? I found my Piper checklist with all my procedures and everything. Forgot I had that, and now I've got the Piper 28. It's quite good. That was beautiful. So I'm going to webcamage me off just for a few moments. I'm going to let Sperry do the walk in for a few. I'm going to crawl over the gas tanks now and head to the commode. I will be back in a few moments. And back. Thank you for following Whack-A-Mole. That's very kind of you. 45 on the right, 48 on the left. Time to change left tank. As we're flying across the mid-Atlantic, 60 degrees east outside, a bit doldrumy, no wind, no nothing. We're about 20 minutes away from some really bad rain. So, Drake Sensei can look away when I press the buttons. I'd love to be able to sort of seamlessly flow one weather type into another, into another, into another. Oh no, that's definitely not thick enough to throw at someone's head. Long story short, I once threw a very, very hefty copy of the yellow Butterworth Income and Corporation Taxes Act 1990 book at someone, and it hit them on the back of the head as they were running way down a corridor because they'd messed up a brief. Back in the 80s when you could be horrible to people. I just meant to throw it because I was angry, but it sailed all the way down the bloody corridor and whacked them on the back of the head. If you go on, if you go and do a search, I don't think they even make it now, but Butterworth's yellow tax Income and Corporation Taxes Act. It's probably about that thick. Back in the day when I was a naughty person working in the tax avoidance industry, saving people lots of money without breaking the law. It wasn't a binder. This was actually a book, but it was basically every single page of the Income and Corporation Taxes Act 1990. It's all about bending the law as far as you could bend it without breaking it. Don't think I could even heft it even now, Annalisa. I think I threw them all away a long time ago once I got into software development. But it's a very big pond. A very big pond indeed. 5 hours 54. We are closing in. It didn't take very long to get there. In firewall mode. So we've got 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1,000 miles to go. Under 1,000 miles to go. Hey, welcome. Yeah, so the Mooney we're trying to fly has 200-gallon tanks, as it did in the 2017 80th anniversary flight. So it had a 3,003-mile nautical mile range. So we're emulating that. So we have 95 gallons. We've used 70 gallons, and then we've topped it up. So then we'll go down again. So we should. We've got a couple of little refills to do. So we've probably got 2. You could do 2 refills and 20, but we won't need to do that because it's only 1,700 miles. But we've still got some time to go. 5 hours 52 minutes. Nomage has appeared behind me. I shall have some of that in a bit. My air stewardesses are really quite nice to me. It looks like I've got a whole load of finger food. Looks like I've got some pudding, cookies, and some more Red Bull. So let's get back to some of my notes. And so if I go into that, and that. So this one reads. I had to translate some of this. 650, just crossing equator, 6,000 feet, sun brilliant, little lamb clouds below, dark ones ahead. Ship below, I descend to let them see us for a report. Doldrums, this is where we're in at the moment. And then rain sends crowds. Sperry has been flying all while I do this. So in a little while we'll turn on the rain, but that's what she's done here on the notes. So she's got St. Louis to Dakar in the side notes. South Atlantic, Natal, St. Louis is what she's written. So South Atlantic, Natal, St. Louis. And then once it starts piddling down, we can do the rest. My 46, one on the left. Let's get outside and see the peeps. Steve Solo's joined us now. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. Danish there, Dangerous Brian, Kozaki Flyer, Voidrix B, D-Tone, Two Tones out here. Tall Hat Cat Batter out the front. Big Tones out the side with Winter Band. And nice. So we're on the North Europe server, flying between Sierra Bravo NT, so Sierra Bravo November Tango and Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra. No problem, Kingsman, be good to see you. And we've done a giveaway today, and the first giveaway, and it worked, and Viper Strike won that, so hopefully he's been able to claim it. And all the other bits and pieces. Let me know if you have any problems with Viper Strike. Certainly all paid for, so you just needed to claim it and give them your details, I think. And we'll be doing another one in about just over 3 hours, 3.25 hours. So it's like arranging sort of tea service or meal services en route, isn't it? So instead of having foodage, we can do a giveaway. How's everyone doing? You holding up all right? For those flying with us, please do take a break. Stretch your legs. Welcome back, Draco. You must have one hell of an internet if you've done a full... Oh, my I need the hairdresser. My fringe is really going for it. You must have one hell of an internet if you've done a full reinstall. Or did you copy your folders first? Yeah, well, Dennis, you've got quite a bit to walk around. Oh, you haven't done a reinstall. I thought you were thinking of it. So I always like to think ahead. So remember, I've already thought about which airport we're going in, runway we're going in, so... Just in case anything ever happens to me, we're going straight in, runway 36 at Goss. Fingers crossed, Draco. Four hours 43 on in. .45 and 45 changing to right tank. No, me neither. .980 miles to go. Talked about the Skyhook, which was the device that Fred put out the aircraft to catch microscopic insects and stuff. Done all of that. Hmm. 5 hours 45. Yeah, so I'm at 5:43. So we're doing good, Brian. Oh my word! 20 degrees flap out. No. It's nearly getting time, guys, to put some heavy rain in. 13 more minutes and then we'll have some heavy rain. Sorry, we're going to get rid of the blue. It's going to be miserable. And we'll have about an hour of that. And then it'll go out nice again. So yeah, 972, roughly 5 hours 42 ETE. I mean, I know we're not actually flying a bit. This sort of, when you're flying across the ground, you sort of get a sense of perception of where you're going and seeing new things. It's harder on over water, isn't it? There's literally nothing for us to see. And even though we don't have any ships, they only saw one mail plane flying from Dakar to Natal and 2 ships on their entire voyage across the Atlantic. And I know we're not seeing any others and we've got people around us, but how isolated. I guess she never mentioned she felt isolated, but I think I might have felt isolated. Very true. Very true. The geography is all below the water. So I'm just going to whack a point. $750. So I'm just making some notes on my map where we are. So in case anything does happen, I know roughly where to get the coordinates to zoom back in on. Jefferson, hey, how are we doing? We're doing good. We've still got 5 hours, 40 minutes to go, so nearly halfway. Nearly halfway. And 966.4 miles until we get to a waypoint, which is sort of roughly north of Dakar, which is where they missed. So they were aiming for Dakar, but they missed it because they couldn't do celestial navigation. And Jefferson 2001 has produced some fantastic sceneries, and even has produced some scenery for our flight that we'll see at Howland Island. We will put the link on the flight before we fly it, so people can download it. But he's tidied up the atoll. He's put the Earhart light on it as it was in 1939 when it was completed, not like it looks today, which is quite dilapidated, and sits on our new designs where the Mooney sits next to it. So that's all done by Jefferson, and it's also done it such that we can land better on the atoll because he's removed some of the trees on there. There's not many trees, and you could have done it without it, but he's done that and tidied it all for us. So, and there's a nice sign on the beach. Solshe, thank you for your follow. Thanks for joining us on the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. You've got us nearly halfway across the Atlantic in a Mooney, flying with at least 10 other people from the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus community and others. We're on a 10-hour flight today from Natal in Brazil to nearly forgetting where I'm going. St. Louis in Dakar, Senegal. And we've got lots of water, and we're about to have, I'm afraid, lots of rain. So it's going to be a bit dull and miserable for the next hour or so. So if you need to grab some foodage, the next hour might be a good time to get it, unless you're flying with us. Then sorry guys, but we're going to be bumped around a bit for an hour. We'll be changing to heavy rain, because that's what it was. I will try not to kill my aircraft again though. If it goes terribly wrong, we'll just have to imagine it's raining. I tried to change the weather earlier to put a headwind in that she had, roughly 17.3 nautical from 46 degrees, and it nearly killed me. Mrs. Two-Tone, welcome back. So, I have to ask, who won? Frindage dying. Welcome back. So all of the people that have flown the route that Amelia flew since she tried it have never landed on Howland Island. They've only ever dropped wreaths or pink tropical flowers as they've flown over it in the honour and memory of Amelia and Fred. We can't do that, but we are going to land there in our little aircraft, and she was going to refuel there. There were 2 US Coast Guard cutters. The Itasca was the most famous one. That were going to refuel the aircraft, and from Howland Island they were going to fly to Honolulu. So so it was Leinster, 4 in a row. Oh, poor Chilled Corky. Well, Chilled Corky, in about 3 hours you could get lucky and win the second of our giveaways, which will be another Amelia Earhart memorial mug, which I've given one away already, and Viper Strike won that one, but you all have a chance of winning the next one if you're still around by then. If you're not, gotta be in it to win it. But well done, Leinster. $43 and $45, all greens. 6 more minutes and we'll change it to horrible weather, I'm afraid, guys. It's going to go really horrible. Heavy rain, WPP. And I hope I don't kill the sim or kill my aircraft. Tell them we're coming. Insert random username. The Electra certainly wasn't shiny when she arrived. She was very grubby, full of oil, because the water and the oil that was being spat out of the side of the engines made like a very sort of yellowy emulsion across the windscreens. The aircraft needed a thorough cleaning when it got there. Although they did that at Dakar, so they flew from St. Louis down to Dakar the next day and gave the aircraft a service. 43 and 45. So nearly been live 5 hours, so all doing good. So you can imagine the wall of clouds coming up towards us because we're about to fly into them. Rad Pilot Randy's joined us as well. Hey, Rad Pilot Randy. There's always next year, Chilled Corky. Always next year. Some nice flying there, Dennis. More of the guys out there. Yeah, 2 turns catches up. Yeah, there he is. That feeling when your VFR map is just water. Yeah, I sort of look back and there you were, Red Pilot Randy. Good to see you. Hope you've had a great day. Hope everyone's having a great day. Mrs. Two-Tone must be ready to have the gin then if Leinster have won. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's your. Oh, someone must be either very close to me, or my engine sound's gone weird. I think it's picking up the other aircraft. Enjoy your dingle gin, Mrs. Two-Tone. Alright, so the Mooney bug kicked in, yeah. I wonder if that's got some impact on how things happen. Alright, here we go, guys. Wish me luck. Buttonage. Heavy rain. It's raining. I think it's raining. Do you think it's raining? I think that's raining. Captain Arash, how are you doing? We're good. We just... So, you didn't see that, but you've seen it. So we're now in the heavy rain. We're 941 nautical miles to go. We've got 5 hours 34 minutes to go. So we're about just closing in on halfway. We're approximately 6,000 feet, which is roughly what they were at this time. Where she wrote. Where's the water bit? That's me rain stopped. It should be raining. Why have I not got heavy rain? Have I gone through a bit of a doldrum? Oh, I found the eye of the storm. Oh well, that'll come back in a minute. So we've got about an hour of this, so about 8 o'clock we'll be bringing that down. And we'll have some nice few fluffy clouds. So it's not really, it was going to be doing it, but it's not doing it now. But rain makes strange patterns on the windows, harried by speed. Driest cockpit I've ever had. Boys at Lockheed did good job. Glad I bought that new rubber lining at Fortaleza. Do you remember when we were in Fortaleza, I told you she went shopping, and of all of the things that she did, she went shopping. Fred bought a brand new suit, and she bought some rubber linings for the hatches. And she's really glad that she... Okay, Floyd, no worries. But they used... She bought some new rubbers for hatches, because obviously the Electra had a hatch over her head. Take care, SJ Fly. Take care. You've had a nice nap, and now you've got to go. You have to go for shopping. Enjoy your shopping. We're in the clouds for a bit. This is going to take a while. But take care. So we've got 42 and 45. Everything else is okay. So let's just press some B to make sure. Let's get us down to that 6,000 again. Just trim this all out a little bit. So now it's not so pretty, huh? But lots of fireflies beaming through the horrible weather. Trying to find the bit where she wrote something. I've written it down and I've lost it, haven't I? So Fred wrote in the diary, he wrote, the flight from Natal, Brazil produced the worst weather we've experienced today. Heavy rain, dense cloud formation. Earhart wrote, never seen such rain. Props are a blur. see nothing but rain through the cloud. And then she commented that that basically there was almost like an emulsion. The window, it's like if you get oil on your windscreen when you're driving your car. Very smeary, very emulsiony that she was experiencing because of the engines, which were literally the side of the cockpit. So 45 and 41 getting ready to change. So this type of weather made it really hard for Fred to do any celestial navigation, as I mentioned before, and so he was using dead reckoning to estimate course corrections, which we showed on the navigation book he was doing, so navigation chart he was using. So you can see the actual changes and directions over here that he was making on his plotted course. So dead reckoning, unlike what a lot of people think, isn't DEAD reckoning, although Wikipedia will say it is actually DED for deductive reckoning. And we explained earlier what it was about. Basically, distance, speed and time calculates where you're going. Then you can use a what they call the weather triangle, which works out your air, your altitude, and then you triangulate it, and you position yourself on a map, and then you use visual reference points to work out where you're going. Well, their visual reference points on this flight were celestial objects, so it's really hard, which is why they missed Dakar. So yeah. What put us north? Well, we couldn't navigate is what put us north. Grats, insert random username. Glad you're down safe. Sorry it's horrible weather, guys, but that's what she had. So now we're probably on the nose at 148, which is where she was. So we're on our way. So at 148, that's what she was doing. So I didn't want rain all the way, but that's actually quite good. We're now doing the speed she was doing. This is WPP heavy rain, yeah. So weather preset pro heavy rain. I think we keep getting into nice little doldrums and stuff, so that's fine. So we're going for just over 5 hours. 5 hours to go to the main waypoint. ETE for 5 hours, and then we've got a little bit for the top of descent. She said that she felt that the ship was heavily weighed down by this rain. But as she mentioned, the driest cockpit ever, which might have not been if she hadn't replaced those rubbers and seals on the hatches. So yeah, getting a bit of a buffeting around. The rain's pretty hideous. The rain effects are really good though, aren't they? Propeller washing them off of the windscreen just as they would. Incroyable. So 6,000 feet. I mean, she was at 5,850, but I could go down to 5,800, but 6,000 would be fine. Time seems to be flying. It does, right? So just making sure we've got marking some points on my map. So we've got about 79 miles till we're halfway. Nice Viper Straight. Yep, please post it up on the Discord when you get it. We'd love to see it. Brian, it's fine. Rain is fine. Sorry, it's just I knew it was heavy rain, so I wanted to try and stream it with really heavy rain. So stormy is good, but just make sure you're not being blown around too much, because it was just heavy rain but not stormy. So 40 on the right, 45 on the left. Change tanks. So yeah, we're flying from Sierra Bravo November Tango to Golf Oscar, Sierra Sierra. Yeah, congratulations on winning my first ever giveaway, Viper Strike. We will be doing some more over the legs. This is the 10th leg, Pilot Fest. We've got another 20 odd to go. We've as of this morning at 03:15 Natal time, sim time that we started, we had 18,800 miles to go. So anyone ever wants to find me in game, my in-game name is Ali Space Cats. I love cats and my name's Alison. There you go. 45 and 40. Pretty miserable out there. My poor plane's getting wet. Not quite getting the oil smearage that she had, but she certainly had some. We're about 906 miles from the coast of Africa. I'm not going to press the button just yet, but nice. I'm looking forward to joining you on that series. Are you starting at Cincinnati because they were the first major league baseball team? Or are you from Cincinnati? Viper's doing a series where he's going to fly from airports closest to all the major league baseball grounds in the United States, which is going to be fabby because I am an awesome baseball fan. I think so. I think he really should stream it. Just give us 2 secs. like I say, massive Reds fan. You know, got the 150th anniversary hat. I've got a Joey Votto ball. I've got white jerseys. I've got hats galore. I even have Barry Votto. And Barry Votto you can't get in the UK, but he's basically a Build-A-Bear with a Cincinnati Reds white outfit. So that's Barry Votto, after my favourite player, Joey Votto. And I've got tons of hats. Tons of hats. Ah, Louisville. Home for the Louisville Sluggers, right? The Bats. It's going to be cool. I'm going to come on that one. So 45 on the left, 40 on the right, so we should still be on the left. We're good. And it's poddling down with rain. It's about to stop by the looks of it. For a little bit. Okay, cool. So yeah, Indiana tri-state. So Indiana, Ohio. Spent a lot of time in Cincinnati when I was working for Formica, so didn't, because it was quite a long way to go from the UK there just to go to work. I stayed out there for quite a long time, and when I stayed, if it was over had weekends time, I'd go and watch the baseball. When I was little, the Big Red Machine were really, really big. So it was just a bit fortuitous that I was able to go and watch the Reds. Ah, that's right, the AAA, the Bats, yeah, Louisville Bats. Is it the Daytona Dragons? Or is that, am I thinking? There's a Daytona one as well. They've got another AA or AAA? I thought there was someone out near Daytona. But I've been into the dugout, done the tour, been on the pitch, watched a good couple of games. Like I said, we flew out one Thursday. I don't know if you're not baseball fans, but one of my favourite players at the time was Scooter Jennett, and Scooter hit 4 home runs in a single game, which no one had done for like 76 years. And they announced a special bobblehead for him because the team had awarded him, because his name was Scooter. It was like a Vespa moped, but it was in team colours. And they had him riding this little scooter with 4 baseball bats on his back, a bit like swords, like Deadpool. And I said, "Oh, look at that! They're giving that away at a game." And my other half said, "Well, do you want to go?" And I was like, "What?" She went, "Do you want to go?" So we got some tickets. And we flew out on the Thursday, went to the game on Saturday, got the bobblehead on saw a game on the Friday, which was the Marvel giveaway. So we got a Captain America Reds bobblehead. And then on the Saturday, we got 2 of the scooter ones. So I was very pleased with that. Then we had Sunday, and then we flew home on the Monday. So it was a crazy weekend away to go and watch baseball, fly 3,500 miles and 3,500 miles back. Things we do for sport, huh? Jan Moorkamp, hey, welcome. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Are you all right, mate? Because your pictures look terrible. We're doing good. We are. My trip when I went to watch the baseball for a weekend, I literally flew out on the Thursday, saw a couple of games, flew home on the Monday. From Newcastle. So Newcastle, Paris, Cincinnati. 3 days in town and flew home again. Just for the madness of it all. We're good. We're 886 miles to go. About 4 hours 54 to go, ETE. So it's a little bit longer than that because I'm aiming at a waypoint south of we're pointing at a navade south of God, my brain's going now. South of Goss, so St. Louis. If you ever get to go and watch a baseball game, Two-Tone Junior will love it. It's so family friendly, unlike NFL, which is not family friendly unless you're in the family area. I've been to watch the Bengals against the Steelers, and that was, people nearly started fighting near us. I don't know how there was a guy from the Marines, and I do not know how he didn't hit someone. They were just being so rude to him. I haven't noticed, no, but if you are in the moon, I can't see very much actually. I've got people around me and lights. Oh, Chilled Corky, I'm so sorry. Aren't they just though? Whereas the baseball, I mean, my other half's not a great sports person. I mean, she likes skiing and things like that. But we've been to the football a couple of times because she'll heartily support Newcastle. And so if there's Newcastle-Everton games, we'll go and watch those, and it's a household rivalry. But baseball, brilliant. I love it. It's a whole day out. Start off, you know, in the local place, in the local bars and everything. Have a good few drinks and food, and then go and watch it. And it's so good. You know, there was a lady there, it was her 99th birthday, and it was her first ever baseball game, and her husband had been a Reds fan all his life, and her husband's flew her down to watch the game for the first time ever, and she was just over the moon, and just hearing how proud she was of her kids and the fact that she was finally at a baseball game. And then when we told her you can actually get a first game certificate and a birthday certificate printed out for you, she was her boys ran off and got them for her. Brilliant. They certainly do. They do. Yeah. But Laura loves the baseball. And Two-Tone Junior would love it too, Mrs. Two-Tone. They do so much for kids. You know. But of course, you know, they make it fun for the kids because, of course, ultimately a kid's going to be a future fan. I'm not a Liverpool fan. No. I am not a Liverpool fan, I'm afraid. I'm a toffee. I'm a blue and white pig. Been a blue girl all my life. Andy Brown's a toffee as well. It's just Gibbo won't do me a... I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Yeah, my family are Evertonians. Sorry. That's what it was like when I kept saying, "Oh, it's the wrong colour." It's like because I want a blue aircraft, a nice blue and white TBM, but that'll never happen. I know. But yeah, no, I'm an Everton fan. For my sins. So, yeah. I don't know, I'll pick them. Everton, Reds, the Bungles. Admiral Ted, hey, welcome. We're doing good. We're about 5 hours in, and we've got about 5 hours to go. So we're just about halfway now. Give or take a little bit. So we're over the Atlantic. We're in the nasty weather she had at the time. I'm surrounded by fireflies. There's a load of people flying with us tonight. Look at the state of that. There's loads of you. I do need an Everton livery, but I don't think I'm going to get one. with Liverpool fans making the liveries. I won't get one of those. So, got some nice guys behind us in there. So, take a piggy. That's everyone's here. So I haven't done the mileage. So we are south. Oh, well, actually, it's North Atlantic weather now, right? Because we crossed the Atlantic, we crossed the equator a while back. So we are 43 on the left, 40 on the right. We're indicating about 145. Yeah, I'm happier with that. It's bucketing it down. Amelia said it was the heaviest rain she'd ever had. Felt like the plane was being weighted down by the water hitting on it. And she had lots of yellow, smeary windscreens from the oil and everything coming out to the engines on the left and right. She was incredible. Which one have you got? Have you got the Electra model, or have you got or do you have the Vega 5B, or do you have a yellow canary? So the Yellow Canary was the first plane, she called it the Yellow Canary, it's the first plane she ever bought. Nita Snook said that was probably a bad thing to do, but she loved it. Then of course she flew the Vega V and then the Electra. Are you right above me now? Oh my word. Yeah. I see you. Don't knock me out of the sky, I've got 800 miles to go. $865 miles to go, just over 5 hours left. Yeah, so 5:20, 10 hours 20. Barely on the nose at the moment. Ah, the Corgi Vega. I saw, yeah, we've been going 5 hours. 5 hours, 25 minutes, 32 seconds. And we've got another 5 hours to go. 4 hours 59 now, so we're sub 5 hours to go. We've hit the halfway mark, yeah. We're over halfway. Just. 8:63 to go. Got about another 35 minutes and then we can bring the rain out. Thank you for following, Pilot Pest. It's really kind of you. We're recreating the Amelia Earhart round the world flight over all the legs. We're doing it in a Mooney M20 R Ovation. It's not quite the same as the Electra, but it's not in game. The 80th anniversary flight, as I'm sure you're aware if you've got some Amelia Earhart stuff on your desk, Brian Lloyd flew a Mooney M20K around the world. He didn't do exactly the same route as she did, because he started in Texas and finished in Texas rather than California. But he had it specially modified, had a 200-gallon tank that could do 3,003 nautical mile range. So we're sort of doing that. So we're sort of flying in the Mooney because it's fitting. I'm flying, you can't really see it very much at the moment, but I'm flying a specially designed Electra-inspired livery for the Mooney, which is available for download on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. So if you fly a Mooney in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and you'd like to have a copy of this free, wonderful livery that Gibbo Ireland designed for me, go ahead and download a copy and wear it with pride. It looks beautiful in the sun. And which we'll have in about 30 odd minutes now. So 42 on the left, 40 on the right, everything else is all in the green. Keeping the numbers good, fuel flow's good. I don't think I could have flown with the rain all the way, but if we'd had to, we'd had to. One of our strangest flights. Well, it wasn't strange. One of the early flights we flew from Tucson to St. Louis, it was a sandstorm pretty much all the way. and she rode the sandstorms above the clouds. But it was brilliant because the sim is so fantastic in its scenery and its weather that the mountains and everything that snuck up through the sandstorm looked like sort of rocky whales cresting out of the waves. It was really incredible. So we've had some great views and we have some fantastic sunrises. 3 now. 3 really lovely sunrises. And a few early starts in the dark. Pates, so it's a single leg. it's a 1,730 mile leg, door to door, wheels up to wheels down. There's nowhere to land in the middle of the Atlantic. She didn't. She flew straight from there. So it's you can catch us. We're about 854 nautical miles from the coast of Africa. There's a whole group of us flying. If you want to come along, everyone's welcome. We've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, probably about 18 or 19 flyers now. So, but it will be my last leg for the day. Don't think I could do another 10-hour leg afterwards. Hey, Test Pilot 72, good to see you. Yeah, it's wet. Heavy rain. Heavy rain, 851 miles out of Africa. We're over halfway now. Got loads of us flying with us. It'll do you a lot good if you finish. Yeah, you can get. Oh, you've got. Yeah, you're. Yeah, I've got my hot chocolate and my turkey sandwich. Goblin, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, there's a load of green dots in the middle of the Atlantic. Just a few of us. We've got our turkey sandwiches, we've got our crispages, and we've got some M&S dark chocolate Jaffa cakes. I'm sure I started one and not finished it somewhere. Probably wake up in the night with a Jaffa cake on my forehead or something. What horriblage weatherage. What a flight. Just to have done that when she did it, because I know that people flew across it, but they were crews on the mail planes and the seaplanes. I mean, I know she must have talked to Fred, but he was way down the back of the fuselage. The lecture's quite noisy. Please forgive me for munching on a Jaffa cake, I'm starving. Yeah, we've got about 20 minutes before it clears up, but we are going over some clear bits. And then it's pretty much clear all the way. Well, a few clouds, so we'll go to a few clouds from there. But we've done 2 continents now. We're going off the... No worries, Colonel Fort. I totally understand that. I'm still trying to work a way of getting chat into into VR so I can watch what people are saying. But it's really difficult. But I do like my VR headset. I've flown a couple of Colonel Fort flights recently with the VR on. It's just been great. Yeah, the VR is very good, and it's improving all the time. You know, the Quest 2 has improved its visuals in Microsoft. As they hone it a bit more, it'll be better. I've got the G2. It's really nice. The instrument panels are just very, very clear for me, whereas they were a bit blurry in the Quest, but I believe the latest update for the Quest 2 has also improved that. So just a timely reminder, make sure you're stretching, guys, moving around. Have that sandwich. Don't eat it all because you might need it for the sharks. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I did lose my temper last night. I was cross. I've made the changes. I mean, thank you, Colzar, with the hydrate. Yep, that's a really good one to use. Yeah, a CTD after about 20 minutes was a pain in the bum. 40 and 40, change tanks. So as you can see, I don't have a lot of room when I'm flight simming. I have hit my mic, well, even though I push it out of the way, but I have headbutted it, and I've headbutted when I've leant in to look at the the dashboard. I have headbutted the Alpha. But I'm gonna get I'm off for it. I'm off on. I've got some break on the 1st of April until the 7th. I'm gonna move my desk around, and I'm thinking above my desk of having some VR pulleys, so that my cable can go up and down, and then not be run over by my wheels. Yeah, so I think that there is like a bush trip for the Amelia Earhart journey around the world, but it is a bush trip, which means you have to do what the bush trip tells you. That uses a King Air, so but I'm just not very familiar with it, and they haven't flown a King Air on this journey, so I wanted to do it in the Mooney. But you can get that and you can do that, but I think they make you fly at about 1,000 feet. You can't use the map, you can't use anything but hand fly, which is good. But when you're trying to explain things and do things, if you get out of track and you do it, it loses all your progress and everything, and you have to redo it all. So I'd rather talk about the history and how she did it than this. Well, yeah, I get it, Jan. I mean, my old computer before Christmas was 7 years old. And it used to struggle a bit in Flight Sim. But it's still a good system, but it struggled a bit. My new one is fine. And then I tried the Quest, which wasn't mine, and I kept stealing it. I kept stealing it off of Laura. And now I saw that they had the G2s in, and I was able to get one, so... So, Dennis, one of the biggest differences between the Cytec or the Logitech yoke and the Alpha is that the Alpha does full 180 degrees movement. It's got a single steel shaft instead of a hollow shaft. And if I'm not going to do it right now, but you can basically do it full right and let go, and it will, like it would in a real aircraft, wobble. There's no center deton like there is on the Cytec one. The Cytec only does 45 degrees to 45 degrees. So when you're doing a larger turn, you're doing the turn at twice the movement, because you don't have you only have to. So, and the Alpha is really good. So there's not a huge difference, other than it's a little bit more expensive, but it flies better. I wouldn't go back to my Cytec if I had to. Personal opinion, totally. Again, not sponsored by anybody, but I've got the Alpha. The Cytek's good. It's a certainly good entry level one, but there is a difference. Certainly, if you're flying Cessnas, you know. I'm waiting for my Bravo to come as well, but I've been waiting for that forever. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. They might get it next week and ship it to me. But the Alpha's very good. The only downside might be is if you've got any other Logitech equipment. So if you've got the instrument panel that's got the battery, the avionics, the lights, and the starter, you'll have a surplus to requirements instrument panel, because the Alpha comes with those battery switches, avionics, light switches, and starter. But the only thing it doesn't have on it is the pitot switch, the pitot hit, which and it doesn't have a gear lever for your landing gear. But as a replacement yoke, I think everyone that's got one says they're great. Colonel Fort flies with an Alpha. There's quite a few of us now. 39 and 40 on the right, so yeah, we're draining the right, so another 20 minutes and we'll take this rain away. There was a good video demonstration by the guy that writes X-Plane. Was it Austin? He did a video where he compared the Alpha, the Cytek, the Brunner, and the Yoko, I think, and he was measuring the inputs to like thousandths of an inch on the Alpha and things like that. So he gave it quite good thumbs up. He thought, so the only thing that's different, I think, is so that huge dead zone isn't there. So I don't know if you can see, but there's my yoke. I don't know, you can't really see where's my fingers, so I'm just going to move it gently. And you can see in there, it's literally just moving. You know, you really don't have to use a lot to it. No, I'm not flying a Cessna 150. I'm actually flying the Mooney M20R. If anything, the only thing that's slightly wrong with it is that when you do make inputs to change your ailerons, that's probably a little looser. The pitch is very, very much stiffer. So I'd expect a stiffer aileron move than I get. But it's still very, very good. Yeah, so we're across the Atlantic. Good few number of people with us. It's going to get nice and sunny again soon. And there goes Pate, he's found us. We're simulating flying the 80th anniversary flight, which was done in a Mooney M20K that had a 200-gallon fuel capacity and a 3,003 nautical mile range, which would give us enough to get where we're going on all legs. Enjoy your dinner, Draco. Well, you've got 4 hours and 22 before we ever get anywhere near a landing. 815 miles to go. How's your day been, Goblin? Yeah. I think if you got an Alpha, you'd really like it, Dennis. think ailerons into the wind's got a Bravo. Catbat, have you got a Bravo, or is that Naughty Gnome? Not a Bravo, the Alpha. I better not say that aileron into the wind's got a Bravo, because he and I are both sulking that we haven't got ours yet. Look at how many people we've got with us tonight. That's fantastic. Thank you guys for flying along. It's a great piece of kit. Yeah, so Curl Fork's got one, Catbat's got one, Dangerous Brian's got one, Ailerons has got one. I know that Murphy has HOTAS, so that's different, but there's quite a few of us. Captain Arash uses one. I've seen he's got an Alpha and a Bravo I've seen on his streams. Four hours, 35 minutes to go. Cool. Yeah, anything with a about 1700, 1800 nautical mile range would be doable. Yeah, but taking a day would be a challenge, wouldn't it? You know, anything that you do is for a challenge. To because this was Amelia's swan song. This was her last experimental, you know, her last of her adventures. She was actually going to carry on flying, but she was going to stop doing expeditions after this. So pleased you've all come along to fly with me and keep me company. It's brilliant. Thank you, everyone. Oh, there's Pate right behind me. Hey, Bush Pilot XP, thank you for following and joining us on our mad journey across the globe in a Mooney. Flying the route that Amelia Earhart did in 1937. On her girding of the equator hop. And that's a very good point to make, Dennis. Flight sim's not a cheap hobby. I did exactly the same. So you can't see it, but under my desk is an old Cytec yoke. It's actually still plugged in because I have the older version where the throttle quadrant connects via PS2 connector, not USB. No, not yet, Kozar. People are working on the DC3. And at the time, the Cytec stroke Logitech were the entry-level ones that were, you know, pretty good. They fared me very well over the years. But obviously, I noticed that it wasn't quite the same as a real planes when I started to fly. And so the muscle memory would be a little bit clickable, would not really kick in. So whereas, you know, when I'm in with the honeycomb, you know, once you've got it all trimmed out and everything, you literally can fly it, you know, between thumb and forefinger. You know, there shouldn't be any weight or pressure. That you should be, you know, you should just be able to guide it without death gripping it. So I used to fly Cessnas, 152s and a 172, and I've flown the odd Piper PA-28. So my flight school mainly was Cessnas, mainly Cessna 152s. That's the one I did most of my training in. But I don't fly anymore. So I got ill, and my medication means, and my illness means I can't fly. So right now, flight sim is my escape to the skies, and I do it with a crazy bunch of people. We fly nearly 7 days a week now. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. Saturdays and Sundays. It's all in the sky. What better way to explore the world when we can't? Yeah. So mainly they changed to Holy Pipers after I finished training. But even their C152s had been retrofitted with Garmin navigation systems as well. So I never got to use them. I had to use all the manual stuff. Oh, poor Murph. We're still tracking. Oh, we're about 5 degrees off our track where we need to be. But I've done a lot of flying in the Mooney. She says that she's going to lash up the landing when she gets there. Yeah, the Avidynes, never actually been in an aircraft with them, but oh no, poor old Murph. I'm not tanking it. About 150, 40 on the right, 40 on the left, 37 on the right. 2 gallons till change tanks. Wow, 85.2 decibels. We haven't had a really good storm in ages. Well, I'm going to be changing the weather in about 9 minutes. It'll go back to few cloudages because it all cleared up. Do I have a... Oh, hey, Cold in Minnesota, how you doing? A big map of the route? Oh, where I am. So we're just over halfway across the Atlantic. Yeah, our VFR map has been pretty much this for 5 hours. So we're coming up on 6 hours now. 4 hours 24 on estimated time en route to Foxtrot November 36, where we'll turn to 360 and head towards San Luis and get our wheels on the ground. Yeah, we're somewhere between. We're probably at that dash, right? Take care, Pate. We'll catch you later. If I'm still flying in 4 hours' time. Yeah, few clouds is pretty. I'm not going to put big and bold on. Big and bold just goes crazy on me. I end up like my wind indicator. See, that's right. 16 knots. So, but it's not a headwind, it's a tailwind. No, it's wrong. Okay, 1 gallon till change tanks. we will be going to a few clouds in about 6 minutes. Nearly finished my Red Bull. In about 2 hours' time, we'll be doing the second giveaway. The second giveaway is another Alison Johnson Streamage Amelia Earhart memorial mug with John E. design. Yeah. Yeah, she just basically said that she had one big adventure, one big flight left in her, and this is it. Originally planned to go west to east, so yeah, west to east. So, but her first attempt ended in a bit of a disaster at Ford Field, which is now at Pearl Harbor, where she spun out on takeoff, lost the right undercarriage, spun around, wrecked all the engines and propellers, and it had to be shipped all the way back from Hawaii all the way back to Burbank to be repaired. And then by the time that it had been repaired and everything was all being reset up again, the wind conditions and everything was going to be such that actually it would need to go east to west, which is why they're then doing the east to west journey. Her plan was to be back in San Francisco on the 4th of July 1937. And when she got to Leh, she was pretty much certain that they could do it. Have a cup of tea and put the bins out. You're not flying around the world today, love. Yeah, very much, right? I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in a month. And I'm flying the last bit without a life raft or parachutes. I think Draco ran away for a little bit, so 4 more minutes and we'll change to some decent weather as we then close in for the last 4 hours of flight. 772.8 nautical miles to go. So, like I say, this is an example of some of the notes that she took on her flight on this particular leg. You know, very scrawly writing, really hard to read. Fred did the navigation. His was much neater, except his 9s don't look like 9s. No. No, I hadn't. I did see a really nice model of the Electra that was like several $100s. It's like, I'd love one, but not yet. I'll get shot. Welcome back, SJ Fly 2. I think if I bought anything more Amelia Earhart related, or Flight Sim related, or computer related, I'd end up being thrown out the window, I think. Enjoy, SJ Fly. Oh, and as if by magic, the clouds parted. The rains have stopped. So, notes. Check my notes. What time is this now? 9:51. So, right on time. So about 9:41 a.m. Sorry, 9:41 a.m. at Natal time. Clouds changing. Formation seen thinner, shredding out. Rather bright in spots. Can hardly believe the sun is out to the north of us. But it is. So there we go. Pretty much on the number. I haven't eaten all the chocolate. No, I've had some of the chocolate. I haven't yet had my knickknacks either, and I haven't had my noms, which are sat on the bed. But I will have some in a bit. And we'll make sure the microphone's off whilst Berry does more of the flying. So here we are, people in the sun. We've got clouds now, so I've got loads and loads. Hardly eaten anything. But I'm enjoying the flight. 35 and 40 left. Change tank times, guys. So 4 hours 23 to go. Been going for over 6 hours now. Hey Arctic Tern, welcome back. We're doing grand. We've got 4 hours 24 to go now. 759 nautical miles to go. You've just missed all the horrible weather. It's suddenly miraculously changed into the around this time, which is clouds seem to be changing, formation thinner, shredding out, rather bright in spots. Can hardly believe the sun is north to us, but it is. Roughly, it's north of us. And I'm so SJ Flight. I absolutely do use the GNS 530 mod, the Papa Mike Sierra GNS 530 mod. Take care. Insert random username here. Thank you so much for flying along and joining us. I hope you have fun, and we'll catch you later. Yeah, it's really good when you're using real world weather. Obviously, I'm not using it today because I'm trying to simulate the weather she had. It's quite hard to simulate the weather in 1937 when they didn't really document it other than the notes that Amelia Earhart had in her notes. I guess we're quite lucky because she actually, when they got to each sort of places, they forwarded them back so they weren't carrying extra weight on each leg. So they'd get to a location, take off the stuff they didn't need, and off it goes. Engines off, battery off, nosedive into the ocean. So for those of you who weren't here earlier when Arctic Tern was here and was very generous with loads of subs for the channel, Arctic Tern runs a great charity stream where he provides food and care for people in Venezuela. And you can find him on Twitch and give him a good follow. Try and catch some of his streams. I catch them generally at weekends. This is a baby, this one. There's a bigger one yet. So the next one's not so large. The next one's only about 1,000 miles. The longest one is 2,250. So it's going to take probably close to 15 hours. in particularly nasty weather, and we've got to find an atoll in the Pacific. So it's going to be a long flight from Papua New Guinea all the way to Howland Island. We'll see. I've never done anything like this before, so, you know. I know Amelia had flown across the Atlantic and she'd done lots of long flights in the States, but I've never done anything like this. And even though it's in a sim, yeah, it does. I mean, at the moment, I'm trying to simulate the weather she had on the flight. So if it had real world weather, it would be different because it'd be all changing on us. But I'm not having to use that at the moment because I'm trying, you know, don't want sort of thunderstorms and tornadoes when she didn't have any on her flight leg. Is Goblin leaving? No? Who's leaving? Someone's leaving. Ah, it was insert random username. Yeah. So we've got quite a few people with us now. Dangerous Brian, Colonel Fork, Chilled Corky, Torhack 01, Catbat 9, Big Tone, Winterbrand, Goblin Zeus, or Druid Zeus is Goblin. Someone else is back there. Two-Tone Murphy, Bad Dog Muncher, Danis, Lloydrix B, Kazaki Flyer, Reaper Livier. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Reaper Leviat. Reaper Leviat. So we've got quite a few people flying across the Atlantic. Quite a few of them have been here all the way. Some people have dropped in and dropped out, which is fantastic. So 35 on the right, 39 on the left. We have done a refuel because the Mooney's only got a 1,350 mile range. This is a 1,730 mile flight, but the modified Mooney that they did the flight round in 2017 had a 200-gallon tank. So we're working on the basis we will use no more than 200 gallons. I guess the trouble with the Bonanza is you can put the mod on it and it goes like a rocket. Yeah, so on this particular track they couldn't do celestial navigation, Catbat. They literally had to use Dead Reckoning. So Fred had prepared a chart, and on the chart he'd marked out, normally you do this every half an hour, but he seems to, from what I can see, he's doing it every hour. And he's sort of doing the deductive reckoning for the course that they were flying. So as you can see here, it was pretty much on track all the way, but off track. So they missed where they were actually aiming for because they could. So he had a window out of the back of the Electra, where on each side he could use his sextant to do the navigation. Because the weather was so bad for a lot of it, he couldn't do it. So when it was really bad, they got off track and missed Dakar. Ah, very true. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone's seen the film Amelia, but that aircraft is in. There's the Electra that they have in the Seattle Museum of Flight that is used in that film. I've got a video of the engine somewhere. I'm trying to find it, but I might have to post that rather than show it on screen. Hope you had some good VR flying, Colonel Falk. Yep, they go the same course. Catback. Well, we'll see how we get on. I'm only doing it for fun. No worries, Colonel Fort. You grab some food. I'm going to grab some in a minute and put myself on mute while I eat, but I'm still going to be here looking at what you're doing. So 35 to 38, so we're still good. 729 to go, 4 hours, 14 minutes. Everything's still all in the green. Oh, just need to change that a little bit. Yeah, okay, fuel flow is still good. And we are still surrounded by blue, but at least we've got some clouds now. Somewhere off the nose is Africa. Well, I think he's getting closer. Much of shinage for the beautiful aluminium mooning. Haven't done this for a while. We've been doing it for a bit. Take a break, guys. Stretch. I've been moving my feet around a lot under the desk, doing some little danceages. We had our first giveaway a few hours ago, which was won by Viper Strike, and we have another one in about at 10 o'clock, so just over 1 hour 45 minutes. It's not an auto reminder. I've actually got it on my stream deck, and I just press the button, and it then does that. But I've got something beeping on my arm on my wristwatch to do some stretching. Obviously we could set it up so that people can do the hydrates and the stretching messages and stuff like that, but you know, it's good to do it when you're on a long haul like this one. It's slightly off track, 054. well, that didn't work. But it sort of worked, but not sort of worked. That should work. Yeah, it's better. Can I show... You really want to see my VFR map? My VFR map is really good at the moment. It's pretty blue. That's it. That's the VFR map. It's as useful as a chocolate teacup. However, I can probably share my nav map. So that's probably more useful, right? So done quite a hop. That's as far as I can zoom it out. Have I still got my VFR map up? Yeah, I'll turn that off. Turn that off. Yeah, I will do in a moment. I'm just about to put myself on a quick break, but I just want to make sure that I'm not going to... When I get to 35 gallons, I'll change over and then grab a quick bite to eat at my desk. I've got loads of drinks still, so the girls bought me a whole load of stuff up, so I shall certainly be doing that. We'll let Sperry do the flying, as we say. So an hour and a quarter, and an hour and 3/4. Yeah, an hour and 3/4, and we'll do the second giveaway. I'm quite pleased that worked. Some of the guys have been flying all the way with me. Dangerous Brian, Kazaki, Winterbrand, Big Tone. Legends. Legends in our lifetime. You've done brilliant, guys. So I've sped up a little bit now, obviously, because of the weather. It's about 155, so we're about 7 miles. 7 knots greater than we should be. You're still here, Brian. It's brilliant, mate. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everyone coming along. Well, even Amelia could put it on the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot. Why is that still up? Sorry, that should be off. When she wanted a break from her cubby hole, which is what she called the cockpit. Oh. Nice. of course, I've got this set to 7th of June 2021, just to try, because I don't know if you've noticed, but if you're in game and you've got the stars out and then you change the time, the stars move. So they've mapped it all. Well, I had that leaning a little while ago. Now, sometimes it can be, your plane can lean to one side because you're unbalanced with your fuel. Other times, if it's just leaning like it did earlier for me, I think it's just a bug. It shouldn't. But it went dreadfully horrible for me earlier. So, you know, if you've got a complete imbalance on your aircraft, then the wings will, do you like my design? You know, if you've got more fuel in this wing than you've got in this wing, eventually it'll prevail to be unbalanced. And then you'll start to see a turn. And the aircraft will try and keep it straight. 36, 39 should be fine. Just be careful with touching the autopilot. Are you in the Mooney? What aircraft are you in? Oh, yes, track IR, I can do it too. Yeah, I just wonder whether there's a little buglet in the Mooney at the moment. I have a video on my... Did I have it on my Twitch channel? I don't know if I got rid of it, but I once flew the 152, the 172 from Wellington to Auckland in New Zealand, because I've spent time in New Zealand. And I was flying perfectly normal, nothing, and all of a sudden all my controls went, and I don't know quite how I got it onto the... I spotted a landing strip on the grass, and I managed to get it down and stop in time before I ploughed into the sea on the other side of the strip. But it literally was throwing me from left to right, it just couldn't, just literally as though all the rudders had gone. It was dreadful. But I was quite proud that I got it down. .36 to 35, nearly stalled the hell out of it down. Happy little cat. Someone's been watching Bob Ross, yeah. Very, very true, Bad Dog. .36 and 35 on the tank. Everything's nice and green. We have 695 miles to go, so we're under 700 miles. So we've done over... When we get down to 60 miles time, we'll have done 1,000 miles. Really, 1,100. I can't add up. I don't know, but it does wag. Despite its foibles, I do love it. I do love the little Mooney. So 35 and 35 change to right tank. And then while we're doing that, Sperry can take over for me and control. I'm sure we'll be good. I will be a few moments where I just quickly grab some munchies and also climb over the fuel tanks on my belly towards the little cramped loo at the back of the aircraft. And I will be back in a few minutes. Hey Gibbo, yeah, still here. We are we have 681 nautical miles to go. About just over 3 hours 57 till Foxtrot November 36, and then we'll turn north to St. Louis in Senegal. We've been going for about 6 hours 27 now. So Gibbo Ireland is the designer of the wonderful Electra, the livery for the Mooney. Keith O'Farrell, welcome. The Mooney engine is so lovely. Just sounds fabulous. Whoa, cloudage. So it's a beautiful aircraft. If you fly in Microsoft Flight Sim and you have a Mooney and you'd like a copy of the Electra inspired Mooney livery, you can download a free copy on twotonemurphy.com/downloads, link in the chat right now, and you can get yourself a lovely Gibbo Ireland design Electra livery, which is based on the original colouring that the Electra had. This is a version of the Electra that's at the Seattle Museum of Flight that was used in the film Amelia, and so you can see it's got red leading edges on the wings and across in the twin rudder crosstail. So we've got a similar sort of, we don't have a crosstail, but so we've got highlights on the stabilizers and on the leading edges of the wing. We still have quite a few people that were flying along with us from the very start. So we've got Dangerous Brian, Lloyd Drix, Kazaki, got Big Tone, Winterbrand. Yeah, and we've had some people join mid-leg, which is brilliant. We had some people drop out, got busy, which is great too. But just having we've had a giveaway which worked great. We had a little raid, and we've had tons of streaming go mad. We had a level 5 hype train, which was crazy. Made me jump like crazy. I must turn that sound down, which was really cool. And we have another giveaway in about an hour and a half. I didn't really have an early night. And I woke up really early. Had a little bit of a nana nap this morning just to try and stay awake. Totally got this now, that's for sure. Oh, crikey. Nighty Night Owl, thank you so much for the cheering of the bitages. That's really kind of you, thank you. Yep, still going. Got another just under 4 hours. Or around 4 hours. Because there's a little bit of flying once we get to Foxtrot November 36. But thank you for that. That's really lovely. Night Owl. We're still in the blue. The VFR map doesn't show very much. It's just blue. It's been blue for hours. We had clouds. We had a sunrise. We had some fluffy clouds. We had torrential rains. We had Alison nearly dying when her plane decided to play up. We've had clear skies. We've had torrential rain, and now we're heading towards the coast of Africa. Joined by the fireflies. Got quite a few of them. Oh, as ailerons into the wind has snuck in at the back there. Hey Stu, how you doing? All mad, flying across the Atlantic in a single prop. No redundancy. We all have our water wings, so that if we do go down, we can swim. And we've got turkey sandwiches that Air France gave us at Natal, so we can throw those, and the sharks will chase after them. Just hope they don't come back asking for more once they've eaten all the sandwiches, because that might be a problem. Considering I have the aqua dynamics of a brick, I imagine I'll be the first to go. Hey, them's my shoes. Yeah, do you know what? Yes, I think you're absolutely right. This is going to be one of those which is, you know, seems like it's going to go forever, but once we've done it, we've done it. So yeah, I think I am going to feel a little bit sad once we've done it. The Trusted Mooney did play up a little bit. Yeah. Not very long into the flight, it was pitch black outside. My turn coordinator went doolally. My attitude indicator went doolally. I was all on track and everything, but yeah. But the little ball was literally stuck, as almost like it was stuck in the corner. And then when I tried to use my rudder pedals, it would go to the other corner. Couldn't unstick it. So we were flying at an angle, and we were flying up in the air, and then we were diving towards the ocean. I got it leveled off about 2,000 feet. But I was glad I was a little bit higher than 5,000 feet. If I was been at 5,000 feet, we'd have hit the ocean. So normally we fly at 8,000, but she didn't do that this leg. So she was trying to get me. So 32 on the right, 35 on the left, everything's in the green. 2 gallons till change tank. Thank you for following Them's My Shoes. We're doing the Amelia Earhart round the world memorial flight. We're flying all the way around the world as she did in 1937. We will continue the flight and we will finish it. But we're trying to do it as close to real weather that she had, as close to the time she took off, and trying to do the route as faithfully as we can. There are some airports that no longer exist, like when we tried to land in Venezuela, the Carapito airport no longer is there, so we landed at the nearest closest town, which was Mataran. So we landed there instead. So there's a few little bits and pieces that are different, but we're trying to stay as close as we can. We're working from newspaper articles, websites, we're working from books, we're working from articles, we're working from her diaries, we're trying to recreate it, and we're doing it in the Mooney M20 Ovation. Yeah, which was a similar aircraft was used on the 80th anniversary, which was the Mooney M20K, specially modified to have a 200-gallon tank and could range at 3,000 nautical miles. The sim only at the moment allows us to put 95 gallons in the tank at any one point, so we're going 90 gallons to 20, filling up, then we'll go down, and then we'll go no more than the 200 gallons. Absolutely night out. It was certainly interesting then, because I thought we were a goner. No, I will be the first to admit, I don't have a night rating. So, flying at night is a little bit scary. I do some of it, and I'm doing more of it, but having had no real world experience of it, I can see absolutely how many people can get disorientated very, very quickly. And how you have to learn to navigate, so aviate, navigate, and then communicate, because we had to aviate to try and stop it in the water. But that was crazy. It's been pretty solid since, but all I was trying to do was put a headwind on, because she had about a 20 mile an hour average headwind all the way, but when I tried to put it on, it just went crazy. Nearly killed us. Which was very scary indeed. Actually, I've done that one. Stop. I want to do this one.
Oh, that's really kind of you then, Smoke Shoes. Thank you.
It's really kind of you to say. We're still good. We're still flying. Insert random username here. We've got 645 miles to go per Foxtrot November 36, and then a little bit more. So just about 4 hours, I reckon. We are 6 hours 40 in now. Piece of music here from Epidemic Sound. It's called what do they call it? The Lindy Gals. If you've been following me for a little while, you'll know that Amelia Earhart's nickname was Lady Lindy, after Charles Lindbergh. I've just been warbling on, I guess. But you all help me make the entertaining in your own right, just by being here and chatting along, guys. You know. After all this water, I'm looking forward to a bit of desert. That's for sure. Which we're going to have a lot of. Interestingly, on the flight that we're going to do from Dakar to Gal, they were talking about she had to avoid tornadoes. So ended up changing direction. So that's going to be interesting to put into the game, isn't it? I think we're just we're just us, aren't we, Colonel Fork? You know. Now I find yours really interesting. I love, because I'm not from America, and you tell a story that I don't normally get to hear. No worries, insert random username. We'll see you in about an hour. Oh, crikey. Thank you, G and Lou. I hope I'm saying that right, but thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you. Thank you for the cheer. That's very kind. It's keeping us in some singing and songage. But we're all different. We're all different, and yeah, I never thought I could yak for nearly 10 hours. The Alps are beautiful, aren't they? So, one of the first things I did in the sim, other than flying over my house, because everyone's done that, was I took a 172 to Salzburg, and flew from Salzburg over Lake Chiemsee, and into the Bavarian Alps and around little towns like Traunstein, Ruhpolding, and then I flew out around loads of the mountains because I spent a lot of time in Bavaria. I've been on holiday there several times, and I just love the Bavarian Alps. And flying through the Italian Alps yesterday, that was brilliant. I loved that. Didn't love my CTD, but I loved flying through flying it through the valleys was just beautiful. Just like when we were hand flying it through the valleys in New Zealand. Ah! Small world, huh? Prien Chiemsee. Is it Prien? Prien? So there's Herreninsel and Fraueninsel. And Herreninsel has Ludwig's replica, or, you know, homage, if you like, to Versailles. It's quite an incredible thing to see, and it's all built in with modern build techniques. So it's not like an old castle. And he died mysteriously. He was a very good swimmer and apparently drowned in a puddle by the side of the lake. Nice. And when he died, they stopped all his building works. So they literally, so you can walk around Herreninsel's palace, and half of it looks like Versailles, and the other half looks just like brick walls. So it's got a replica of the Hall of Mirrors and all that stuff, and the gardens are lovely. Oops, 30 and 35. I'm yakking again. Change tanks, guys. Yes, that's the one. So yeah, it's got the you know, the staircase that comes down in two sides into the entrance hall, and it's just red brick. Whereas, you know, and it's got a few like Louvre marbles and everything, but it's definitely an interesting place to see. And I've been to Neuschwanstein in Schwangau, and that's incredible. I mean, you've all seen the fairy tale castle, but actually seeing it up there, it's brilliant. And it's a castle based on Lohengrin, and it's just incredible. How's your what are you driving simming? Oh, you've ran into a police car, 3 lampposts. That doesn't sound good. Hey Seamus, how are you doing? Just don't let Seamus run the bus past the hospital. God, it'd be like a scene out of Death Race, wouldn't it? Oh, we've got Halo Hogtacular with us, Catbat9, we've got some more people. Big Tone still here, Chill Corky, Ailerons into Wind, Curlfork. I'm gonna call you Goblin because you're Goblin. GN Lou. Okay, GN. Okay, we'll do, thank you. Dennis, Two-Tone Murphy, Floydrix, Bad Dog Muncher, Dangerous Brian, all flying out towards Africa. 3 hours 37, and we should be over land, not needing our armbands anymore. just over 1 hour's 10 till the next giveaway of an Amelia Earhart Memorial Tour mug, sporting a John E. exclusive design. We gave one away earlier for the first time and it all worked, so hopefully the next one's all going to be good too. It all worked rather nicely. Yeah, it's incredible. Some of the people that fly with us, you know, can hold a jet against a GA aircraft in really great formation. It's incredible the control they have. But they practice. They practice a lot. But, you know, the Thunderflies, so Super Typhon, I don't know if you know, but we're part of the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus community. And they have an aerobatics team, which is called the Thunderflies. And they are just getting better and better and better. They are incredible. I can't do it. If I could try it in my VR, it might be okay. But without VR, it's very hard. Thank you so much for the bits, GN Lu and Naughty Night Owl. Naughty Night Owl scared the living bejesus out of me one evening when we were flying in the Spitfires. I was in VR. Naughty Night Owl had no idea, came steaming past me, made me jump. You've seen me jump today. I jump at anything. And him screaming across, I was so immersed into the cockpit of the Spitfire that it just completely blew me away. I am surprised that no one's in the Spitfire. I like flying the Spitfire. I can't take it off or land it for topping. I mean, officially, I've landed it 3 times. All the other times, down, but I would have had no wings. You won't live it down. It was so funny. Had me. I mean, it's like you literally made me jump out of my skin. And then you said something. And I typed it. I actually said, "Oh, I'm in VR." He's like, "Oh my god, I didn't know you were in VR." It's like, yeah. Scared the crap out of me. But what a sound that Merlin engine has. I absolutely wouldn't be able to do this type of journey. But no, it's a fighter interceptor, you know. Yeah, I've been watching you guys over there, so I got you. I do love it. I think it's a fantastic aircraft. I'm just rubbish at it. So we can show this, I guess. So we showed you the nice colour picture of the Electra. Well, this is the black and white one. You can see that the radio telephone aerial on the top, which we don't think worked properly. She really didn't use it very well. I mentioned earlier that she'd flown a pit cairn up to 18,415 feet, and this is the pit cairn. She also flew that from one side of America to the other, so she transcontinental flew that. So first woman to do that. And for anyone that's, you know, some of you guys have seen this one before, but I mentioned that you have to crawl over on your belly to go to the loo. Well, behind Amelia is the cubbyhole for the cockpit, and you'd have to climb across these fuel tanks to get to the back of the engine, the back of the fuselage, to go to a very, very small cramped toilet. That's the colour one. And then obviously we've shown the others today, so that was Amelia when she landed at Natal. She only had 1 pair of overalls that she put on with over one of her 5 shirts and 5 pairs of trousers. That's Fred. We don't have many pictures of Fred, but we've got some. I would imagine he must be on with us, guys, right? Because we can see him. It's not like we've got a follow mode. Oh, I see him. That's him. I don't know. Yeah, the Pitcairn, not very fast at all. They used to have a Pitcairn in FSX, but she took that up to 18,415 feet to break the auto gyro pilot. No, the auto gyro altitude record. It's crackers, some of the things she did. She's another one of these who said, I do it because I can. I do it because it's fun. Yeah, I'm not very good in tail draggers, although I've got I've got the BGP Power Solo, which is the little micro ultralight 103 or section 103 ultralight, and that's a tail dragger, and I'm not too bad in that. Wow, Cortina Airport, uh-huh. I have it, and I've used it a couple of times, but I haven't used it very much, no, Colonel Falk. I mean, it's free and it's from Orbex. I found that the Spit and the Waco are easier to move on the ground in VR, because I can literally stick my head out. Have you used it? I tell you who has used it and uses it a lot is Scotland 737, or Scotland's Comet project uses Volanta a lot. And I think Sydney O uses it too. So moving pigeons. Yeah, so I don't know whether it's STKP or what, but every time I use it, I have problems. So I've stopped using it. And I pretty much, the only two things I really use now are Navigraph and Little Navmap, really. Oh, Bad Dog, the Moonies are a wonderful aircraft to land. It's a wonderful, wonderful aircraft to land. Fly it by the numbers. I must do. I did promise I would get online and show you. Let's do it Monday night. Monday after work. I'll show. We'll fly. We'll do a circuit around Newcastle, and I'll show you how to land it. I've still got to land this thing after 10 hours of flying yet. Well, the speed brake's the brilliant thing of it. You can literally set it all up, trim down for descent, keep everything as you had it set. Just takes it down. It's just a wonderful aircraft. 33 on the left, 30 on the right, 3 gallons till change. Almost had a mirage out of my eyes. I thought that was land, but it's not. It's just the sea. Sub 600 miles to go. 596 miles. So we're now pretty much directly south of the Cabo Verde Islands. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 airports if we needed to change. Wah, wah, wah. It's great. I love this song too. Like I said before, I'm a great fan of brass. You know, having played brass when I was younger. Brilliant, Mr. Zed Rider. Glad to have you with us. Yeah, I can see you. You're pretty close now. I know, right? So the rudder trim, because obviously in the Mooney, you've got your up, your down for your elevator trim, and then you've got all of these little stations are your preferred takeoff area. So make sure your elevator's in takeoff. Flaps, takeoff, and then obviously when you're taking off. I mean, we're in takeoff setup for the rudder, and that's not normally right. You'd normally have it in the middle now. But hey, I did drum and bugle call. That sounded really bad. Drum and bugle call when I was younger, and I don't want to touch my rudder after what happened earlier. It's stable, but I had to shift it right over to try and stay level. But there was no wind, or it should have been coming straight at us. But something went really wrong. So that little sort of harsh sort of blast noise that comes out of the trumpet at the end, we'd always find it quite hilarious to walk up to our fellow non-brass members in the band, get close to them, then do a blast by them. That's where I learnt to jump, because the baritones used to do it to me all the time. I must find a copy of Malagueña. Drum Corps Malagueña is just impeccable. I wonder if this will play. Tell me if you hear this. I'm not going to play the video on stream, but tell me if you hear this. So this is what I used to do when I was younger. Play this sort of stuff. This is the baritone that I used to play. Mine was a 2-valve. So about up to 180 people on the field marching in a stadium like Kansas NFL stadium. 100,000 people watching you playing music like this. Nothing like it. Kingsman, welcome back. Yeah, we're doing good. Just playing some drum and bugle corps while we're across the Atlantic. This is the Madison Scouts playing Malagueña. Got about 3 hours, 21 minutes to go. We are 7 hours and 3 minutes into flight now. So they had a brass section, they had a pit section, so they had all the, you know, your xylophones and timpani and all that stuff. And then you had a color guard, and then you had your brass and drum sections. Oh, amazing. And it was all marching, but not square bashing. It was all very intricate sort of marching patterns. So, yeah. After if you're interested, go and have a look at Madison Scouts do Malagueña at 1988's Drum Corps International, which was absolutely brilliant. I think they're from Madison. I think the Madison Scouts are from Wisconsin. I have a sneaking suspicion. Is there a Madison, Wisconsin? Couldn't have thought we'd know. I'm pretty sure they're a Wisconsin band. Yeah, Madison, Wisconsin. No, I was just wondering if you could tell me whether Madison, Wisconsin was a place. It is. Badger, mushroom. Oh no! Oh, don't you? Oh dear. Sorry, Max to the well. I'll try. Hang on a second, Nighty Night Owl. Being really slow. Did I type that right? Are you Nighty Night Owl? Nighty Owl. Oh god, Nighty Night Owl. No, it's not doing it. Ping me a DM. Let's see if I can use it. Oh, anyway, I better turn that on. Anyhoot. Sorry about that. I heard the brass, and the brass started calling. So 31 and 30, we are 568 miles till Foxtrot November 36, 3 hours, 18 minutes. Ah, I see it. Oh, Takebana. Kyoto, right? Take care, SJ Fly. Gonna need a bit more Red Bull. Red Bullage. and 30. Changing to right tank. Mr. Z, Bad Dog Muncher, Dennis, Floyd Drigsby, Thudo Murphy. You're still away back, but you're there. Goblin, Shield Corky, Mr. Z, Ailerons into Wind, Colonel Fort, Winterband, Catbat 9, Big Tone 66, and Dangerous Brian. So 1,200 miles odd in. Some 7 hours, 10 minutes. About 3 hours ago. And we're cracking on across the Atlantic. I don't know about you guys, but I am now feeling it in the eyes. Definitely feeling it in the eyes now. So it's, Brazil's a long way back, isn't it? Oh, merci beaucoup. Take care, nighty night hour. See you. We'll see you soon. "50 minutes till giveaway 2. Definitely a Miami track. I picked this, I think, for arriving into Miami when we flew in from New Orleans. I tried to get some sort of like Miami beats in there. So we've got some music from wherever we've been, and then as we go through where we're going, I'm adding more music in. So it'll be African, sort of Middle Eastern, Indian, Asian, to mix in with all the different music, and then eventually we'll have a little soundtrack of all the flights and all the music we've taken on our journey of 28,000 miles. I have a feeling this might be a late Navy landing when I get there. In, screech, out, bed. Something like that. Yeah, so all the music we're playing is provided by Epidemic Sound under license, so we avoid the pesky DMCA-age. Yes, you should do, because we're pretty much south of Cape Verde Islands. Yeah, south of Praia. Still quite a way away though, but you should get them. On the right, 30 on the left. Everything's in the green still. Oil pressure's not high, but it's been static. Fuel flow 13. Yeah, still a little bit high. Back a day. Ah, okay. And after the giveaways, if you've not been lucky, you can always pick up some special merch to support this channel over on my Streamlabs store. I will speak to Mr. Johnny about the black stuff, so we just don't have white stuff. I tried putting the designs on black and it didn't look very good, so we might need to change it up. I didn't mean to do that twice. Anyway. Oh. Going through quite a lot of musicage. Wrong one, that one. Yeah, it has some really nice stuff, but just not enough. As I say, I've used Sim Toolkit Pro quite a bit, but it just doesn't play very nicely with Flight Sim for me. Gonna have to get a brush to my fringe in a minute. It's driving me crackers. Scott, hey, lovely to see you. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. Have you had a good day? You've caught us some 7 hours, 17 minutes into our flight, and got 3 hours to go, about 538 miles. Oh, crikey. Done it again. Thank you, old veteran, for this cheer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. But I need to fix that volume number. That's too loud. It scares the crap out of me. So I have some beverages, but they're Red Bulls because it's really starting to feel it in the eyes. I have some crisps, but I still haven't eaten them, but I will do. And I've got still got some munchies to the side of me that I haven't eaten all of, but I will have some more in a bit. And we're surrounded by fireflies. We've got quite a lot of them with us today, which is absolutely amazing. Super duper stuff. Had quite a few of them with us since the start as well, so they must be starting to feel it too. It's been quite a flight. It's a very long flight, yeah. Yeah. The longest we've done so far is 7 hours 28, and we're 10 minutes away from breaking that. I know that Merv's done 12 hours, so we're not quite up with him yet, but still, this is a long one. Never done a long one like this before. I fell asleep on the... I was just so tired for the Route 66. Oh, I have taken a break. I've crawled out a couple of times and run around the bedroom. But Amelia couldn't go very far either, so I'm going to try in the spirit to sit here and do the stuff. I'll have a break tomorrow. I can put my feet up and die on the sofa. Oh, this is just brilliant. It's just been water, 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 and water. I didn't. But I have enough boxes in my walk-in wardrobe to make it jump overable if I needed to. I have a ton of computer boxes in there at the moment, and sim kit boxes and stream kit boxes. So it's you know, I've taken a tried to get some nice kit for the streaming and stuff. And it seems to be working okay. My purse has run away though, Scott. I think the last straw was buying the G2. But I'd had that on a watch. I've basically been waiting for them to say that they had some stock for ages. And then they finally had some, and I bought it. And I was very lucky on my GPU. I mean, we found a 6800 XT. Just by chance. It wasn't even listed on the website as in stock until we went there. So stock checkers hadn't even picked up it was there. So even Warhamster got some as well. He got a 6800 XT when I got mine. I was an incorrigible Alison on that day, telling people there was a 6800 XT going. We paid a little bit over the odds. I think we paid, what, 899, or I paid 899. But it's a good card, it'll last me a long time. I was very lucky. Laura and I had a deal. The first one of us that saw a decent graphics card would snap it up, just buy it. But it couldn't be totally, it had to be a, you know, not gouged really. I know I paid a little bit more, but still. But not stupid gouging. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Buttonages. I've pressed lots of buttons today. Got away with it so far. Should play nicely and not press too many more. So yeah, we've had a giveaway. We got to a level 5 hype train, which was like, wow, that was amazing. Thank you ever so much, everyone. That was brilliant. I think I triggered a hype train at the end of my long stream last week, and I clicked raid before it really kicked off, so I missed one. But we got one today, which is great. Some great generosity again across the community. It was just so brilliant. Right, 3 hours and 1 minute to go. Yeah, just over 35 minutes. Another giveaway for some more, for another Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug with an incredible John E design on it. Oh man, I'm smashing things now. The giveaway will run for 30 minutes like it did last time, and the winner will be picked at random by the bot, and I'm sure it would be, but I'm paying for it, so it's all included. So basically what happens is I've obviously bought the mugs, and then I put it into the giveaway, and then the person that wins it can redeem it, and then they can arrange to get it sent to them. But obviously if you get any problems, let me know and I'll sort it out. But it's very clever. And it worked. I was really surprised. So much water. So many people flying with us tonight. This is brilliant. Fantastic. Mucho shiny. Yeah, you're getting there, Murph. You're getting there. We'll soon see lights. Tarnish, hey, how you doing? It's going grand. We're doing really well. We are 7 hours and 25 minutes into our flight. We have about 2 hours 59 minutes to go. About 514 nautical miles until we get to one of the reference points I've got, which is Foxtrot November 36. We're tracking at 052. We're doing about 155. We're a little bit higher than she was. We're about 6,000 feet, joined with the Fireflies. We've had a great run. We've had a giveaway. We've had a hype train, and we've got another giveaway in about just over half an hour. So at 10 o'clock UK, there'll be another giveaway for a chance to win an Amelia Earhart mug. It's been really good, and we've had, Dangerous Brian and Lloyd Drix and Kazaki Flyer and Winter Band have been here all since the beginning as well. Big Tone, all been big. Is that Irish or Zulu? Zulu. 10 o'clock Zulu. So in just about 30 odd minutes, 33 minutes time, we'll kick off the next one. Hope you've had a good day, Tarnish. Is your day over now? Are you able to put your feet up? Sierra Bravo, November Tango, to Golf Oscar, Sierra Sierra. And the runway we're going to be coming into in a few hours is 36. So wheels up, we have 18,800 miles to go. We'll have a substantially less when we land. And then we can have a nice good rest. Apparently the food in was excellent when they landed. But they had a big reception when they got to Dakar, because the reception was meant to take place at Dakar, which they didn't get to. So they had some decent food, nice food. And then they had a big reception at Dakar the next day, which was funny because Amelia turned up in her checkered shirt, neckerchief, and slacks, and her dirty old shoes, because she didn't have anything else. She actually just didn't carry anything else. So she said they turned up like vagabonds. They had the High Commissioner, the Consulate General, and several high-ranking members of the Air France organisation, and as she said, we turned up like vagabonds. Didn't even have a jacket, you know, like a coat to wear over the top to make it look even reasonably impressive. Weight was incredibly important, absolutely. We were saying earlier that I think she said because they were so slim that putting on pounds of weight because of food would basically mean that they would have to sacrifice fuel, which absolutely was not the thing to do. 30 and 26, so thank you for following Captain Jack Lyle. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the channel, and you're joining us, Fireflies, and traversing the southern, or actually northern Atlantic now. Starting off Natal, Brazil this afternoon, early morning Natal time, and we're heading to Senegal, where we'll end up at St. Louis today, and we're on leg 10 of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. We've been on the go for about 7.5 hours now, and we've got about just under 3 hours to go, give or take a bit of direction changing when we get to Senegal. Flying along in the Mooney. The Mooney was got a special extra fuelage based on the 2017 round the world flight that was done. No worries, Colonel Falk. So 25 on the right, changing now to tank 20, changing left tank. Thank you, Kazaki Flyer. I was actually just calculating. I was just calculating where I was going next, because obviously we've still got a few hours left, so we'll get down to 20 and 20, and then we'll top up again. And that will leave us still within the range of the 200 gallons. If anyone has the right to enter the destination, all traffic in the area, please advise. It's you, Amelia son. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. That's my shoes. That's lovely. Amelia son. Oh, I think that's going to have to be a little nickname. Amelia son. That's really good. Really good. Bravo. Do you know what, the only time I ever spot typos is when people say they've typoed. Amelia son, it's good, isn't it? So Rambler 193, this is the Mooney M20R Ovation. It's the Carenado version of the Mooney. We're flying in, it's obviously only got 95 gallons of fuel, but the M20K that did the round the world trip in 2017 in a Mooney had specially modified tanks for 200 gallons, which took their range to 3003. So we're flying along on that basis, and so we're not going to be using any more than 200 gallons, but we will use up to 200 gallons for our flights. That should get us all the way around the world on the legs that they did it. So we're running a special livery that's inspired on the Electra 10E. There's no Electra 10E in the game, so sadly I can't show that. But this livery is free to download over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. If you fly a Mooney in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, you can grab a copy and use it on your Mooney. The reason the Mooney was used is that despite it being a smaller aircraft with less fuel capacity, it actually flew at a similar velocity that the Electra 10E flew. So roughly around 150 knots was what the Electra flew without thrashing it. You know, literally pulled the engines back. 150 was pretty much what they did. So it's very quite good. So what I have a 34-inch monitor, ultra wide screen. So 13. Yeah, so it's 1440p. Essentially, which is great. I've had it many a year, and it's really good for flight sim in 2D, and allows a lot of viewage. So 30 and 25, we have got 487.2 nautical miles to go. Everything's still in the green, although I just need to lean that out a little bit. That's the EGT is a little bit higher than I'd like it. Let's pop that down there. So we use 55 gallons, so we're going to use another 55 by the time we change, so that's 110. 110 plus another 55, we should be well within the 180 that we need. Yeah, I think we've got about 3 hours left, give or take, because there's a little bit of changing once we cross the coast into Senegal. We're trying to fly with the weather as much as we can. We try to fly real time, and we try to fly when she started. So this flight started at 3:15 a.m. local time in the sim. So we flew a long time. Yeah, so Rolamba, mine's slightly curved. It's not as curved as some of them, but it's a great monitor. Ailerons into the wind's got a nice curved monitor. Cyberman Drew's got a lovely, so I mean they're really great for flight sim. I mean, so I've got a 34-inch monitor here. What you can't see is over here I've got another monitor that's with all my stream information on. So so I'm running two slightly ones there. When I change my desk around in a week, I'm looking at getting my laptop here, so I've then got more screenage. 161 minutes left according to your G1000. So I've got 2 hours 47, so that's 120, 167, so 100, yeah, so about right. That 49-inch curved monitor, it's beautiful, but I can't fit it in my room. It's so I'm in a, I don't know if you can see, but obviously I'm in a loft conversion. So my part of the office has got a very sloped roof here, so it just wouldn't fit. But it might fit when I move sideways. Just don't let Laura hear me say that. Bork Panda, don't snitch on me. If you're still watching, don't snitch on me when I said that. Because Laura will probably come up here and batter me with a 49-inch monitor. Well, I've got an arm already on this side, but there's one on the way. It'll be here Monday for my big monitor. It literally wouldn't fit here. I've measured it several times to see if a 49-inch would fit, and it won't. But it might if I do it this way. And then if I do that, I'll put my VR kit on the wall over there. Thank you, Bork Panda. She's a good housemate, is Borky. No tattletaling. So Laura was feeling a bit worse for wear today, Stu, so you can let Mrs. Ailerons into the wind know that her arm was hurting and her joints were hurting and she wasn't feeling very well. But not quite as bad as I felt, but she did start feeling the impact of her COVID jab. There's always a way, one way or the other. I have a plan. I do have a plan, but I can't do it just yet until I can take over another room. But there is a plan. To have my own proper sim pit. A cunning plan, Baldric. Yep, things are still good. 7 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds. We have 2 3/4 hours-ish. Closer to 3. But we're going good. 25 and 29. Yeah, we're doing good. Did I change? I did change. And we've got about 20 minutes to the second giveaway. Yeah, but 49 with those curved 49s, the peripheral vision is incredible. I mean, when I'm closer to my desk, because obviously you sit quite a way away from your desk when you've got your flight sim equipment and everything. So there's quite a bit more I could get close to my desk. The peripheral vision that the curved monitors give you is amazing. No ball pits, Borky. God dear. 40 and 50-year-olds playing in ball pits. God, you're not going to turn my sim pit into a ball pit. I've got plans for that room. I've got plans for that room. Well, if you steal that room, I'm going to have the garage. Oh, very nice, Annalisa. Yeah, it's going. We're going. The guys are still going. We've still got the fireflies. Oh, Murphy's ahead of us now. He's like... He's absolutely rocketed ahead. Murphy, you've overtaken us. Yeah, it probably does need a dormer on this bit. But we've got so much steel in here. Because we're a townhouse, so we're already quite high. Yeah, there's some big old steel rebars in here. Can't stop it. No! But on what are you playing? What are you playing? What are you flying, Murph? he's oh dear. Yep. He was behind us for some time and he's disappearing into the distance. Oh, the Baron. I think Murph's trying to take on that Cessna the other day. What was it, 40-odd thousand feet? Going like a rocket. Yeah, and Lisa, we're doing good. We've still got the Fireflies with us. We've got quite a lot of people. Several have been here since the very start. Yeah. Brian Winterband, Floydrix, Kazaki, Dangerous Brian. I'm going to miss people now because my brain's starting to frizzle. But we're doing great. We've now, so in all of the legs we've done so far, this is now officially the longest. Because we're about 20 odd minutes over that. Just makes me think how That must have been flying it the first time. And never having flown this route before. I mean, she'd basically never been to South America. Never been to Africa. Most of the places she visited, she'd never been or seen to. No, thanks, Borky. I'm good. I've got my... I've still got this one. Do you know what? I actually don't have nummage bummage. I have a very good chair, and it's holding up very well. Plus, I have COVID padding on my bottom. But no, I'm actually holding up quite well. So look at that. Real world weather is even going for the wind. So the windage is even right on real world weather. Runway 36. Oh my god, that's a very good question, which my brain is not going to answer in a single go. So its standard operating range is definitely only 1350. But, can't remember. Bit of a cheat. Just go have a quick look at the POH. I should know, I don't. I'll have to look that up and come back to you. I can't see it, my eyes are not focusing very well. Out of the box it'll do about 1350. We're going to be doing about 3003 because it had an extra few gallonage. Tarnish, you're very welcome. I'm glad that's worked for you. Yeah, so whatever you can get into the tank. So in this, out of the factory, 1350. And then we've got about 200. I'm glad that's working, Tarnish. Yeah, so I had a similar issue with the Seminole. It sort of stuck on the unpacking, and then when I went back to it, it was showing that there was no download. But then when I went in to pick the aircraft, it wasn't visible, but it was in my folder. So I deleted it and then did the re-download, and it's fine. So 27 and 25. If it ain't a thermos, you won't get to drink it. Nope. However, no thermos. Red Bull, not sponsored by Red Bull. Must say that again. Although after all these ones, I really should be. If the engine quits, you swim. Yeah. Very, very, very true. Very, very true. Oh, I tell you what, Bort Panda, if you're watching, I'd love a cup of tea. Could really kill for a cup of tea now. Iron Seagull, thank you for following. I'm sorry I missed it. That stupid thing doesn't say, doesn't bing me. It's all the others scare the living life out of me when someone does anything. But anyone who follows, it's silent. So apologies for missing your follow. Thank you so much for following. It's okay. I've got Bort Panda. She'll make me a nice cup of tea. I can cook like the devil, but don't ask me to make a cup of tea. It will be the most horrible thing in the world. Well, I have. It's actually got a noisy one. If I test it, it makes that noise. But when anyone does it in stream, it doesn't do anything. It's really bizarre. Probably. And my housemate makes a better cup of tea than me, and she's Swedish. Oh, no. I will cook you the best roast dinner you've ever had. The gravy will be absolutely wonderful. Just don't ask for a cup of tea with it. It will be the most revolting cup of dishwater you've ever had. I'm not that great making coffee either, so I've got a coffee machine. Goose fat tatties cannot have a roast dinner without goose fat tatties. Nicely parboiled, left to steam in the open, rumbled until they're crumbly on the edges. Get that goose fat really, really hot, whack them in, sizzle them away, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. We call them armadillo potatoes. Crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside. Lovely. How you all hanging in there, guys? Been a long flight. Lots of just water. Oh, beef. I do like a good roast dinner. That said, Bort Panda and I cooked basically like a seafood linguine the other week. Oh man, that was amazing. It took like 20 minutes to make, including the sauce. You know, oh, it was. I'm not really a great fan of lemon sauces, but that was just amazing. I must put that recipe up in the cookbook because that is really good and it's really quick to make. It was good, wasn't it? Must do that again. A cooking stream. Well, you never know, right? Never know, never know. We may even film we're making cider at the moment. It's in the pinter, fermenting away. I want to tell you what else we need to put up is that that recipe, that Far Eastern oh crikey, what was it? Nice. Well, we're making some homemade cider as well, so it's due to stop fermenting on Monday. And then it's got a condition for 7 days. Be ready on Easter Monday. No, because we're using a pinter, not sponsored by Pinter either. It's really, really not smelly at all. The only smell you get is when you take off the brew unit, but then you leave it. It sits in the fridge for 7 days. That's it. The king prawn, Eastern king prawn tacos, with the you know, the Asian sauce. Oh, that's amazing too, and that's really simple to make. Bort Panda makes an epic king prawn Eastern taco. It's not very good if you don't like seafood, but it is really nice. So 25 and 26, nearly time to change. The cookbook's under the table in the living room. The coffee table. That's nice. We haven't had that for a while. So if you've got a peanut allergy, it's not very good. But there's like a peanut sauce as well that you use. So it's almost like Peking duck, but with prawns and no hoisin. But the sauce is like a peanut-based sauce that goes over the taco, and it's a soft taco. And then you roll it up and eat it. Oh, it's lovely. We'll post those. We'll find the recipes out and put them up on the Discord channel. We did a Chinese feast. Some girls at work. We had a girls' night in, and they all came over to the house many years ago now. I remember getting a duck and doing Peking duck, and I spent a day and a half basting this chicken, this duck, and it was hanging in my kitchen, and I was basting it every now and again, and the skin turned to, like, literally you could touch it, it was like paper. And then when we put it, obviously get the oven really hot and you put it in, and the skin was so basically loose that it puffed up, and the colour was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Nice, fantastic news. 8-hour endurance flight, nice. Closing in. 25 and 25, change tanks. Oh, sorry, 25 clocks. Yeah, at some point, all of the streams that we ever on, the Fireflies, the Two-Tone Murphy, Colonel Fort, we all start talking about food at some point. It has to be done. But there's so many lovely recipes out there. I think I've told you about the restaurant we go to. My other half will never go there because she doesn't like vegetables, but it's called oh, I can't even remember what it's called now. Marlin, what's it called? That wonderful, wonderful, wonderful restaurant we go. Peace and Loaf. And it's actually run by a guy that's won Master Chef. And they came out once with like a crisp bread, and it had little coloured dots along the top. One was red, one was white, one was sort of like a browny, mushroomy colour, and one was orange. Yeah, piece of it. And you put the whole thing in your mouth in one go, but it was basically pureed English breakfast. So the colours were mushrooms, egg, bacon, beans, and basically you put it all into your mouth and bite into it, and all of the purees mixed together, and it tastes like an explosion of English breakfast. That was amazing. I'd never be able to reproduce anything like that myself, but Christ, that was good. Been there a couple of times now, it's just fantastic. Hey War Hamster, I hope you're good. So no problem, waving at you. So we are 2 hours 27 till destination. We've been going for nearly 8 hours. Oh, Badoom Tish Tarnish. Badoom Tish. Badoom Tish. Oh. So 25 and 25. Once we get down to 2020, we'll change again, and then that'll take us to our second change. We're looking good, Draco. We're looking good. I'm a bit worried about getting to the coast and scenery loading in, but we'll get to that bit when we get there. We still have loads of people with us. Catbat, Goblin, Kingsman, Torhack, Big Tone, Colonel Fork, Two-Tone Murphy, Winterband, Bad Dog Muncher, Chilled Corky, Hard Mr. Zed, Kasaki Flyer, Danny, Dangerous Brian. How incredible. Oh, did you get the, have you hoovered all the stairs yet? No, it was Hammy was doing the stairs, but he thought he might be finished by the time we might get to the St. Louis before he finished doing the stairs, but we need to know. Oh, you've got the new fridge in, brilliant. Did you not? I'm a bad influence on a Sunday afternoon, I can tell. Stopping you all getting your chores done. Captain Arash, welcome back, welcome back. You catch us 7 hours and 59 minutes into our flight, or our stream even. No, everyone's welcome, Captain Arash. Please, yeah, you should be able to find us on the map. We are 400 miles from the coast of Africa. So Captain Arash is a streamer I've been watching for quite a while now. Traveling around the world, doing a round the world tour in a 172, which is really cool. He's doing it in real weather, real time, and hand flying all the way. So it's a really good watch. Normally in an early morning for UK time, so I can watch it at work, which is great. If you're watching Boss, I don't really watch at work. Welcome back, Jay Winokur. Glad to have you back. You catch us across the Atlantic. We're closing in. I say we're closing in. We're closing in nearly 8 hours. Oh, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time again. It is that time for giveaway number 2. Just need to do the setting upages. Press some buttonages. It's all a bit worrying, pressing buttonages. And the giveaway has started. So if you would like to enter the raffle to win the second Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug, enter ! giveaway 1. If your name is Viper Strike, I'm afraid you're exempt from joining in. You've won one already. You have approximately 30 minutes. Good luck everyone that's entering. $24 and $25, so 24 and 25, good, so we'll get down to 20. Go on, Annalisa, go on, would you? There we go. Red Bull number 2. I think I've actually done quite well to only have gone through 2 Red Bulls. Good luck, everybody. Fingers crossed I did. It's ! giveaway 1, Hammy. Yeah, Goblin, it's all one word basically. Exclamation mark, giveaway 1. There's no space between any of it. Bort Panda, you are watching, you are entitled to enter the view. Enter the draw if you want a Amelia Earhart mug. $405 miles to go. Nice one, Goblin. Good luck. 2 hours, 20 minutes estimated time en route to go. We've been going a long time, guys. It's that time again. It's stretches. All while you're making your entries. All right, fair enough. I just thought I'd mention. Oh. 2 toes. Is he zooming again? Oh. Thank you for following Big Duke 6. That's very kind of you. All followers are allowed. All followers and subs can. There's no restriction other than followers and subs because it's the only way I can know who you are. So I'm not breaking any rules. There's no cost involved. So it's not an illegal lottery. Oh, you can not, you know. You can not use mine. Mine's special. So mine is slightly different to everyone else's. This is with all the others that are out there, this is the one that you want to get because it's the only one that was ever wrong. So not only did it say commemorative tour and not memorial flight like the others do, it also had the wrong tail number. All the others have all the right tail numbers, but mine, no. She's a ninja. You're definitely not a ninja book. Well, Mrs. Two-Tone's been celebrating a win at the rugby edge. 25 and 23 on the right. Let's see who's on this now. So who have we got? We've got Captain Chat Lyle. Welcome along. Oh, so Captain Arash. Oh, guys, I'm doing about 155 indicated, 173 ground. So anything that can keep up with the Mooney. I'm not firewalling it either, which is incredible. I'm literally not firewalling it. You know, I'm doing 12.6 gallons per hour, which is relatively light. Yeah, anything can do 150 plus. Yeah, I'm doing 155 indicated, yeah. Yeah, Amelia did the same. Yeah, Amelia did the same. So she literally... So Kelly Johnson set all of the fuel usage charts, which they totally ignored on the last one. Which was another problem. So, but yeah, they absolutely... which is why we're trying to, you know, we can keep within the same parameters that the Electra did. Lots of ginage taken. She's on the gun again. You would have to take cover with the gun. Mrs. Tuzone's on the gun. You won't want to be stealing her gin if she's on the gun. The sim time. Sorry, no. You ask away, Captain Arash. I do it to you all the time. In sim time is 12:09 or 14:09 UTC. Hey, Kirkness. So, if you're new here, guys, and you want to have a chance at winning an Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug, ! giveaway 1 will enter you into the raffle, where you will where a winner will be picked at random by the Senegalbbb bot. The only thing it's good at is picking winners. It's not very good at botting. $22 and $25. So yeah, so with 12:09 in game, 14:09 UTC. Few clouds. We're flying at 6,000 feet. 155 indicated. 173 ground. Tracking 052 magnetic. Zero, 3, 4, 4, 5. Yeah, compass is sort of okay. You can imagine it, can't you? Murphy going for the gin, and suddenly there's a gun coming into the screen. Give me back my gin. Just as long as it's not a scene from Kill Bill or anything like that. Let's watch some of the guys as we're still flying over lots to see. Then Captain Arash has joined us. Hey, nice to see you. Get your raffle entries in, guys. Just under 21 minutes till the giveaway ends. We're just lastly past the watershed. Still no swearing or anything, but we're still we can think things now, right? We can adult think. The Super Soaker gun filled with gin. Hey Draco, welcome back. That looks like you're in the Mooney livery. It certainly is. Annalisa cam, now that's an idea. I can see the sock being thrown at me right now. Socks incoming. It's a great idea, isn't it, Cat Battage? We have 23 entries for the giveaway. It's 3 more than we had last time. 18 minutes to go. Thank you for the follow, Big Duke 6. Sorry, my follow's still not working. Let's screenshot of the guys. Good luck, Compton. What did... I've pretty much turned the bot off now. PP, P-I-P-I. It's, probably thinks it's, a male part. Rather than Pippi, probably PP. Say that to Two-Tone Murphy, but thank you for the sub. I tried to send a note but did not fix it. What are you trying to fix? You should. You absolutely do have a sub to the channel. Because I can see it. Oh, you're a legend according to... Oh, I see. Got you. Yeah. Two-Tone Murphy absolutely is a legend. So, the complete journey is about 28 legs. There were a couple of legs where we jumped backwards and forwards a few times. There's probably 24 to 26 legs if you did it just jump to jump. But we are going to do the extra legs they did. So there was a couple of legs where the aircraft needed repairs, so they had to go back. Amelia got very, very unwell with dysentery at one point and had to go back for medical attention. So we've done, this is the 10th leg. Starting today, we had 18,800 miles of the 28,600 miles to get. So we've done quite good now. Still got quite a long way to go. My eyes are getting tired after 8.25 hours. But this is not even the longest leg we've got to do yet. So the long one's going to be a long, long one. Hey, Kukmal. Yes, the 3700 works very nicely. Really nice chip. And when DX12 comes out, those extra cores are going to gobble it all up. So, Curl Fork, how's your new CPU going? You've got the Radeon 3600X. How's that doing? Good to hear. I am glad that. I believe it's when the Xbox version comes out, so summer TM. Well, it's because they said it will come out when the Xbox version's released, which they have pegged for August. Well, I say summer. So it could be July, August, or September, right? So 21 and 25 getting ready to change tanks. 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. Just need to get my map actually and mark myself. This is 2218, north of equator. 2218. 0.9 legs. It'll be a good thing. We really need DX12. You know, DX12's been around for a while now, and this flight sim could really use it. At the moment, it's very CPU bound, rather than GPU bound, but it still doesn't make the best use of all the cores available to it because it's not using DX12. But if they'd have gone straight for DX12, a lot of people might have had trouble. But, you know, DX12's been out for years now. I mean, Christ, they've even got DX12 Ultimate. 20 and 25, time to change tanks. Changing tanks now to left tank. I mean, I've done quite well so far. I'm still, anything could happen. Anything could happen in the next 2 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah, Cookmile, it really did. You know, I play Final Fantasy 14 in my spare time, when I've got spare time. And that was a big jump from DX9 to DX11. There's quite a few people have done it now, or veteran. I mean, worst comes to worst, you have to reinstall it. But once it's done, and it's over. So guys, you've still got some time if you're new to the channel and you want to take part in our second ever giveaway. 2 in 1 day. Super giveaway day. You have 11 minutes approximately to get a ticket in. Exclamation mark giveaway 1, and you could win a lovely Amelia Earhart beverage mug that will hold, as Murphy would say, lots of tasty beverage. So, you know, if you're new and you've played along with us a few times, you know, we all talk about the flying circus, then you can always join us over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. Where you can all hook up with us mad people, join in on the funnage. That's where I'm based. You know, I'm not looking to do anything separate. I'm part of the Two Tone Murphy Flying Circus. And love taking part with everything you guys do. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here. Dennis, anything will fly upside down. How long it flies up down for is another matter. So Two Tone Murphy streams every Monday, Wednesday and Friday at 2000, I don't know if he's changed it yet, but 2000 Zulu UTC, or 2000 Zulu. And if you've not followed up the Murphage, the legend can be found here. And then we've got Colonel Fork, who also flies on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Sundays. We're all very much into the GA aircraft. We've got Captain Arash flying with us tonight, and Captain Arash is doing a similarly crazy journey around the world in a Cessna 172, hand flying all the way. It's a good watch. You're very welcome, my friend. I really enjoy your streams. Oh, I don't know. I give up now. I've been flying too long. I've been flying too long. I'm going flight crazy. 8 hours 23, guys. 2 hours to go. Well, in the UK, the clocks go forward in 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. Oh, Dennis. Stretch your legs, mate. Take a walk around your captain. That's a very handy time link. Still not gonna work out the argument of what time it is. It'll be, when the streamage starts. Hey, Epic Fool, lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. We're slightly getting a little bit flight drunk now. I've had no alcohol, but it's slightly flight drunk. Epic Fool, you've just joined in time. There's a giveaway ongoing. If you want to join in the raffle to take part in winning a Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug, ! giveaway 1, and you can enter the raffle. Anime Birder, how lovely to see you. Thank you for joining in. Yep, hashtag giveaway 1, and you can win a specially designed Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug that has Amelia's faces in the cloud, the Earhart light, the Mooney, and my little signature, which was designed for us by John E. If you don't know, guys, Anime Birder is the legend of quiz that helps out with CD's What the Flock. Has taken part in many real life quizzes. It's lovely to see you. So we're 24 and 20. You got a... Wow. So we're out here, we're crossing the Atlantic. We've been going for 8 hours, 25 minutes. We have another 1 hour, 59 to go. Ish. 343 miles. And we're being escorted across the southern and northern Atlantic by the Fireflies and many others. The whole community now joining in. We've got several streamers on here: Colonel Fork, Two-Tone Murphy, Captain Arash, Ailerons into Wind. You know, all from different communities, all joining in and coming together. This is what it's about, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't this brilliant? Benvenue, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I actually saw that one. Still no bingle. But thank you for following and joining us as we fly around the world, following the route of Amelia Earhart. And we're on leg 10 with another 2 hours to go. So if you've not been here before, we'll just do a quick show. So this is the route we're doing today from Natal in Brazil. Fred and Amelia were aiming for Dakar, but they missed. And we're going to end up in St. Louis in Senegal. This is a nice picture of Amelia when she was maintaining the aircraft before the flight. And this is Amelia with Fred, also while they were maintaining it. We've also got some nice navigation charts that these are Fred's navigation charts for the Atlantic crossing. He couldn't use his celestial navigation on this flight because it was really bad. And they missed their destination, but it's quite interesting to see all of that. And then we've got some entries from Amelia's diaries, which we've been reading as we go. So in this one, they want to change to 36 degrees, 75 miles to Dakar. They didn't take the advice on this. And Amelia's written right at the bottom there, what put us north, which is a telling thing. I've mentioned this several times, but the navigation was one thing that was wrong on this journey. They missed several of their locations. They couldn't do Morse code. They were relying on telephones, voice telephony, which meant that they couldn't really communicate with any of the ships or aircraft they passed en route across to here. And probably the biggest failing of their final flight was that they couldn't communicate with the US Coast Guard cutters that were on the ground, or when I say on the ground, at Howland Island trying to see them in. They just couldn't talk to each other. If they'd have had the ability to use Morse code, they might have had a better chance. Take care, Violet Fest. Lovely to see you, and I'll try and catch you another day. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, we're all hoping to get out to Oshkosh in 2022 for a huge community to get together. That is going to be some many beerages, lots of chattages, and lots of fun. I'm still hoping to get there, but we're trying to save for a Tesla. So as long as I'm good and stop buying VR headsets and things like that, I might have a chance of getting out there. Crikey, what a day. What a long flight. Still got people flying. Brian, everyone who started with me, how are you holding up? Still a little bit of time, guys. 1.5 minutes left for the raffle. We had 25 entries today for the second chance to win an Amelia Earhart mug. Amazingly good, Brian. Well done. Big Tone. Winter Band. How are you guys holding up? Floydrix. Been a long flight for you guys. You're here, you're still good. Good stuff. So it's a bit. We probably won't get there for tea. It's a little bit long to fly back across the Atlantic for Scott. But with Comfort Grill. 20 and 23 on the tanks, 3 gallons till change. Everything's still in the green or blue, as they call it. Here's Captain Arash. It's caught me up. Good to see you. Let's get a picture. Picture time. So Laura is staying downstairs till I'm finished. Because you'd see her in bed from here if she went to bed. How good is that? She's putting up with me nicking the bedroom for ridiculous amounts of hours. I might be in for it tomorrow though, if I finish too late. Take care, Danny. Thank you for flying so long with us. We'll catch you soon. So, there we go. The giveaway is over. Are we ready to pick a winner? And the winner is Big Tone 66. Well done. Congratulations. There will be a link coming up in chat for you to redeem your prize very shortly. Congratulations, mate. There's a redeem link there for you. So if you click that, you'll be able to redeem your prize and be the proud owner of an Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight mug. Congratulations! Congratulations to Viper Strike and to Big Tone for winning the 2 giveaways today. I hope you'll be delighted with your muggages and you will be joining us with tasty beverages on them when they arrive. So they will be coming straight from the people that make them. Let me know if you have a problem and I can chase it up. But basically, it should all be sorted out between you. You should be able to go and redeem it and say where you want it sent. And that is the second giveaway that we've done tonight. And it worked both times. So I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased. Let's have some hype in the chat for the guys that won. Thank you everyone for all joining in. Sorry you couldn't all win one, but I can't afford to buy all of them. Congratulations, Big Tone and Viper Strike. Wootage and Hypage. Big Tone's flown a lot of the journeys with me so far. All the way, all the long legs. So that's really nice. I'm really pleased you won. Nice job, guys. Nice job. $22 and $20. Still all in the blue-green. Good. Well, I think that was a success. The giveaways were a success. I like how that works. That's really good. Oh, 313 miles to go. There will be more in times to come. But thank you also ever so much for flying along with me today. I mean, we've still got... Rolly Mal 9, thank you very much for the follow. Animo Birder, so today, on this leg of the flight, the Electra 10E would have been going approximately 148 knots indicated. There was basically a 20 mile an hour, an average 20 mile an hour headwind all the way across. Normally it would do 150. But she was doing 148 according to her diaries. And she flew around 6,000 feet, which is what we're doing. So I tried to put in a 20 mile an hour headwind, so 17.3 knot headwind. Nearly killed me. It No, not too bad at all. Yeah, she did the trip in 10 hours, 10 minutes. We're a little bit behind that. Because I nearly killed us. I put the weatherage in and literally my controls jumped the ship, basically, and nearly crashed. I was within 2,000 feet of hitting the water. Count Duckula #1, thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Thanks for hopping in on our 10th leg of the Amelia Earhart flight around the world. You join us with many of the Fireflies and other members of the community flying along across the Atlantic as we head towards Senegal. So it would do 170, but when it was laden with all of its fuel, it would roughly do 150 to 160. Yeah, so roughly that. She never opened up the engines really fully. So 150 was the indicated airspeed that they were aiming at. Kelly Johnson, when he was working on the aerodynamics of the Electra, he planned all of the climb, cruise, descent ratings. So, and here's a picture of Kelly doing the work on the Electra in the wind tunnel. And of course, he went on to head up the skunk works, as we talked about earlier. So, take care, Catbat. You take care, and we will see you soon. So he planned everything. So most of the flights she flew about 8,000 feet at 150 indicated. So this one's a strange log because she didn't do 8,000. Yeah. So this is Kelly. I'm pointing at my screen, but this is a picture of Kelly Johnson while he was a student. So he did all of this engineering work for the Electra, for Lockheed, whilst at college. And when he qualified at college, he then joined Lockheed as their main engineer. What a legend that guy is, huh? But it's quite fitting that, you know, someone of his ilk was involved in, you know, this round the world trip that Amelia took part in. Yes, so you spotted it, right? You're the first person to spot it, Super Typhon. So, as part of this wind tunnel work that I was waiting for someone to say this rather than me give it away, but this piece of work here changed the design of the Electra 10 into a twin ruddered crosstail. So the work he did here changed the Electra so that the Electra then had a twin tail. It increased the stability significantly, but originally once only had a single tail and stabilizers. Cool, huh? Guys and girls. Take care, Catbat. The history of flight and aviation is incredible when you think of all the work that goes into it. You know, as a student working on this project and then coming on to work on some of the most secret aircraft ever built. '21 and 20. One gallon to change. Everyone's all still with us. We're all doing really good. The F-104, yeah. So obviously we've got a long way to go with Amelia, but I'm hoping what I'm going to be doing, Animebird, and for everyone that's here and maybe moderately interested, I'm going to be trying to focus on the pioneering flights of women. So until I get the Vega B and I'm able to do all of the Vega B flights. You know, the Vega B is coming to Flight Sim, but it won't be out until Q3, Q4, maybe later. So after I've done all of this, I'm going to do Amy Johnson next. Amy Johnson was one of the first ever qualified British aviatrixes to become a full aviation engineer, and flew a Gypsy Moth all the way. Is it Gypsy Moth or Tiger Moth? I keep getting this wrong. Anyway, I'm tired now. But she flew all the way from Croydon in the UK to America, to Australia. So we're going to be doing that trip after we've done Amelia's first trip. So that's going to be. I'm going to look forward to that. Though that biplane's not in the sim yet, so I will probably do it in a Waco. Now it's not going to be the same, but at least we'll be able to do the route. But we'll talk about Amy, you know, a lady from Hull in the northeast of England, not too far south of where I live. I have a whole list of aviatrixes and their achievements to go after and show off and tell the world about, which I plan to do over a series of streams. 20 and 20, time for change, thanks. Draco, if you're here and anyone else is here, this is time that we do the next bit. Pressage of buttons. So we're now going back to full. So that will now see us all the way. So that was, so we did 50 and 55 and 55. So that'll be 110 gallons plus 20. So that we should get it. We shouldn't use any more than 170 gallons. I've done it now. Do you know what? It might have even been a tiger moth. It's a very old biplane. My brain's gone. It's gone. I can't remember which one it is. It's a moth. It's one of them, but it's not the World War II bit. But yeah, you're right. We're starting to get to the point now where you'll only be able to see vintage aircraft in air museums. What did she fly? I can't remember. I really can't remember now. I got it wrong last week as well. I was like, well, it's this one. It's like, no, it's not that. It was a gypsy moth. She flew 11,000 miles in 6 days. In 1930. Yeah, I am tired. I definitely am tired. I'm starting to feel it. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know if you've been watching. There's a really interesting Kermit Weeks, who's, you know, most of us know who Kermit Weeks is, but Kermit's got there's some of his stuff on the channel at the moment is they're restoring a Vega B. And that is incredibly interesting to watch. I'll put it on the Discord channel for the historic flights. But they are recrafting a Vega B by hand from the original materials. So they're sort of taking it all apart and they're rebuilding it. That's going to be great when it's done. Did you say there's land on the VFR map? I don't really want to press the button. There's land! Oh my god, there's land ahead! I can't see it yet, but there is land ahead. Oh my god. Land? What's that? I don't know. We haven't seen any for ages. We can only say land ho when we can actually see it. I can't see it yet. It's still cloudage. Can't see land. I'll believe it when I see it, and it's not a mirage of the VFR map. Ah, the Blériot. Yeah, that is... for a plane in sim, that is brilliant. They've done an incredible job on that. And the people that did that are also doing the Vega B. So I have high hopes for the Vega B. The Vega 5B even. Well, I can't see no land, but it's on the VFR map. Morlin, kan jag få in Red Bull? Do you know what? I don't know. Two-Tone might know the answer to that. Do you know, Two-Tone, whether Wing 42 had access to Rhineback Blériot? Okay, 1 gallon on the right and then we'll change. Tack så mycket. Ah. 8 hours, 48 minutes. 275 miles to go. Nearly 1,500 miles through. Jag talar svenska. Thank you. Thanks, my dear. I learned to speak Swedish because my housemate's Swedish and I've been semi-adopted by her parents and family. So when we go over there, the first time I went there to Sweden, couldn't understand a word anybody said. So didn't like that very much, so I learned to speak Swedish. And now I work for a Swedish company. But yeah, her parents were of the age where they didn't... Oh! Halmstad! But Panthers more if or far bor i Halmstad. Oi, oi, oi. What a small world. What a small world. Well, we come over to Hampstead often. Well, last time we were there was 2019, but we got stopped by the pandemic since. But yeah, we stay at the Best Great Western opposite the station. Malin, yeah. But Border i Halmstad. Yeah. That's really cool, Amelia. My other half's been trying to teach herself Japanese. She's not too bad, but yeah. She wants to go to Japan, like big time. She watches anime all the time. Huge collection. Welcome back, insert random username here. We're still going. 8 hours 51 minutes. Yeah. Chinese is really hard. I've started trying to learn Mandarin. It's just really hard. It's one of those. Swedish is a way very hard. But I can speak German, a bit of French. So my German language helped me do the Swedish because it's not that much different. Thank you for following Captain Spitfire. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You've joined us on this mad journey across the Atlantic today. We've got 1 hour and 32 minutes approx. Been going for about 8 hours 52 now. The VFR map has not shown any land for some time. I dread to look out my window, but there's land on the VFR map slowly. Look, there's land sort of over there, that way. It's still an incredibly hard language to learn. Unless you've got someone that talks it to help, I think. It's one of those where you really need someone to be able to bounce stuff off. I was just really glad for having Maul in Bort Panda, because what a weird language Swedish can be. What they did with the SJs, I shall never know. I can't. It took me ages to say nurse in Swedish. Sjuksköterska. And it's not spelled how it sounds. You know, it's SJUCK SKWERTSA. It's like, what the hell? Where did that come from? Wukfuetiska. It literally means sick carer, because Wukhuset is hospital, sick house. Because of course it is. But it's like, you know, en for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All sounds good, right? En, 2, 3. Oh, then you get to 7 and it goes fu. SJU, fu. What the? Who thought that was a good idea? 8 is Otter, Neo, and Tio. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 makes sense. 8, 9, and 10 makes sense. 7, I reckon someone had gin. But it's true. It's a real SJU. Woo. We were driving back from Stockholm to Halmstad in 2018. And we were looking at all the village names along the way. And I was doing my best to pronounce some of them. And Marlin was correcting me. And then we got to one and I just went, no, not even going to attempt that one. It was the most hideous concoction of consonants you've ever seen. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. There's a lot of rubbish in this little head of mine. Yes, Welsh is another hard one. Nah, I'm done. I'm not answering that. I'm not having a go at that one. It was just way too hard. Yeah, I remember you laughing at me then as well, Marlin. Alright, 45 and 48. Let's time change those tanks. Leftage, tankage. Can I see land yet? Is that land or is that just water still? No, still water, look. Or is that landage? That might be landage. Need a pair of binoculars. Yeah. There is such a yakadish magni go go go. You're absolutely right. Oh no! Not fuel cut off. No, no, no. I've done that so many times. The power of copy and pasta. Yep, 1 hour, 29 minutes out now. Yeah, he got it so right. I remember that. But Big Tone 66, Captain Jack Lyle, Bad Dog Muncher, Mr. Z, Duto Murphy, Ben Vanal, Druids, Goblin, Torhack. Oh, crikey. Big plane. That must be use random username here. Down in front is here. Winterband, Captain Arash, Kazaki Flyer, Draco, Floydrix, Dangerous Brian. All here, all heading towards that coastline. Ah, Pew's a very Welsh name. Yeah, Draco, very much so. Do you know what? It's also, you know, you've got Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, all relatively sensible North Germanic languages. And then you've got Finnish, which is like Martian. You know, you can absolutely understand something in all of those countries except Finland. Okay, Scott, enjoy the grilling. I still can't understand anything anyone says in Finnish. I need my binoculars to see where we're at. Land is... I can smell landage. We're nearly into the offshore limits. No, I know. It's not. It's Martian, I tell you. It's Martian. Thank you for following KV. Thank you for joining and joining us. Yes, right. I had a big dream, eaten a big marshmallow, woke up round, got a pillow left. Yeah. You join us as we get across. Nine hours, guys. Well done. If you've been here all the way, well done. If you've been here half the way, well done. If you've been here a quarter of the way. .47 and 45, 2 on the left. Seeing everyone flying along, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Flying along with little old me, that's really lovely. Thank you, guys. Only my 10th ever stream. And we're doing grand. So pleased. Be looking forward to the desert next. Do you know what? I hadn't even thought about that, Draco. That the 10th stream was over 10 hours long. Could have even had a start for that, couldn't I? 10th leg. 10 hours. Dramatic music. Tio, well. Tio is 10. Tionda, that's right, Tionda. That's a different place. I don't fuck. Yeah, we will be. Yeah, so. It's a glacier. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh, it sticks with my funny bone. Oh, 45 and 46, one on the tank to change. So 1 hour 20, 231.3 miles to go. There we go, 1230, so that's 1500 miles gone. Miles in 9 hours, 4 minutes. Brilliant. Yeah, it's funny. So we'll go to Sweden, and if you're Swedish, you know this. But if a Swedish person gets the hint that you're not Swedish and you speak English, they will switch on you like that, and you will be speaking English. You won't ever get to practice your Swedish. Morlin, or Panda, is Swedish by birth. So when we go over there, we both speak Swedish, but she now speaks Swedish like an English person. So they all turn English on her, but they don't me. Makes me laugh. A little bit of epic music for epic flightage. Yeah, Germans do it too. Yeah, went to Frankfurt for a fan fest, and got to the restaurant. I ordered, asked for a table and everything, all in German. Asked for the menus, la da 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 da, and sat down and was explaining to Laura what everything on the menu said, because it was all in German. And then the waitress came past and she was really apologetic. Said, "Oh, do you want it in English?" I was like, "No, I want it in German. I asked for it German. I want to speak German." And they were good. They kept to German all night. "45 and 45, it's tank change time." At least our next flight's only 1,000 miles. Only 1,000 miles. Come on, we want to see some land. Is that land beyond those clouds, or is that just the clouds being clouds? Absolutely. I mean, do you know what? If you can speak the language or even attempt to, try it. But obviously, if you speak German, I was taught High German. First place I went to stay in Germany was Schleswig-Holstein. They don't even know what High German is. And then if you go down to Bayern and it's Bayerisch, no chance. get looked at funny if you go Guten Morgen. Yeah. Grossgut. I mean, I think so. I don't know if you see. There's a guy who goes around in the States, going to authentic Chinese restaurants. The places you get the good stuff where the locals go, and he starts off asking them in English everything, and then slips over to Mandarin just like that, and you just see everyone in the restaurant sort of going, because he's absolutely fluent in Mandarin. Really funny. But you see the respect that they give him because he can. Is that land? No, it's still not landage, is it? That's still dark pockets of water. Has anyone seen land? Yeah, I love languages. I love learning. Yeah, my little brain cells are dying now. What are you this year? 54 this year? Okay, 54. Yeah, 54 in December. But I absolutely can't stop learning. Try getting pictures of everybody. This has been epic. Still, the land is going to be a little bit of, just a bit of headland for a bit. Still can't see it. Okay, 45, 44, 41 on the right is good. We're still all in the green and the blues. Isn't it lovely? Just glorious. Very fitting tribute to the Electra 10E. And we've got Dangerous Brian's got the livery. Draco's wearing it. It's fabulous. There's a few other people. I think Colonel Fort's got it now. It just looks lovely. And if you do want a copy of the livery and you do play Flight Simulator 2020, you can grab a copy of the livery over on tutomurphy.com/downloads, and you will be able to grab your hands on the copy of this livery designed by Gibbo Ireland, especially for these series of streams, for which I am eternally grateful. I'm very proud of it. And I don't stop flying in it. Hey CD, we're still flying. Welcome back. 9 hours 13 in. Johnny BL, thank you for following and joining in on the madness that is our trip around the world, following the journeys of Amelia Earhart on her 1937 round the world, girdling the world tour. So we're closing in on some land, CD. Since you last, we can now press the VFR map and there's at least some green on it. It's been pretty much a square of blue for 8 hours. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun talking to different languages. I love language. Not very good at all of them. We're going to pass. Yeah, we're going to miss Dakar. So that was the little faux pas that we had when we started this today. So obviously we had this put up, which basically said we would be flying to Dakar. Well, that's where they intended to fly, but they actually ended up in St. Louis, Senegal. That's where we will end up. Domenico Da Vinci, hey, how are you doing? Thank you for popping along and seeing us. Nice. So we're in Dakar for a little fleeting visit. Oh, salmiakki. Blech. But yeah, so we're 9 hours 14 minutes into our flight. We left Natal at 03:15 a.m. local time Natal, and we're now coming in. So what time is it in Natal now? It's 13:15 in the afternoon, and we're approaching the coast of Senegal. We're now inside territorial waters. We can't use any of the navigation that they had that we can use today. We're using our GPS and stuff, but we can't do celestial navigation. They couldn't do it, and Dead Reckoning is really hard in the sim without the maps. But hey ho. So we'll be in the map down a little bit. So we're going to fly in over the coast and head north into St. Louis Airport. Runway 36 straight in. So a little while offshore still. 43, 45. Still everything's in the green. 220, 220. Still at head temperature 366. Engine temperature's okay. Trying to keep the engine, the fuel flow down. Oil pressure's good. Oil temperature's good. You've got it in one end, Amelia. It is absolutely the licorice they try to prank you all with. A, it's salty, and B, it's coated in ammonia hydroxide or something ridiculous. My other half loves it. Absolutely loves salmiakki. Or salmiak. No, the smelly pea fish is surströmming. No, right. It's foul tasting, but it's not lutefisk or surströmming. Revolting. And ammonium chloride. Oh yeah, the other one would probably kill you, right? Surströmming was in another stream, absolutely right. Oh, it's horrible. Oh. Yeah, I mentioned that surströmming was banned on aircraft, wasn't it? Because it explodes. Literally, the better it is, the more bulgy the can. Yeah, it might make bears run away, absolutely. Don't need a bear canister, do you? You just need some surströmming and open it. Rogers RC, hey, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. My voice hasn't quite gone yet, but 9 hours 17 in, it's going. That's right, we did talk about it. It was on that stream, yeah. I remember talking and saying, oh, you can't put it in because the thing with lutefisk is the fish that they dry and then rehydrate, and it's just like jelly. And surströmming is fermented in a can. But haggis, oh, now you're talking, Kazaki Flyer. Haggis. I love a bit of haggis. With neeps and tatties. Anyone seen land? Anyone seen land? I know it's out there. Yeah. So we've got back to food. So haggis, made into balls, coated with egg, covered in breadcrumbs, shallow fried until golden brown, served with neeps, tatties, and a whiskey sauce. I know that's not how you would normally eat it, but it's lush. What's the strange Icelandic fish that they kill, bury in a pit, cover with lye, and do something unmentionable to it, and then eventually dig it up and eat it? Which one's that? Carl. Oh my! Who thought? I mean, we were talking about that earlier, right? Who thought? Who invented this one? The fish is poisonous if you cook it without doing unmentionables to it. It's like a poisonous shark. So they dig a hole in it, bury it in the ground, cover it with lye. They use uric acid on it to make it less poisonous. It ferments, and then they dig it up and eat it. Exactly, Annalisa. So I thought I'd just use uric acid rather than going to the TMI bit. Oh, Dominic, it's like eating... Oh. But who thought it was a good idea? This poisonous shark will, you know, shove it in a hole for a little bit and weeing on it will make it wonderful. That's not going in the recipe book on the Discord. Oh. Clearly, absolutely. I'm going to choke on my Red Bull, not sponsored by TM. Annalisa, banned from Twitch. I'll stand up for you, darling. Yeah, but somehow people eat it. Somehow people eat it. Oh, where's my Jaffa cakes? What's I don't want to fill it of a Carl in a McDonald's in Iceland. Can you imagine it? We need one of Stuart's t-shirts now. Stop screaming, I'm scared too. Oh dear. Have a Jaffa cake, guys. 45, 42. Gordon Bennett. I must stop laughing. I'm gonna choke on Jaffa cakes. Excuse me one moment. Absolutely choking on Jaffa cakes is a better way to go, I must confess. Anyone seen land? There must be land. Oh, it's bound to be something weird. I am not burying my Jaffa cakes in the backyard, covering them and lying and peeing on them. I must confess, I am not going to be doing that. These are Jaffas. They are to be savoured and eaten with lushness. Do you know what? I've been really good. I've only eaten 4. There must be landage. Anyone seen land? We know it's here somewhere. Tarnish is with us now as well. Nearly killed myself laughing now. "59 minutes 33. There's probably a little bit more on that, so that's there's probably just a little bit longer, but welcome back, Tarnish. Woof, someone's off of my wing. Nice. So, we've still got loads of people. It's amazing. Loads of people. It's going to be euphoria when we see land. And a bit, as people have said, it's going to be a bit of sadness that, you know, we've done it. After nearly killing us several 30 minutes in, when the weather went cray-cray. She's been pretty good since. Mach 1. Look at that. That's really nice. Look how many of us there are. Thank you, Captain Arash. That's really cool. And I quite like my new nickname that someone gave me, Ameliason. Ameliason. I think that's really nice. That's going to stick. 40 and 45. Times to change tanks, ladies and gentlemen. Oh god, here we go. Now we're on to death metal and death opera. Oh, nice Tarnish, thank you. Oh.
Huh.
Whoops. can't be that far away. It still can't be that far away. We must be able to see land soon. There's plenty of us around. We should be able to see some land. Unless we're going in the wrong direction. Thank you, Brian. So who's flying along? Put AE into the chat now. Looks like about 13 or so, plus me 14, plus me 15. Huh. Nice. 16. Africa's out there somewhere. Yeah, I know, I don't want to turn right yet. I am on my track. But this land is there. Recalculating. 18. Nice. So insert random username here has spotted land. So keep your eyes out, guys. It's out there somewhere. Oh, Tarnish has spotted it too. Land ho. My little eyes aren't seeing it. Draco has seen land. I can't see it. Where's the land? So we're not going into GOBD. We're actually going to cross over that and fly up towards Goss. It's about 1 o'clock, yeah. Yeah, that'll be the Dakar part, which they couldn't see. Yeah. But Panda's a real sport. She wouldn't go to the ABBA Museum with me in Stockholm. Cookmal, thank you so much for joining. Have a great sleep. Thank you for joining us on the journey. We're nearly there. We sort of see a bit of land, apparently. Thank you, take care, and we'll see you again soon. Oh, not as seriously as Kian Lafford takes the Eurovision. Kian is the flying circus guru of all things Eurovision. There is indeed an ABBA museum in Stockholm. Take care, CD. I'll probably pop in because I'll be not able to sleep, but we'll see you soon. I am pretty tired. I need some pegs on my eyes. We absolutely might do a raid later. Whew. $44.40. working on the nail. South Korea's boy and girl bands are pretty good, aren't they? The old K-pop. Yeah, absolutely. No, we're good. I think we're all good. $144 miles. That's so. Nine hours, 34 minutes. Doing really good. And we'll do posting of the pictures tomorrow once we've landed and everything. Land spotter TM. We must be closing in now. You guys all seen it. My eyes can't see toffee. Oh. Might be able to see it now. Land ho, Super Typhon. There, I think there is a bit of land out there. I think I see it now. We're nearly there, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly over land anyway. Then we can ditch these armbands, you know, so we don't have to swim. Our turkey sandwiches will not be needed for shark bait. It's a convoy across the Atlantic. $43 and $43 till tank change. Convoy. Land. There is definitely land. I can see land now. Oh, land. There we go. 9 hours since I've seen land. A bit of a watery land in your seat will turn into a place called crocodile. Could you imagine it? Yeah, absolutely. You could be our shark repellent TM as well. 9 hours, 38 minutes, and we're cruising on in now. Doesn't it just? I've had some disturbing images this latter few minutes of the flight, really. I was thinking exactly. Just dig up some shark, throw it at the sharks. So we have done 1,600 miles. Just over 9 hours. Look at the shiny liveries. Don't go there, Lisa. I'm gonna have some weird bloody dreams tonight, aren't I? Water, clouds, shark, buried turkey sandwiches. What's my psychiatrist gonna make of that lot? At least next time we can talk about the African continent food. We'll leave we'll leave Iceland behind next flight. Nice job, insert random username. We do. We need to go and get out and meet each other and have a good crack. I might put Iceland in a corner next flight. I don't think I'm going to have my second one till May. That would be crackers, wouldn't it? Oh. I'd almost write a book on this flight. Funny bones gone. Funny bones totally gone. 42 on the left, 40 on the right. 2 gallons till change. This is probably going to be the world's worst landing after this amount of time. Where are we landing at? Goss. Goss. G-O-S-S. I should have been a bit more prepared than this. Right, Goss. So, St. Louis, Senegal. We're going runway 636. Runway 36. Airport elevation is only 10 feet. Approach course is actually 004 degrees. Yeah. FN36. By the time we get FN36, probably want to be about 1,500 feet. And then that'll take us right down to the ground. Yeah, it's right next to the sea, so anything could go wrong in the next 40 minutes. So as you see, it's very low, close to the shore. So we want to be about 2,600 feet by FN36. Oh no, Draco, no! So that's pure Microsoft.exe, Microsoft Flight Simulator.exe then. That's, wow, it's frustrating. I heard something click and change then without me pressing anything. Something clicked and changed in my cockpit. What clicked? So Super Typhon, I've been here before, like 11 miles out, and Draco, I'm so sorry. Having a rough go of this. And it's just so frustrating because you can fly for hours and hours and hours and then... or not. Proper landage. Look, proper land. Proper landage. There's Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Africa. We've made it, nearly. Africa. After nearly 9.5 hours, we finally see land again. Amazing. And to all those that have been with me all the way, you've done so well, so well. And for those that have been here for a long way, it's a long, hard flight, this one. It's a bit of a shame that, you know, there hasn't been so much to see, but this is the part of epic journeys. That's Dakar, which they missed. I'm not changing the weather at this point, but there was low mist here. They couldn't see it. I'm just not whisking it now at this point. Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been lovely to have so many people coming along and watch us as we've been flying all day. Yeah, we've got a couple of long ones still to go. Africa's done in about 3 hops. The whole of and no spilt bit and no mountains. I'm sure we've had quite a lot today. We've certainly had high 60s. which is incredible for just 10 streams. We're getting out there. We're making a little home for ourselves, crossing the world on these journeys. So yeah, we cross. So one of the big hops is from the Red Sea all the way to Karachi. I get great support, Captain Arash. Absolutely amazing support from everyone on the community. They all push me to do this, and I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, different runway though. That's the one they didn't see. Imagine that's under mist. Oh, there was another click. There was some weird stuff going on in my... There's some weird clicking going on, and I don't know what it is. 34 minutes, 100 nautical. So yeah, that's Dakar. Wave at Dakar. We were aiming for you, but we're not going to hit you. So we can actually start to be good, actually. We're closing in on our normal top of descent anyway, so... It's, top of descent for us is about 17.3 miles out based on how we're going to descend into it, but I should probably start descending a little bit late, a little bit earlier today, just because I'm getting tired now. I don't want to mess it up by... And there's Dakar. Oh. Oh God, have I got that turned on? Oh, I don't want to press that button. I must have left airport tags on. I don't really want to press the button. I'm just going to leave it now. I'm just going to leave it. There's nothing else on. It's only that one. I had it turned on the other day for some VR. No buttons now, you're absolutely right. So 40 and 40, she says, pressing a button, change tanks. Oh, Africa. Yeah, I could have a plane like Christine, couldn't I? It could be doing really weird stuff, like getting ready to throw me out. Yeah, absolutely. I feel quite elated getting this close after this long. How she must have felt actually doing it for real. Incredible. No, we're landing at Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra. So when they came in, the coast was pretty misty. They couldn't see the airports and they missed it. So we're going for runway 36 straight in at St. Louis Airport. Oh, sorry, Colonel. It's because I'm not actually on my Twitch at the minute. Let's have a quick look. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yep, I can do that, Colonel Fault. Welcome back, Jamie. You've caught us. There's land ho. Look, we actually see land. We've got Africa in sight, just past Dakar. And we're headed up to St. Louis Airport, Golf Oscar, Sierra Sierra. We're going to be doing a straight... We have land. Here, after 9.5 hours, we saw land. We're going to go straight in runway 36. Yeah, about 30 minutes to go, 85 nautical. We've done 2 giveaways. We've had loads of people come along, loads of people subscribe, loads of people cheer, loads of new people following. We've had some really strange conversations as we get tired. Don't talk about Iceland. Woo! Billy Roach, hey, well done. Thank you so much for the generous 100 bits. Thank you. Yeah, 10 hours nearly. Is it 10 hours now? I can't remember. Yeah, how much she must have felt, right? We're 4 minutes away from 10 hours. Yeah. So she must have felt really, really elated. Absolutely emated, right? Elated. What the hell's emated? To have done that part. But I am gonna be quite sad that we've done it and that it's done. But if she feels anything like I feel, I am tired. But we still got loads of people flying with us. We've got Pate, Brad Pilot Randy, Ben Bano, Colonel Falk, Downfront, Captain Arash, Kazaki Flyer, Winterband, Tarnish, Aramine, Floydrix B, Dangerous Bayern, Captain Jack Light. I can't see what's in front of him. We've got Two Toe Murphy, Big Tone 66, Mr. Zed, Torhack, Goblin Druid. Absolutely amazing. What a flight, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rolly Mal. I mean, couldn't do it without you. Has to be said. I think it's going to be a bit more like margarine than butter, to be honest with you. And it might even have been out for a few days. I'm glad you've enjoyed it down in front. I've loved everyone coming along to join us today. Yeah, I think I will be sad after this one. This is the longest ever flight I've ever done in a general aviation. Stop it, Annalisa. I see what you did there. That's like phoning someone when you're on a Zoom call and saying something funny to see if the other person will laugh. Which I have done. We used to have a game where you'd be on a video conference and then you'd text the other person to see if you could make them absolutely blurt out laughing. Oh, London Controller, thank you so much for the bitties. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. Whew. 10 hours, guys, in 1.5 minutes. You take care. Insert random username here. Yeah, so you must be in the UK too. So take care. My poor old watch is about to die on me because I've been running down at 16% because I've been running stopwatches on it. 30:49. We are 25 minutes out from Foxtrot November 36, which then takes us on to 360, or runway 36, which is running a 004 degree magnetic course. So I forgot to turn off my thingy, so you're going to tell me off because I've got an airport locator, which I don't normally have, and but after 10 hours of it playing nicely, I'm not pressing any buttons to go and change things. So next time we'll be searching for airports like normal, going, where the hell is it? Whoa, more bits. Oh no, no, to Kevin. That's Kevin 0601959. Thank you so much for the kind 500-bit donation. Thank you so much. 10 hours and 04 seconds. Thank you very much. 10 hours. Well done, everybody. Well done, everyone that's flown the way. Fantastic. Brilliant. Kevin, you're so good. Thank you. Thank you for following, heading north-south. I bet you will, Torhack. You've done brilliantly. Everyone's done great. I doubt I'll sleep now. We're due to land at Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra. Bad Dog Muncher, welcome back. Kazaki Flyer, thank you very much for the 50 bits, and thank you for flying along all this way. I hope you've had a great day. I have. I mean, wow. I am absolutely... Oh, I'm quite elated. Hey, Steve Solo. Good to see you. You catch us with the Fireflies closing in. There's the North African, or the African coast. Closing in on Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra. Oh, the Thunderflies are coming to meet us, are they? So it's Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra. St. Louis, Senegal. Oh. 23 minutes. Oh, thunderflies. I see a thunderfly. So if you don't know, guys, the thunderflies are the aerobatics arm, the aerobatics team of the Two-Tone Murphy Flying Circus community. They are coming on incredibly well. Some of their formation flying is absolutely breathtaking. Oh, what a flight. What a flight. After my Mooney nearly killing me 30 minutes into the flight, she's been pretty good since. Moral of the story, don't try but headwind in. Because she won't play nicely with you. So 38.40, 3 gallons till tank change. I need little eye pins now to keep my eyelids up. Captain Arash has cheered 100 bits. Thank you, my friend. That's really kind of you. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. HCBR 100, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you for coming along and seeing us in as the Thunderflies. Thank you. To all those that have flown along today, I hope you had a great time. It's one for the books, right? Natal London controller. Oops, those were left over. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Jamie. I will catch you during the week when I come in to watch our work. I do a lot of Twitch watching at work. Johnny AVL, thank you so much for the cheer. That's lovely. Thank you. It's really kind. We've had a good. Everyone's been so generous as well today. I really can't thank you enough. I'm really overwhelmed. We've had a good crack. We've had some good giggles. Some of it's not been quite PG, but it's we'll let it off this once. Just don't talk about Iceland or about me throwing a Butterworth's Income and Corporation Taxes Act book at someone. That doesn't go down very well these days. Absolutely a very short one, but we got one, right? We got 2 hype trains today. Okay guys, I'm actually going to start a gentle descent down to 2600. Thank you for following. Can't pronounce that. Roll that J. Thank you for following and joining us as you come to the end of our 10-hour odd stream. I'm really losing the losing my voice now, and I have been drinking. Stairway to Bacon will be telling me off, but I have been drinking all the way. Let's make sure I don't overspeed. If you're near close to me, I've just slowed down a brick. I'm about 50 miles out. I just want to see some scenery as we come in. We're closing in now. Yep. Hey Gibbo, yeah, we're still at it. Over 10 hours now. We're closing in on the shoreline though. There's Africa. We're left in pitch black, we're arriving. With some light. What time is it back in Natal? It's 7 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. So... can't be right. Anyway, it's probably changed everything, right? Welcome back, Gibbo. Oh, beeroo. I'll have a beer tomorrow. Not having one tonight. Make sure I don't overspeed now. 37.43, 2 gallons on the right. Then we'll change. Oh, that was someone overflying me. Do you know what? I still haven't eaten my packet of crisps. I've had 4 Jaffa cakes, I've had some finger food, and only a few of my raisins. Crisp magnums and a Chinese takeaway. Or was that a server line? I saw someone disappear in front of me. It's going to have to be one of those sayings, a bit like Basil Fawlty going, "Don't talk about the shark." And then everyone talks about the shark. Oh, you lot. Dodgy sharkage is real. Yeah, absolutely it is. Oh, I've got people disappearing on me. No, stop disappearing. We want to all get there. Are we nearly there yet? Actually, yes, we nearly are there. So I reckon, what do we reckon? 10 and a half hours? 10 hours, 20? And we're 13 minutes out. 10, 10 hours, 10 minutes plus 13. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? My voice is going. Nearly there. Oh, crikey. Captain Jack's popped back in. Oh, absolutely. We shall meet up and have a beer. Yeah, some nice places for beerage in Helmstad. Whoa, thunderflies! There they go. If you've never seen the thunderflies, guys, they're here. Look at that flying, guys, and the formation. Isn't it brilliant? They are incredible. Thank you, guys. That was brilliant. They are incredible. They fly along with Two-Tone Murphy Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays and get to practice in, and they are something. That was really good. I'm gonna have to do that as a clip. There, I see them. Oh, this is brilliant, guys. Thank you. Nearly there. Nearly there. And the wonderful fireflies, the thunderflies, all coming along. Thank you so much, everybody. I don't feel it's been an ordeal. I am losing my voice a little bit, but it's certainly been a challenge. I now know how Murph feels after that 12-hour epic he did. And he did 2 more hours. So. Look at all you wonderful flyers. Dangerous Brian's out there. Dangerous Brian's been there. He was at the airport when I loaded in this morning, about 2 in the afternoon. So he was on the ground before even I was. Here they come. Look at that formation, guys. Here they come. And there they go. Brilliant, guys. That's brilliant. Look at you go, guys. In a flight sim. Aerobatics, guys. How cool is that? That's That's what we're talking about. That's amazing. Isn't it good, Captain? I mean, I couldn't do it, but they look at it. Look at them. You know, it's hard enough in real life, but in a flight sim, where that's it. So that's an interesting point. Think about flight sim and the fact that we're doing multiplayer. The computations in the flight sim right now is not only overcoming the lag, it's actually doing dead reckoning calculations to work out where we all are. So they are overcoming not only the lag, but also coordinating the dead reckoning. I hadn't thought about that, but of course it's absolutely true. Well, I think they're all using voice comms, and they're all using probably forms of track IR, because you've got to be moving your head. That. Oh, amazing. Oh. Right. Aren't they brilliant? Thank you, guys. 2 thumbs up. Oh, you're very welcome, Red Pilot Randy. No, thank you for coming along, you know. So, yeah, we've been going for 10 hours, 16 minutes now, and closing in on where we need to go, change tanks left. So about 8 minutes to Foxtrot November 36. Yeah, they're brilliant, aren't they? Thank you so much, guys, for seeing us home. Well, home where we're landing today. A little bit high on that, so we're down below, so let's bring that forward. Oh, what a journey. What a journey. Incroyable. And then there will be more flying-age tomorrow. They are brilliant. I think it's incredible what they've achieved. Lots of hard practice. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. I've got a silly smile on my face. Brilliant. Oh. Well, there'll be a runway out there. No, they do it proper. I don't know what they're flying tonight. They may be flying something different, but I've got an MB339, so it should have shown up. I'm not very good in the MB339, but I can at least take off and I can at least land it and fly it. I love doing the Mach loop. We did the Mach loop in Wales with Captain Fork, and that was zany incredible. I love that. We've done some crazy good stuff, haven't we? All of us. Really epic scenery flights, long flights, short flights. Well, you're a Captain Colonel. Sorry, Colonel. Forgive me after 10 hours, 19 minutes. aboard. Of course you're allowed to post a clip URL, Captain Arash. Absolutely. Everyone should be allowed to. Unless my bot's misbehaving. Oh, crikey, it's not working then. Oh. If you... Oh, I don't know why that's not working. Do you want to ping me a message, Captain Arash, and I'll post it? Okay, so we're 4 minutes from Foxtrot November 36. Oh, look what I've started now. You're out there somewhere. So, spit of land dot, land in, so you're over there. Is that you there? So, river in, yeah, over there. Okay. Right then, it's time to start preparing for our landing. Make sure that everything's good. So we're going to be 35 on the next. So we're on still on fullest tank. Should be there by the time we get down. Seatbelts are locked and secure. Mixture is full rich. Fred has been told what we're doing. He's got a bucket on his head. Undercarriage is up at the moment, but we will bring that down, Suter. Okay, thank you. Got it. La, 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 la. There we go. There's a nice clip there, guys, that Captain Arash took. Thank you, Captain Arash. I will fix this bloody bot, that's for sure. Okie dokie. Ten hours, 23 minutes so far, guys. They're behind. Oh my word, look at this. Oh, how incredible is that, guys? Some wing wavage. There you go, fireflies, thunderflies. Brilliant, thank you guys so much. Okay, so if you're very, very close to me now, I am going to start to slow down. Now I need my VR, don't I? Okay. Sim Aviation, Annie boy, hello, welcome. You caught us as we're coming into land. at Goss, Golf at Oscar, Sierra Sierra. We've been flying now for about just over 10.25 hours. I'm being brought in by the Thunderflies. That pillar is in the way. There we go, so... Alright then. Let's trim this down, get this baby coming down. No pressure after 10 hours odd. Let's bring that nose up a little bit. I need to start looking at the... Oh, the rudders are playing up a little bit. Oh, this is going to be a bit difficult. She is playing up, guys. So, right, so... Undercarriage is down and locked. Tanks full. Seatbelt secured. Runway in sight. So... Struggling with my rudder, so... So we're coming in now to St. Louis Airport. This is much harder after 10 hours, I can tell you. Especially as my rudder is playing up, I'm having to, but I've got so much left rudder and it's still only sat in the center. This is going to be a bit tough. She's not playing well. Oh, rudder, rudder, rudder. Oh, then horrible. And we're down. Oh, welcome to Africa, guys. Sorry about that, but my rudders are misbehaving terribly. Look at that. Let's take this turn. Considering that was really badly... Look at them. They are all over the place. Whoa! Thunderflies. Oh, brilliant, guys. Thank you so much. Oh. 10 hours 28. So we reckon about... My calculation said 10-20, but I thought it might be closer to 12. Oh, and we're down. Let's tidy that up. Pull over here and watch some people come down. Arctic Turn, welcome back, welcome back. You've got us here now. Watching people come in. Oh, my angle's wrong, but... Tarnish is down. The Thunderflies are saluting. That's brilliant. Oh no, Colonel Fort, no, really? Aww. Captain Chat Lyle is down. Two-Tone Murphy's here. Welcome, welcome to Senegal. Welcome to St. Louis. Oh, I'm so sorry, Colonel Falk. Ben Van Out is down. Oh, but that's, you know, it's not fun, is it, when hate is down? Rad Pilot Randy, welcome to Senegal. Goblin, welcome to Senegal. Dangerous Brian's here, well done Dangerous Brian. All the way, mate. Was even at Natal Airport even before I was. Welcome, Brian. Kazaki Flyer's in. Kazaki's flown all the way. Yeah, it does a bit, doesn't it, Waltons? Waltons, hello and welcome. You've caught us right at the end. Draco is in. Captain Arash is down. Winterband's on the way in. Oh, Thunderflies. Oh, look at that break. Oh my god, that's incredible. Druid Zeus. Winterband's on the way in. Mr. Zed's on the way in. Hey, it's absolutely fine. I'm doing these crazy long flights. So if people can't be here. Oh, it's counted your hours. Oh, that's brilliant. That's good to hear. Winterband is in. Well done, mate. That's an incredibly long flight for everyone. Wait for Mr. Z. Thank you, Two-Tone. Thank you for everyone coming along today. How good was that? There's Dangerous Brian. Yeah, but you know, those CTDs are a pain in the backside. I'm surprised I didn't have one. Really surprised I didn't have one. No, on final's horrible. Because you've got all that way, you're all lined up. The last bit of hard work to go, and then, yeah. I've had it so many times on final. And it's annoying. Yeah, it really is. Mr. Z is on his way in. Nicely done, mate. Oh, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. And there we are, ladies and gentlemen. 10 hours, 32 minutes. We've got the Thunderflies coming over now. HCBR 1100. Frozen. Test Pilot. Steve Solo. Low flyby across the runway. Thank you guys. Thanks ever so much for coming along and seeing us in. I really appreciate it. So let's get a quick picture of everyone on the ground. Look at that, guys. Oh, you're amazing. The lot of you. So I've suddenly gone from like 60 frames per second all the time down to 18 once we're on the ground. I know, Colonel Fork. I'm sorry. I'll Photoshop your airplay in. There we go. 10 hours, 33 minutes. Natal to St. Louis in Senegal. We've done some history. We've seen some pictures. We've gone through some diary entries. We've done 2 giveaways. Viper Strike and Big Tone both won mugs. We've had a lot of new followers, a lot of new subscribers. We've had a lot of people following us along. Thank you ever so much. I'm really humbled that you've come along and joined us on our journey. Our next flight will be, it's going to be in a couple of weeks now, because we've got the endurance race across Australia next week. But thank you so much, everybody. Incredible. Now I'm going to see who's raiding tonight, who's on now, but I might do something really quite unusual. I hope you don't mind for this, but I'm going to pick another member of our community who's probably lost out a lot of views tonight because I've been streaming. Jay Winokur, he doesn't normally stream Flight Sim, but he does it at the moment. I think we might just pop over there and give him a surprise and just say hi. That would be really good. You know, we've raided quite a few people recently, but let's go and give him some love. He's got 5 viewers at the moment, so this will be a really good thing for him. Just to say hi. So I just need to bring up my tools. Thank you so much, guys. I will see you again tomorrow when we fly with Colonel Falk. See you on Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Two-Tone Murphy. Take care, everyone. For those that you have flown all the way, get some nice sleep. We will catch you next time, and I will get this raid under the way. If I can get it work out. It's not that one, it's this one. Not that one, that one. Oh, see you next time, guys. Jay Winokur's actually streaming a bit of Ground Branch at the moment, so if you ever want to let off loose steam and go and do some team shooting, he's your man. Take care, everyone. I'll see you all soon. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Sleep well. Have a great rest of your day, evening. Hopefully we are raiding now. Daka, daka, daka. Hey Jay Winokur, I hope you're well. Of course he can't hear me, can he? Ask Jay Winokur about his landing, of how easy the Spitfire is to land. Take care, everybody. I'll catch you next time.